Oh, Merlin, you settle down.
Vikings fans, you guys better be rocking with us, climbing the pocket all draft weekend long. Now, I'm so excited because I'm feeling really good. I think there's going to be a lot of action this draft for my Vikings, and here's what I'm holding. Check this out. Game worn, one of my prized possessions. I'm hoping we can get another 84 in this draft. What you guys think? I'm so excited. SKOL Vikings. I'm so excited to see you guys back in the stadium this year. Big shout out again to Climbing the Pocket. I'm DJ Ski and SKOL.
This is epicness, glorious, undefeated, victorious, courage, audacity, the prey and the warriors, boldness, great, the brave hearts, guts. 10,000 hours mixed with a little luck. We are fearless, audacious, humble, patient, opposite of complacent. Your bets here are the safest.
What's up, Climbing the Pocket? This your boy Jake Reed, former Minnesota Viking. 3 deep, baby. Hey, I'm inviting all fans out to a live draft coverage with Climbing the Pocket. Hey, we need you guys, need your support. Let's get out there, let's cheer them on so we can pick the right guys this year. So we can have a great season in this 2021 season. Hey man, let's get out there, let's support them, let's cheer them on. Climbing the Pocket. I know you guys gonna do a great job, baby. I wish I was there with you guys. Wish I could hang out with you. Hey, we're gonna have some high profile people out there. Gonna do some great coverage. Great media people. Hey man, we need you guys. Let's root the Vikings on with Climbing the Pocket so we can get going this year. Hey, SKOL Vikings. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Ow.
Let's get it on with your Minnesota Vikings coverage on Climbing the Pocket. SKOL. Hey everybody, it's Dave here, and with Climbing the Pocket and Daily Norseman getting ready to start day 2 of your NFL draft. And with me right now, speaking of Daily Norseman, is the Grand Poobah himself, Mr. Christopher Gates. How you doing, Christopher?
I'm doing all right, Dave. Doing all right. Happy to be here with you folks. Had a great night last night, and hopefully we can repeat that again this evening.
Okay, and what just zoomed by?
I do not know. I don't think that was me. No.
Tyler, how you doing?
Life is good. We had a fantastic draft capital night last night. Got an excellent value in my offensive tackle too, Christian Darrisaw. And now the Vikings have 7 picks in the top 134 left to work with to maneuver around the board however they so choose. There are a few guys that should not be here at the top of round 2, just like there is every year, and I'm really excited.
Cool. We have Spencer Thomas waiting in the green room. Hold on, everybody, while I get this fixed up. Boom. Camera. Boom. Come on, get out of the way. Boom. Boom. I should do this in the preview screen rather than do it live on air, but live and learn. Live and learn. And we welcome Spencer Thomas of Viking Film Room.
Hello, everybody.
Hey.
How's it going, man?
Good, good.
Hey,
Excited
hey.
for today.
Can you tilt your camera down a little bit?
Yeah, I got you.
There we go.
Ton of draft capital. Really excited for today. Hopefully we could trade up, get a good guy. Defensive end, wide receiver, corner even.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Spencer, tell us what you do at Viking Film Room.
I focus on doing like film breakdowns and more complicated analysis than just a lot of what everyone else does. I love doing like just breakdowns of like, for example, Christian Darrisaw, and I did a ton of work on Cameron Dantzler earlier in the year, in the season, and I hope to do more this off season too.
Good. Where do you get your sources?
Uh, it really depends on what I'm doing. I like doing corners and offensive line. Well, corners and line in general. I just feel like I'm better at evaluating those positions than others. But it really depends on who I'm doing it, on who I'm doing a breakdown of.
Gotcha. Hey, Chris, how did everything go on Daily Norseman last night?
I think it went really well. We got a lot of comments on the open threads, which is which is always nice to see. Lots of people reacting, lots of people discussing what was happening throughout the first round. Everybody seems to be pretty happy with the Christian Darrisaw selection, which is a positive. A lot of people thought we might be taking him at 14, but Rick Spielman did his thing, got a couple extra picks, and still managed to get the guy that he probably should have taken at 14 in the first place. So, yeah, all in all, I think it was a pretty solid night for the Vikings and Vikings fans and us on DN as well. So, really, no complaints.
Well, everybody's called him a genius for getting the guy he targeted in the first place by dropping and getting extra picks. But there was the talk of a quarterback if one fell. And as we know, we got jumped over by our own interdivision rival, Chicago, to pick up Justin Fields. What do you think that's going to do for the division?
Oh,
go ahead.
I thought somebody else was going to go ahead and jump in. My bad.
I was asking you.
I don't know if anybody. I don't know how realistic the idea of the Vikings moving up for a quarterback was, but this might it. I don't know how much of an immediate effect it's going to have. I know Bears fans are kind of flying high about how they're going to have the best quarterback in the division here soon if Aaron Rodgers moves on or goes on to host Jeopardy or whatever it is he's going to do next. But I think it's going to take at least a little while, but it could wind up being a pretty intelligent move by the Bears. I mean, they did what they had to do, and sure, it cost them their first round pick next year, but if Justin Fields can play, nobody's going to care about that. So we'll have to see how that works out.
Well, I hope he goes to Chicago and they ruin him like they ruin every quarterback. But, speaking of Aaron, today this just gets worse. He now says that he's thinking about retiring if it doesn't get repaired to his liking. What do you think, Tyler?
Oh, retire. I'll take you out of the division. Get out of the division. That's fine with me. Like, look, we've been tortured by Hall of Fame Green Bay Packers quarterbacks for 28 years since 1992. Like, I'm good if they just have a string of like 5-10 years where they just middle at 7-10, 8-9. Like, for me, that's good. Like, the fact that the Packers are being so stubborn in this, look, you could have done this a decade ago, but this is 2021. These players have so much power, and Aaron Rodgers being 37, he has a possibility at the Jeopardy thing. He did such a good job with that. He could take that into other areas of Hollywood. His fiance is an actress, so there's even more connections that way too. Like, Rodgers has a lot of leverage. He can just walk away, feel pretty good about it in theory. But I obviously haven't talked to the man, but he could do other things, and that's okay. Like, I don't think he desperately needs football like some other people do. At least that's not what the appearance is.
Mm-hmm. And yes, we heard that he actually told his teammates he's not coming back. And Viking Jerome, if he retires, that is a wonderful thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking they'll repair whatever. Either that or the supposed trade that could have gone down yesterday will happen. We heard that San Francisco in the morning had offered a boatload of stuff. That didn't happen. And then right before the draft, there was word that Denver had it all signed and sealed except for one last go-ahead, and that didn't come true, but that one still might. That may be the post-draft type trade that could happen. But we'll see. Who knows?
Absolutely.
So, walk away. Just walk away. Yeah, baby. I think it's a good thing. We have quarterback turmoil. Chicago is getting a little up with themselves. I saw a meme today saying the NFC North will now go through Chicago. I chuckled, and we shall see. So, today we're rolling in. We have no draft picks in the second round. However, we got 4, if I counted correctly, in the third.
Yep.
Let me bring up the handy-dandy trade chart. Where did I put it? Nope. That's our title slide. Here we go. Boom. There we go. We got 4 in the third and 3 in the fourth. All right, obviously today, the third is the only one that matters because we're drafting the second and third round. With those 4 picks in the third, obviously we can move to any position in the second round if the Vikings want to. Do you think they will trade up? How about you, Spencer? You think they're going to trade up?
I don't know if they will. They talked about it, so I probably think that that's in the plans for them. I hope that they do, especially if a wide receiver like Terrence Marshall or Elijah Moore falls. Or I could see them going up and getting a defensive end like Carlos Basham from Wake Forest to fill that Everson Griffin role. I really hope they do, just because they have so much capital in round 3 and 4 that it just doesn't make sense to keep all that capital.
Could be. Speaking of who's available, let's take a look. On Tyler's big board, we have... wrong one. Tyler's big board. Here we go. The ones in white are still available. Tyler, is there anybody there that you think we should go after first thing once the draft kicks off?
Absolutely, Dave. There's probably 3 players that I would consider targeting up with a hefty trade up. Center Creed Humphrey of Oklahoma. He's the number 12 player on my board. I am a very high on him. 4-year start at Oklahoma. He plays with great power and is an elite level athlete at the position. Tested as the number 1 rated athletic center according to RAS since 1987, and he did that at 6'6", 325. Tevin Jenkins, the offensive tackle at Oklahoma State. There's been some rumors floating around that he's falling because of some personality issues where his play on the field doesn't necessarily match his mental toughness. So that's a thing, but his play on the field is just superb and is violent, and that's what you want out of an offensive lineman. Plus, he meets the athletic thresholds. And then linebacker Jeremiah Usu-Koromoa is 18. He's a real hybrid player. You can play him in the slot as a coverage defender. You can play him as a linebacker, an overhang style safety. You can do a little bit of everything. And I think him as a nice little chess piece option for Zimmer right now. And then with Anthony Barr likely gone after this season, he can kind of take over in a similar style role for him. And I think those would be 3 guys I would be willing to target with a large trade up. But there are some other guys in here that I would want to target with a smaller one. Joseph Osai, edge out of Texas, Levi Wuzurike, defensive tackle Washington, wide receiver Tylan Wallace at Oklahoma State, wide receiver Dwayne Eskridge, Western Michigan. Like, there's a lot of people that you can get here. It really just depends on what your flavor is.
Okay. What about one of those few remaining quarterbacks?
I don't think anybody's worth a trade up in round 2. Mid round 3, I would start to feel comfortable with it. I don't think there's enough upside to take a guy this high in round 2. Just the Kellen Mond has a 46 game sample size of beyond inconsistent, but he has every trait in the book. Kyle Trask and Davis Mills have a little less upside, but they also have a lot less in-game reps. Kyle Trask has had like less than 1,000 reps going into his senior season in on-field play since his freshman year of high school. So that there's stuff you can work with there, but nothing that jumps off the page and be like, I need that guy.
Gotcha. Chris, have you got any favorites going into tonight?
I think I agree with Tyler on the Uwosu-Koromoa selection. I am absolutely stunned that he was still there. I thought he was going to go middle of the first round to somebody. Certainly, he kept falling. I thought he was going to wind up going somewhere last night. But yeah, Tyler mentioned Anthony Barr is going to be a free agent after this season. The Vikings probably still need some safety help because if something happens to Harrison Smith or Xavier Woods, they don't have anybody notable behind those two guys. So
Josh
Osu Karamoa could potentially play there. Who?
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
yeah. So, but yeah, that would be a guy that I would be willing to go up and trade quite a bit for. But other than that, yeah, you're probably looking at edge defenders. I'm not sure how much of a priority, as nice as it would be, how much of a priority like a wide receiver 3 would be, because the Vikings don't run enough 3 wide receiver sets to really make that something they would invest a premium kind of pick in. I would like to see them get someone like an Elijah Moore or a Rondale Moore, but like I said, he would just be kind of wasted on the sideline while the Vikings are running 2 tight ends out there all the time and not playing 3 wide receiver sets. So I would like to see them go get Karamoa, but I'm not sure. He might be the first player off the board in the second round tonight, so we'll have to see how that all works out there.
J-O-K.
I will say this real quick, Chris. Zimmer did say receiver was on the table at 23 when they got on the clock. So maybe with Clint Kubiak and him having worked in multiple different offenses as an assistant, including those that push the ball vertically downfield, he wasn't exclusively wide zone. That could be something that could happen today, and it could become a priority.
See, I had not heard that previously, and if Clint Kubiak can actually get Mike Zimmer convinced that he needs to modernize the offense a little bit, then sure, yeah, wide receiver 3 becomes a much greater priority and a much bigger need, and something that they could invest one of those picks in. I was simply, the way the offense has looked the last couple of years, wide receiver 3 has just not been a position of focus or anything like that. But yeah, if we can get Mike Zimmer to kind of modernize the offense a little bit, then yeah, I could see wide receiver 3 becoming a much larger priority.
Well, he might just be doing that by changing his offensive line strategy to bigger and more powerful guys rather than the little maneuverable linemen, offensive linemen. And if they can provide better pass blocking, that sets up more time for receivers out in their routes. I mean, however, we've had, Thielen and Jefferson and 2 tight ends and Cook. Mm-hmm. So there's plenty of targets for the ball to go to. But it would be interesting to see that pass-run split increase, and to do it because you have a better offensive line that's capable of doing it. And with the whole idea of we want to get a little bit bigger and more powerful, was what he said, that may happen. And that's where I think he may be tipping that they may go for that Creed Humphreys type guard tonight. But who knows? They could go out and, select another corner.
I mean, they could. I mean, I just saw someone mention that after this season, the only cornerback on the entire roster that's still under contract is Cameron Dantzler.
That is correct.
So corner's going to be a need in a big hurry if it's not already. I mean, we know we give Zimmer crap about wanting to take every corner on the board, but if you've only got one cornerback under contract after this season, you got to find him somewhere. So it might be something they could do.
Technically, Gladney is, but we know that Gladney has issues.
He's not gonna be here.
Right.
No, he's gone.
So, Dan saying rounds 3 and 4 is where he wanted the wide receiver, and that may happen. Nick had said trade up in the second to get JOK and Dickerson. So
Dickerson, I will say, is a fantastic player, and he can fit the wide zone, even being 6'6", 328. But he has 4 season-ending lower leg injuries. And, that's fine. 2, all right, I guess. 3, this is kind of starting to become a problem and a trend, but we're talking 4. And it's 2 ACLs and 2 ankles, I believe. I'm not taking that guy before the end of round 3 just because it's scary.
No.
Well, we should find out. We got 7 minutes, a little over 7 minutes before round 2 starts. And I need to fire up who will be on the clock. Jacksonville.
It'll be Jacksonville.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. While you do that, Dave, I know one of the reasons we brought Spencer on here was we wanted to talk about our new toy at left tackle, Christian Darrisaw.
Mm-hmm.
And let me tell you, Dave, I know you love the big boys.
I do.
And we have talked quite a bit about him on Mock Draft Mondays. And I know Spencer and I spent a good amount of time today kind of watching some film. Spencer, you got some clips up on Twitter of him just doing some ridiculously fun stuff. Tell us what you think of Darrisaw.
He was so fun to like. There's multiple clips of him just looking for work in pass pro and just knocking a guy on his butt. Like it was just very fun to watch. He's really mobile. He's really athletic, but he doesn't really sacrifice any power or strength like other tackles in the past. I'd say he's more powerful than our most recent tackle, Riley Reef, and he's more athletic than him. I think it's a win-win, to be honest.
What about his the one thing I've heard detracting on him, that he gives up prematurely in plays where he may beat his guy, but he lets up, and then especially in the run game where the running back may cut back and he's not in position to make a block because he already let up.
I think that's fair. I know Luke tweeted out a video or a cut up of multiple clips of him doing that. I mean, you'd want him to finish through the whistle, but at the same time, like it's something that's easily fixable. And I think that, you know, especially with an older coach like Zim, who's just like mean, I think it's fixable. I don't think it's really a problem, to be honest, because so many times that he just doesn't finish. I think if you could just get him to finish the last like 5% of the rep, he'll be a tremendous player.
Oh, that description of Zim warms my heart. I had coaches like that. I loved them. Now, if I could, as myself as coaching line before, you're going to tell the guys that you play to the whistle and you play to defeat. Even if you think the play's on the other side of the field, you keep that play going. You may turn around and look for a second level block, but you keep that doing. If it's in pass pro, right, unless you knock the guy on the ground, you ride him out of the play, period. And then only when he's out of the play do you shuffle down or do you move down if blocking's necessary. But you help defeat it. You do not stop. It's a mentality deal. Most linemen are considered, big and gruff and mean and stuff, but that's only on the field. Generally, they're teddy bears because of their size. But on the field, you want them fired up, and you want them taking it and leaving it no doubt to whoever they're going against that they're going to win today, and they're going to win by pounding him into the dirt. So if we can get that sort of attitude instilled in him, we'll be fine there on the left side. Kirk Cousins will be quite pleased.
Definitely.
Chris? Absolutely.
I was going to ask Chris, besides JOK and possibly a wide receiver, anybody else you want to see them take high? Do you want to see them take a guard?
I mean, I don't know if the guard value is there necessarily to make a move up unless it's for someone like, Creed Humphrey, like we've already mentioned. I mean, people have talked about Wyatt Davis. I don't know if he is somebody you need to make a massive move up for or anything. If they're not going to go up and get Owosu Karamoa, I don't know how long Trevor Morig is going to be on the board. He's probably going to go off pretty early in the second round too, but I think he would make a great compliment to Harrison Smith. He could learn quite a bit from the hitman who's getting toward the end of his career here. So that'd be another guy I'd be more interested in them going up and getting. Carlos Basham we've mentioned a few times here as well. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. The Vikings have a lot of things that they can do and a lot of positions they could potentially try to fill with all these third-round picks or moving up into the second round. And they're going to get some quality players, so it's just a matter of who it's going to be.
Cool. How many total are you guessing the Vikings will come out with today?
I think they move up into the second round for one guy and 2 more guys in the third round. I think they draft 3 players on Friday here.
Okay. Not bad. Not bad. We will see. We're coming up 2 minutes. Most picks tonight are by the Vikings and the Cowboys.
And I've been hearing a lot of Cowboys rumors that they are trying to move up to pick 34 to take a corner.
Yeah, because they missed it last night, which sort of surprised me.
That was a doomsday scenario for the Cowboys, missing out on both Horn and Patrick Surtain at that spot.
Mm-hmm. And it looked like they were sort of pissed when it happened. And then they were like, let's get out of this spot. And they traded with the Eagles, which shocked me.
That was weird.
Yeah, they got a 3 for a guy that they weren't going to take anyway.
Mm-hmm. So, should be interesting. Now, what do you think the Packers are going to do? Staying within the division, they drafted.
Can they take a running back and H-back again?
That would be nice.
But
they took a corner last night, and the question is, who will they take tonight? What position?
Well, I think they'll probably try and target a receiver, but the problem is with receiver, the only ones that really fit their general profile are going to be Seth Williams, who's more of a late 3, early 4 guy, Nico Collins, who could go anywhere from 40 to 100 because of his lack of production at the college level, and then you also have Terrace Marshall Jr. is probably going to go in the top 10 picks. So those are your 3 guys. Are they going to get aggressive and move up? Or I don't know. At this point, I don't think the Rodgers relationship can be salvaged.
That's a shame. That's all.
I know.
Speaking about the division, who do you think the Bears, or what are the Bears going to do?
I mean, they still need receiver help too, don't they?
I think they need
they still need receiver help. Yeah.
They need a receiver. They need offensive line. This is the prime spot to get a tackle, and I think the Bears are going to probably have to come out around 2 at the tackle.
Okay. I'm going to punch off. We have Mr. Will Ragatz has joined us. Hold on a second. Boom.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and check out myself here. We've got you guys streaming in the discussion threads on DN, so hopefully we get some more folks jumping in to hang out with you guys. But
sweet.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, and we'll be keeping track with your coverage for the rest of the evening.
Outstanding. Thanks for coming on, Chris.
Much appreciated, Chris. Thank you very much.
No problem, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Have a good one.
See ya.
You too.
Bye.
I'm probably gonna hop off too. Thank you guys for having me on. Fun time. I know it was fun talking to Tyler about Christian Darrisaw and breaking him down. And I'll see you guys in the future, hopefully.
Okay.
And I'll be watching guys throughout the night.
Thanks, Spencer.
Appreciate it. We'll talk soon, Spencer. We'll do some more breakdown stuff.
All right, perfect.
You guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. How you doing, Will?
I'm good. How are you guys? Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely, our pleasure.
Up. That's 2. Let's go back to 3. There we go. We got 3, and here let's bring on Will. Bada boom, bada bang. There we go.
Perfect.
Boom. Awesome.
How you feeling after day 1, Will?
I'm feeling pretty good. It was a fun first night. I got to be there live at the Vikings facility last night covering, and got a little nervous when they traded back. Didn't know exactly what was going to be there at 23, but to see them get Christian Darrisaw, a player who I would have felt comfortable with them taking at 14, and picking up two extra thirds in the process. I mean, tonight's gonna be fun. They got a lot of ammo to wheel and deal and address a lot of needs.
Well, Will, you said you were at the facility covering. Who are you covering for, so the folks know?
Yeah, so I read about the Vikings, cover them for Sports Illustrated, SI.com. It's called Inside the Vikings, our Vikings team site. And I've been doing that since the start of the 2019 season. So cool. My second draft here, and obviously last year was all virtual, but it was pretty cool. Last night they allowed us to come in and cover the first round on location.
Do you like working for Sports Illustrated?
I do. Yeah, it's been a blast. I had an internship there back when I was in college at their New York City kind of newsroom, and then I've been able to do this team site, this Viking site thing, and it's been a blast because I grew up in Minnesota. I'm from Minneapolis, born and raised, and yeah, it's been pretty sweet.
Well, I grew up reading Sports Illustrated weekly, and it was by far the best sports reported magazine around at the time. And they did such quality work, and every sport, it didn't matter which, but always their football stuff was outstanding. Still is, and their photographers are great. Cool.
Absolutely.
So you get to hang around with the other beat writers.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I get to a lot of people that I grew up reading in Star Tribune or wherever other sources, and it's been a cool experience. But
that's cool.
Excited to see what happens tonight. See if the Vikings move up into the second round.
I agree. Well, it's good to know your voice, because when we listen to press conferences, we can pick out your questions.
Sounds good. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Absolutely.
Who are you hoping for? You're a writer. What sort of juicy story do you want tonight?
It's a good question. Well, I'm excited to be here with Tyler because I know he's a guy who grinds a lot of film, and I'm curious to see what he has to say about some of these prospects that the Vikings could get. To me, the biggest need is an edge rusher, and it's interesting because the depth at that position just really started to fall off when 4 of the last 5 picks last night, I believe 28, 29, 30, 31, 30, something like that. 4 of the last 5 were edge rushers with Rousseau and Owe and Peyton Turner and Joe Tryon going off the board. So not a lot. I mean, there's talent left there, but it might be a supply and demand thing where guys start going higher than you anticipated in the middle of the second round, late second round, some day 3 names potentially coming up into the third round. So it'll be interesting to see if the Vikings get one of the guys in that group.
Sort of like the run a couple years ago on guards, where the Vikings traded down in the first round, grabbed their guy, and then traded later into the second and figured a guard would be available. And shortly afterwards, the guard run took place, and there was nobody available by the time the Vikes got around. And that could happen with the defensive ends. And if that's the case, we live with one of them and Weatherly.
Yeah, and the worst case scenario is you get an athletic project guy maybe tomorrow early in the 4th round. But I would expect that whether they make all 4 picks tonight or whether they maybe give up a couple to move up and only make 3 picks tonight or whatever, I would guess that one of them will be an edge rusher or a defensive lineman of some sort. Not a sure thing, but I think it's a better than 50% chance at least if that's the case. And then there's other positions of need. I'd love to see them get a guard. As much as I think Mason Cole is slightly interesting, I think they need more competition there for sure. You've got 4 starters now after getting Darrisaw last night, but getting a guard, a Kendrick Green or a Quinn Miners, I think is going to go in the second round potentially. That he might not be too realistic, but there's options in the third round. There's receivers that would be a lot of fun. I think just from a fun standpoint, a receiver would do a lot for Vikings Twitter. De'Ami Brown, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, from North Carolina, a lot of fun to watch. Guys like that. And then defensive backs, Mike Zimmer will always be pounding the table for that because they have their starters set in the secondary this year with Harrison Smith, Xavier Woods, Patrick Peterson, Cameron Dantzler, and Mackenzie Alexander. But 4 of those guys are free agents after this year, or 3 of those guys are free agents after this year, and so is Mike Hughes, who can't really stay on the field. So we'll see if they add a DB tonight. Could be a linebacker. I mean, there's a lot of options. So I'm just excited to see what happens. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm excited and it'll be cool to see John Randall out there announcing these picks.
Oh, that will be cool. What do you think of the angst up in Green Bay?
Yeah, that was the story of the afternoon yesterday, right? I mean, what people were talking about. Today. Continued today. Yeah, people were talking about the draft, and then all of a sudden it was Aaron Rodgers, and I don't know. Well, I'll believe it when I see it, if he actually is traded or retires or whatever, because we saw the same thing with Russell Wilson and Deshaun Watson earlier this offseason, that they were unhappy and nothing's happened there. So we'll see. I would imagine that they'll work something out and make everybody happy. But it seems like a serious situation. It seems like he's not just doing this for leverage. I think there's some real issues that need to be worked out there, which if you're a Vikings fan, you're probably not complaining about that.
No, we're quite pleased. Okay, what do you think of Chicago grabbing Justin Fields?
Yeah, so last night, I mean, I was following everything on Twitter just like everybody else, and seeing in my mentions as I'm tweeting things as the picks are coming up. And once Fields got past Carolina at 8 and past Denver at 9, there are a lot of people a lot of Vikings fans who are like, all right, go get him. Like, let's go get the quarterback of the future. Give us a reason to get out of Kirk Cousins' contract soon, maybe trade him next year, whatever the case may be. And then to see him go to a division rival and have the Bears trade up, I think that had to be pretty painful for a lot of people. It was then smoothed over and salvaged by the way the Vikings were able to move back and get Darrisaw and have a really good night. But I wrote about it this morning. There's always going to be that what if Fields becomes a stud, a top 5 QB. I think the Vikings might look back and think, hey, we could have done something here, and now he's torching us twice a year.
Mm-hmm. And there's also the other story of we passed up on Mac Jones at 14. At that point, we traded down. Now, if he goes to New England and becomes the next Tom Brady, people will be going, what if, as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. But I'm a little skeptical about that. I like Mac Jones. Not somebody I would have wanted for the Vikings. I just think if you're gonna take a quarterback, it had to be a home run swing on a Trey Lance or a Justin Fields with that star upside. I think Mac Jones could be a very solid player in the league, but I don't think he has that same upside to make it worth taking a swing. If you're a team like the Vikings who doesn't need a quarterback, you have Kirk Cousins, who when he's on his game, puts up top 10 numbers and efficiency metrics and all that. So, yeah, it's we got a pick or what's going on?
No, not yet. I wanted to answer Steve. He's down under in Australia. He asked when round 2 starts. Round 2 is just starting, Steven.
As we speak, I got ESPN on in the background here. So.
They are introducing the announcers, the Hall of Fame players that'll be calling the picks.
So I'm curious, Tyler, are there any guys that you are going to be pounding the table for the Vikings tonight?
There absolutely are. So I wrote a piece that I released last week, kind of like my guys team, the 5 guys that I would absolutely pound the table for. And one of them already went, and that was Peyton Turner. And I thought that he was just like an absolute dream for Andre Patterson. The size, the length, the inside-out versatility. He sees himself as an outside linebacker. And it just he had fines for arms and everything. So he was a guy I thought would be here at like middle of day 2. I would pound the table for wide receivers, Dwayne Eskridge from Western Michigan, Tylan Wallace, Oklahoma State. I think they're guys you're probably going to be able to get anywhere between like 45 and 75. Eskridge with the track background on the Bruce Feldman's Freaks list. He benches 350 and squats 515 at 5'9", 195. And he's just got that twitch and burst in the open field that would really help impact this Vikings team. He could do a lot of short concepts, deep stuff, jet sweeps, and again, get a little creative with him. And then he can flex out outside because his play style warrants it. Kind of the same with Tylan Wallace. He isn't a hyper athlete, but he's an alpha. He's kind of like a discount Jamar Chase in the fact that he just goes up and catches every ball. Incredible body control, timing, and he worked really only on the right side in the air raid offense. So his route tree is very limited, but he shows a lot of nuance and he can do a lot of different things. And he can grow into a more complete receiver. Those are guys that would pound the table for. When you're looking at edge rushers, as he kind of alluded to earlier, Will, it's really thin. So one guy I would think about targeting with the trade up is Joseph Osai out of Texas. You could either target him as a true edge rusher, but he also played 2 years of off-ball linebacker. So you could be looking at your next Anthony Barr, and he could be like a true hybrid for you this year, do a little bit of blitzing. He is very comfortable dropping back into coverage. He's got really long arms. He's 6'4", about 255, and you could make him into your future edge rusher as well. And I think those are 3 guys that pound the table for. If you want to make a big splash, Owusu Koromoa would be the most fun chess piece Zimmer ever had on defense. Line him up in the slot, line him up as a true linebacker, that back getting and roll on base packages, and he can play a deep safety too. So those are probably the 3 guys that I would want more than anything. But there's a lot of really good players that you can find in round 2 and round 3 this year. But after that, there's a really steep drop just because of the lack of prospects in this class.
Yeah, that's why I was really kind of complimenting the trade from Rick Spielman last night. They're just, every time I'm doing these draft simulations, there's so much talent in round 2 and 3. And I just think like the second day, for all the hype the first round gets, and it's obviously a big spectacle and it's fun to see who those picks are. I think day 2 is awesome because you can get starting caliber guys right away. You can get, I mean, look at who Rick Spielman gets on
His
day
day
2.
two
Eric
picks have
Hendricks
been
and
gold.
Dalvin Cook, and last year Cameron Dantzler, Ezra Cleveland are our 2 starters. Like
Brian O'Neill.
Brian O'Neill, yeah, you go down the line. Irv Smith Jr. Like, I really think that this is where you kind of separate yourself when you're building a roster, and it's going to be fun to see. Well, one thing I will say, when you talk about the receivers, is I think getting a guy with some return ability, like an Eskridge that you were talking about, could be a good bonus. I don't know how much they'll prioritize that, but they need some sort of spark on special teams. I mean, KJ Osborne just wasn't doing it last year. Chad Beebe, Amir Abdullah, like having a weapon, which the Vikings used to have every year for a long time with Percy Harvin and Cordell Patterson. Like that was their thing. They had a great kick returner for, it was like 9 straight years or something, and just been missing that. So I believe Rondale Moore is a guy who could do some returning. Amari Rogers. There's a few others that I can't think of off the top of my head right now, but adding somebody like a Dwayne Eskridge, especially who has that capability, could be pretty exciting.
Absolutely. And one of the nice parts about this year's class, Will, is you can get, if you just want to grab a guy as a returner and then you can try and develop him as well, there are guys you can get in round 5, round 6. Jalen Darden, North Texas. Amir Smith-Marset out of Iowa. Joshua Matterbebe with the 46.5-inch vertical. He can probably do some returning.
I'm switching. I'm bringing Will back. I need to step out for a second. You 2 guys got it.
Yeah, absolutely. Sounds good.
There are just a lot of guys who can fill that role, and it'll be really interesting to see what they prioritize if and when they draft a guy.
Yeah, so one last question I got for you on the receivers is, would you be worried about a guy who's in that like bigger outside X role but isn't necessarily a great athlete or separator? Because that to me, that was kind of Laquan Treadwell's problem. Was he was known as being a physical bully at the catch point, had some yak juice, but he just couldn't separate. So like a Tylan Wallace, or like I look at like an Amon-Ra St. Brown out of USC, like those kind of bigger guys. I wonder if they would be hesitant to take somebody in that mold, and they would want somebody shifty who can get open. I don't know exactly who that would be, but like Braun from UNC I mentioned, or maybe not a day 2 guy, but Kay Johnson from South Dakota State, like guys in that. How do you look at that, and what type of player they might target at receiver?
I think you just got to look at the board and be like, who do I like the best? Because with the versatility that Adam Thielen and Justin Jefferson bring, they can play X, Y, and Z. You can put them really wherever you want. You probably want to have Jefferson playing strict outside because of how good he is on the outside. Adam Thielen is, I believe, 31. He's going to start declining athletically. You might want to push him into that slot role as like a Larry Fitzgerald type player. And if you find a true slot guy, you get that guy. I think they're in a position where they can just take the best player. I think one of the reasons I was really low on Jamar Chase, I didn't find him to be a great natural separator, and his athletic testing did not translate to the film. So I always try and look, do the traits match the skills? And for him, they kind of didn't. And when I look at a guy like Tylan Wallace, He's like 6 foot, 200 pounds, but he plays a lot bigger than that. And he's shown ability that as he continues to grow his route tree, he can naturally separate because he's got a little bit of twitch to him. So I think Dyami Brown is a fascinating one too, because I'll have to pull up how big he is because I think he's only like 6'1", but he's 6'1", 185. Like, he plays bigger than that too, and he can play like more of a true X. And you can do a lot of things where he can be your deep threat, and he needs to learn how to grow his route tree, and he needs to learn a lot of the nuances and hand techniques to try and separate using his body rather than just his speed. But depending on what the Vikings really want to do, they can go a lot of different directions, and they can be successful at it.
Yeah, and I'll just note that we are underway here. The Jaguars just took Tyson Campbell, corner out of Georgia. So Campbell and Stokes both going in like a 5-pick range or 4-pick range. That's pretty cool. Both of those guys are very talented. But we'll see. We'll see how soon they would consider going with a defensive back when it's not a 2021 need. Obviously, you can never have too many corners, and people aren't going to stay healthy necessarily. But if everybody does stay healthy, you don't have a starting role open. So how do they gauge the long-term needs versus fill in some holes that you need in 2021, which is left guard and potentially edge rusher and a couple others who know wide receiver 3. So the one name that I really love, and granted I don't watch a ton of film. I'll look up prospects from here and there, but I do a lot of reading of people I respect, like Dane Brugler from The Athletic and PFF people, and kind of looking over the scouting reports. And I think a Boogie Basham, Carlos Basham Jr. from Wake Forest would be a great fit for the Vikings with his inside-out versatility and his physical presence and the tools that are there to develop. Now, I think he could go early in the second. And you mentioned Jeremiah Usu-Koromoa earlier. There's a list of like 10 to 15 guys that I don't think the Vikings will have much chance at, just because I can't see them trading up like into the 30s or maybe into I don't even know if they'd go into the 40s, maybe the late 40s. But I think if they're going to move up into the second, it's probably like jumping up 10 to 15 picks from 66. So I don't think they have a shot at like JOK or Azeez Ojulari or a bunch of different guys like that who I think are going to go pretty quick. But then again, you never know how the board's going to play out. I didn't think Alex Leatherwood was going to go 17th last night. So we'll see it. We'll see how it unfolds and who might be there. Who do you like for the Vikings as a potential guard option they could pick up tonight, whether that's a player who played guard in college like a Wyatt Davis, or maybe converting a tackle like they did with Ezra Cleveland? Like I think Brady Christensen from BYU could be an interesting one.
Brady Christensen absolutely could be an interesting one. When I take a look at my interior offensive line rankings, Creed Humphrey is sitting at the top. I have him as a 12th ranked player in this class. I loved what he's able to do. He is 6'5", 320.
Do you think he's center only, or do you think he could play guard?
I think he absolutely could play guard.
Okay.
And he's got the size, he's got the length. He's the number one athlete per relative athletic score at the center position since 1987. And we're talking a better overall athlete than Garrett Bradbury. So, and we know how highly that the Vikings valued him. Trey Smith out of Tennessee is an interesting one too. 6'6", 330. Yeah, he can play tackle, but he's best suited for guard. He plays violent. He can play a wide zone, but he needs to work a little bit on just being more fleet of foot.
He's got the medical concerns that could be good value if you feel good about those, and he starts dropping for sure.
Yeah, and then the one major medical concern was those the lung blood clots, which he then decided to play during the pandemic, and they haven't come back up. So from our perspective, without having access to the details, it seems like they've kind of got it figured out where he should be okay.
Yeah. So there are some options. I mean, I mentioned Quinn Miners earlier. I mean, just an awesome story. The guy from Wisconsin Whitewater, who that viral picture of him at the Senior Bowl with his gut hanging out, just seems like an absolute a hilarious person, but just a stud. I mean, he came from a lower level and just held his own at the Senior Bowl from all the clips that I saw and all the reports. So I think he would be a guy you could play at left guard right away. Ben Cleveland from Georgia is an interesting one. I'm not sure how much of a scheme fit he is, but he could be interesting. And got the Jets taking Elijah Moore here, so that's a receiver who I didn't think had any chance of falling too far. Elijah Moore, and I bet Terrace Marshall, the Justin Jefferson's LSU teammate, goes off the board here pretty soon too.
Yeah. And I think it'll be interesting with the Jets and Elijah Moore because he's basically going to slide into the Jamison Crowder role. And do they move on from Crowder? That could be an interesting pickup for the Vikings if he becomes a free agent, signed to like a $2 million contract, and he's an elite level slot.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Will, you mentioned Cleveland. I would love to have Ben Cleveland, just for the mere fact that it would drive everybody crazy with
two Clevelands at guard.
Cleveland with the block. Well, which one?
I didn't even
two
think
Clevelands,
about that,
two Dalvins.
Yeah, if you had a Cleveland at left guard and a Cleveland at right guard, that would be pretty funny.
I think it'd be awesome.
and confusing.
We got Atlanta on the clock.
Yeah.
So
Atlanta will be interesting.
I was telling Tyler that I don't think the Vikings would trade up for a while. I think once we get into the 50s, the mid to late 50s is when you might start talking about that. Although, let me pull up the draft board here, because there are a few teams that don't have a lot of picks, and that's what I kind of look at when thinking who could trade out. Well, apparently Atlanta is trading those picks. I can't imagine that's to the Vikings, but
it's probably the Cowboys. That's my guess.
Hey, Muttley, what part of the
moving
UK
up from
are
44?
you from?
Yeah, they have the 3 third-round picks, and they've got 10 overall. They need a corner bad, and there's some good ones still left on the board.
Broncos it is, trading up to 35.
Oh.
Ooh.
So that's an interesting one.
This could be Jeremiah Usu-Koromoa because they need a linebacker.
That would be a steal for George Payton and the Broncos, I think. So they moved up from 40. Yeah, if they get Owusu-Koramoah here, because there was talk about them going after Micah Parsons potentially. They need a linebacker, and he's like not even a traditional linebacker, and he's more of a safety slot, do it all hybrid. That would be awesome in Vic Fangio's defense.
A Jerome Curse, only better.
Yeah,
exactly. Like, if you give JOK to Vic Fangio, that's like it seems like George Payton is subscribing to the idea that you build a team and plug in a quarterback that we've been dealing with for the last 35 years. And with what they've got, all they need is a little bit of quarterback play, and they can be a real contender because that team is really deep on offense, really deep now on defense if JOK is the pick. Like, this Denver team's going to be fun.
Pick is in.
Yeah,
and we're waiting.
Even if you end up going with Teddy Bridgewater at quarterback, like he's a guy who could be solid and take care of the football a lot better than Drew Lock for sure. So with that defense and with those weapons, I could see Teddy leading them to the playoffs. And I mean, there's the Aaron Rodgers rumors that we saw yesterday with Denver. So who knows if that's actually a semi-realistic possibility, but if that happened, that would be pretty scary. Oh wow, they went to get Javonte Williams. I don't know if you guys don't want me to spoil picks. I got the Schefter and Rappaport notifications coming on my phone, so
that's cool.
A third running back already.
Dolphins fans are gonna absolutely lose their shit because they desperately wanted one of the top 3 backs, and Miami picks at 36, and now all 3 backs are gone.
Wow. Yeah,
so it's going to be interesting to see what they do. Yep. They might as well take JOK because Flores loves those hybrid style defenders.
Yeah, I can't see him falling too much further.
One of the problems with the hybrid style defender is there's still a lot of old school thinkers in the NFL where if you don't have a true position, they'll value somebody who has a true position more than a hybrid guy, even if the hybrid guy overall is a better player.
And I wonder if there's a little bit of a ripple effect from Isaiah Simmons last year and how he kind of struggled as a rookie. He was one of the first real of those hybrid guys that we've seen in a while. And he's a different player than Owusu Koromoa. But I wonder if that lack of a true position and seeing what happened with him might scare off some people. And I think you could say it probably has, because we're at the 36th pick here and he's still on the board. And a lot of people have him as top 20, top 25 talent. So we will see.
Yeah, this beginning of the draft, day 2 is just going to be really exciting because there's just so many different moving parts. But Javonte Williams, that Denver offense is going to be fun. They're going to be able to run the ball. They've got weapons on the outside. Teddy's just got to facilitate.
The big takeaway here, though, is that this is bad news for Mike Boone, unfortunately, who probably wasn't ever going to be in a featured role in Denver, but
no.
Well.
He had that opportunity week 16 in 2019, and he wasn't able to step up.
Yeah, and then he went for like 150 the next week in a pointless game against the Bears. But yeah,
pretty much.
I've been a Mike Boone truther, but yeah, there's just too many talented running backs coming out every year.
There really is, and what's really interesting about this class is after these top 3, there's like 2 or 3 other guys that are okay, and then it's just a bunch of nothing.
Well, the whole class is small.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that there's only 670 some odd came out when there's normally 1,200 or 1,500 guys come out.
Yeah. No, and Rick Spielman talked about that last night actually in his press conference after they took Darrisaw, and just a smaller class. So like Tyler mentioned earlier, there's kind of a drop off in talent on day 3, and there's still going to be day 3 guys who turn into solid players, but having the picks that they have on day 2 here is when you can still get a really talented guy. Right. And yeah, it's interesting. It's a unique circumstance again this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting next year, and other than the Bears, I don't see a whole lot of 2022 capital changing hands for next year, because that class is going to be at a premium in comparison to this year, just because of the extra depth that it's going to have with all the seniors that returned for a year and players that opted out that wanted to go back to school, and it's going to make next year extra fun.
Yeah, and I wonder if we'll see potentially tomorrow or even later tonight, see Rick Spielman trade out of this year and get some 2022 picks, because those are going to be really valuable with how much bigger that class is going to be, and the depth that should be there just naturally from having more players. So we saw him do that a couple times last year, getting 2021 picks, but maybe he'll just push it down another year again.
Just seeing that Dolphins look like they picked Javon Holland, first safety off the board.
Ooh,
oh, wow.
I like it.
Over Trevon Merrick? He hasn't gone
over
yet,
Merrick.
Wow, okay, interesting.
I think by taking Holland, you're prioritizing a slot defender, where Merrick's not that guy. He's more of a deep safety. So it sounds like they want more of that in-the-box hybrid-style slot role.
Okay, that's a good point. So that actually brings up an interesting question, which I've seen some buzz on Twitter that the Vikings might look for a safety on day 2. Mm-hmm. And Tyler, how do you feel about potentially going after that with Xavier Woods being on a 1-year deal and Harrison Smith being 32? And then are there any guys that you really like that might be around in the 3rd?
Yeah, absolutely. There are a few guys. This safety class is really weird, Will. There's no really great guy. Merrick's probably your best one. And there's a lot of talent round 2, round 3. Our Darius Washington, Merrick's teammate out of TCU, I comped him to the Honey Badger. I don't think he has the same ceiling, but the size and play style are incredibly similar. And if he is able to reach any kind of like high ceiling, like you're talking about that kind of player. Richie Grant out of Central Florida, incredibly aggressive. He's a guy that can play in like a center field type role, one of the few guys. Andre Sisco's another one. He tore his ACL last year, and he's got a lot of ball production. But when I watched him, it felt like he was more of a ball magnet than a ball hawk, where he was just benefiting from circumstance more than actually creating plays. Tyreek Gillespie is more of an in-the-box guy from Missouri. But if you watch like the first 4 defensive plays against Alabama, he annihilated Devontae Smith over the middle, and then Jalen Waddle took a jet sweep, and he was about 15, 20 yards back, and he shot the gap and took him down in the hole. And that was one of the more impressive back-to-back play sequences I've seen. James Wiggins out of Cincinnati is probably the last one that I really like. He's a deep safety. He tore his ACL a couple years ago. But if you remember what film from like the mid-'90s where like the Michigan State running back had that back pad flapping around all the time, like he's got that aesthetic. And he's kind of got a little bit of the crop top going, and he's a really fun player. Can come downhill really well and also play coverage on the back end. Like those are the guys I really like. Hamza Nasruddin from Florida State. He's more of like an in-the-box hybrid linebacker, strong safety. He could be an option. I know one of the guys on our network, Deshaun Vaughn, really likes Hamza. I didn't get a chance to watch him very much, but I did see a lot of flashes when I did watch Florida State defense. So there are guys that you can find round 2, round 3, even into round 4 that you can develop into starting caliber players.
I'm reading Eagles have made their pick, and the Bengals have traded to the Patriots.
Yeah, and the Eagles got Landon Dickerson. So he one of the top interior offensive linemen will not be going to the Vikings, which I think we already knew wasn't happening. And if he stays healthy, that's a steal. And then I'm seeing as well that the Patriots just traded up to get Christian Barmore at 38, which could also be also a potential first round type of talent. That I mean, anytime somebody like that goes to New England, you just think, oh god, he's gonna become a menace, and we're all gonna look back like how did he fall to 38 and go to New England? So this is fun. Couple trades already.
Yeah, that Alabama pipeline is to New England is strong.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm really surprised that the Eagles prioritize Landon Dickerson, considering like their whole offensive line the last couple of years has just been devastated by injuries. But just the player itself, if there were no injury concerns, Landon Dickerson probably goes at 17 instead of Alex Leatherwood.
Yeah. Oh, you'd think so. I mean,
there were a lot of people I know and respect who were in love with Dickerson's tape.
New England's trash at drafting. Oh, that's one take.
Yeah. New England, it's never good on draft day, but it just always seems to work in the end. And there's a reason why Belichick has won, 6 Super Bowls?
Yeah, he's not bad.
Yeah, this is going really quick. I like it.
Yeah, this is flying. We were off to kind of a slow start, and now I feel like these last 3 came in like a 5-minute span.
Yeah, because of the trades,
which is kind of fun. Boom.
Well, I'll get to tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off eventually. I'm gonna stick around for a little longer, but
all right.
Gonna hop off in a little bit when the Vikings start to get in that range where they might come up and make a pick. But
sweet. Yeah, you might have to go over to the facilities and do an interview.
Yeah, we don't have any access tonight or tomorrow. They let us do it. Be there last night. But there'll be just all Zoom stuff with the players they pick, and then with Rick Spielman and Jamal Stevenson So tonight and tomorrow are all via Zoom, but yeah, we'll see, and it'll be interesting to see who kind of keeps falling here. We got some receivers still on the board, Rondell Moore, some offensive linemen. I saw Tyler, you had Sam Cosmi pretty high on your board.
I did.
You think he can be like a Brian O'Neill type of player?
I do. I liked him a lot more than most people, but I saw a lot of really good from him. But his pass sets do need a lot of work. He needs some technique. He needs a year in the weight room to really gain a lot more strength on his lower half, and he needs to be more aggressive. Because when he used this technique called like the bear hug, where he would just let the guy come into him, and he would just kind of wrap him up, and the guy couldn't get away. But he's 6'7", 314, an incredible athlete, a 9.99 RAS score. Like, he has the ability to really grow, but you need to kind of restart him from the ground up. So I think if you get him in the back end of round 2, early round 3, and you're able and willing to put in the time with him, I think you can get a Brian O'Neill.
Yeah, gotcha. Wow, we got another trade here, and the Bears are moving up again.
Ooh.
Oh, jeez.
So they move up from 20 to 11 for Justin Fields, and now they're moving up from 52 to 39. So I'll be very curious to see who this is for, because that's a lot to move up. They can't imagine they're going to have tons of picks left after this.
No.
They have 6 more picks, but 4 of those are in the 6th round.
Oh, geez.
So are they giving up their 3rd, and then are they just taking 2 guys and then wait until the 6th round? Like, I don't know.
Good question.
Interesting stuff from Ryan Pace.
That it screams that those are 2 guys that really just need to save their jobs.
Yeah,
that's what.
Yeah, they better hope Justin Fields is the guy who can save their job, but they better hope that this 2nd rounder turns out to be a heck of a player too. And maybe it's, I don't know, they don't need another linebacker. Who could it be here? I don't know.
Skull Freddy and Black Viper, we discuss Creed as being the best available guard left on the board.
Yeah.
And I'd love for the Vikings to pick him up.
Yeah, I think when you talk about who the Bears could be targeting, there's good offensive linemen still available. You do have Cosmi. Tevin Jenkins, I think, would be a really nice fit, can play inside and out. Liam Eichenberg is just a stalwart kind of left tackle. Doesn't have near the upside of some of the other guys, but I think Eichenberg has all the tools to be successful for a long time. He's just going to be a steady guy. And the Bears could really use that at a tackle position, especially with a rookie quarterback under center.
Yeah, this day 2 offensive line group is an interesting one, because there's like Jackson Carman from Clemson and Jalen Mayfield from Michigan, and a lot of guys from big schools. Aaron Banks from Notre Dame, like with some questions, but I think at least a few of those guys are going to turn out to be really good players. So we'll see. Hopefully the Vikings can get one of those to play left guard.
Yeah. Oh, and here we go. Tevin Jenkins to the Bears. That's a fantastic pick.
That makes a lot of sense. He was pretty much a consensus 1st round pick. I think on most people's boards,
close,
to get him or close, at least in that very early 2nd round range. So getting him at 39. The consensus big board compiled by Arif Hasan, he was 21st. So you get him at 30. You get him at 39. That's pretty impressive, and he's gonna hold down that, whether it's right tackle or you can move him to left tackle. Yeah. But Justin Fields and Tevin Jenkins is a pretty good 2-player haul.
Mm-hmm. I know there were some rumors today that the reason why he fell was there was like a hip thing, and then NFL teams weren't thrilled with his personality being what I read as soft, where he wasn't super mentally strong, mentally tough. So and there was some reports of not liking his body composition either. But when you watch the film, he's just violent, and he he's a bully. Like it feels to me, he was the 16th ranked player on my board. I loved Tevin Jenkins, and I feel like the Bears have so far won this draft.
I don't
bold proclamation, but considering that they got Fields at 11 and Jenkins at 39, I would struggle to disagree with you there.
Mm-hmm. And
I think the Dolphins have had a really good draft too. I would point out getting Waddle, Jalen Phillips, who's I think the best pass rusher in this draft. Obviously, there's the medical questions, and then getting Javon Holland in the second round. That's a good 3-pick start.
That's fantastic, and they pick again at 50, so they're going to be able to get another really talented player.
The Dolphins, the Jets, and the Jaguars have already made 3. They're just loaded with early draft capital.
The Jaguars have our pick I think at 45.
Yep.
And the Jets, I don't think pick again now until like 100 something, because they gave up their 2/3.
Yeah, you're right. Because they gave up the 2/3 to the Vikings, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a really fun start, and I'm still surprised that JOK is still available. If the Vikings want to really swing, move up from 66, there are some really good football players here. And I think they could probably wait 10 picks, give up a little bit less capital, and still get a really good guy.
Yeah, I agree. I would be surprised if their first pick is at 66 if they don't move up. But I will say that last year, when they took the 2 guys in the first round, Jefferson and Gladney, and then in his press conference that night, Rick Spielman said that we have the ammo to move up, because they had 58, 89, and 105 on day 2 last year, 3 picks compared to 4 this year. But that 58 was higher than any pick they have this year. And then they didn't end up moving up at all. They took Cleveland at 58. They tried to go up and get Neville Gallimore, but the Oklahoma defensive tackle, but they couldn't get a taker, and he went to the Cowboys. And they took Dantzler at 89. And I mean, it ended up working out really well that they stayed put for Cleveland and Dantzler. And then they traded out a 105 and got like 4 picks from the Saints, who came up to get a tight end. So we'll see. This could be another situation where Rick Spielman he mentioned multiple times last night, we have the ammo to move up, but will they actually do it? And it's one thing to say you want to move up, but you're not just going to move up for the sake of moving up. It has to be, the value has to be there. There has to be a player that you want.
And you have to have
a team who wants to move back. Exactly. So there's a lot of, and it just it's just a process that is forming itself as the draft plays out, and you don't know until you maybe get to a team gets to a certain spot. Okay, maybe we'll take Minnesota's call and think about moving back if the value's there. So yeah, we will see. But yeah, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah slipping into the 40s, I think probably has to be the biggest surprise. The surprise faller of the draft so far, unless you could count Fields going to 11, but where was he? He was 17th, or is 17th on the consensus board. So easily the highest player who's still available. Then you got Azeez Ojulari at 20, Trevon Merrick at 25. Those guys are all still on the board. And then after that, you have to go on to Sam Cosmi at 37. So it's those 3, Merrick, Ojulari, and Owusu-Koramoah, who I can't imagine getting too much further here. Although maybe there's some injury concerns with some of those guys.
Ojulari apparently has a degenerative issue with his leg and knee. So
yeah, that sounds pretty scary when you say the word degenerative. So
yeah, I mean that was just reports that were coming out.
Sam Bradford.
Yeah. Like a couple days ago. I don't know what exactly it is. He never had knee issues in college, so I'm very curious to see how that all plays out. But the talent for Ojulari is there. A lot of people had him as their edge 1. He was my edge 6, and I was still really high on him. I thought he was a really good player, and he's got a lot of room to grow. He was only a redshirt sophomore. He's 20 years old, but he can play football.
Yeah, and he's in that group of edge rushers that I don't think fit the Vikings mold.
Yes.
Maybe there'd be a situation where the value was too good and they took a chance on him, but they traded for Yannick Ngakoue last year, and that was a disaster. I mean, they got 6 games. They realized, hey, this guy doesn't play against the run the way we want him to. He's doesn't have that kind of mass that they have usually with their edge rushers. Mm-hmm. So then they ship him off. That's the reason why they don't have a pick coming up in 5 slots here.
Yeah.
And the Falcons get Richie Grant, so another safety going ahead of Merrick. Interesting.
Ooh.
I love Richie Grant.
Why is Merrick falling?
Yeah, that there might be some concerns there. But what I was saying is, like, I don't know if they would after the Ngakoue situation, if they would take an Ojulari or like somebody who maybe projects better rushing standing up in a 3-4 at outside linebacker. And so I would have questions about like a Joseph Osai as well. Although you mentioned they could use him in the bar role. I don't know much about how he is against the run or dropping in coverage or things like that, and just being used not as a pure edge rusher. But I think if they take an edge rusher, it's going to be a bigger guy, because they like those guys to be able to play against the run. They like to be able to move them inside on third downs in those sub packages, line them up against a guard and get after the quarterback. So that's why I think like a Carlos Basham, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but he's not that tall. They usually like tall and long.
Tall and long, that's a good point. But he's got the kind of beef to him. So
he's got the motor.
I don't know. And the motor, yep.
Yeah, he's quick off the snap, which is for a defensive end, you want a guy that flies off the snap.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting. I will give you a couple names, Will, because I know you got to go take care of your own stuff as far as covering the team. Couple Vikings targets for the kind of that edge rusher position. Rashad Weaver, he's got the size and length, and he's incredible against the run that the Vikings covet. Ade Takumbo Ogundeji from Notre Dame also has that length. Ellerson Smith, the Northern Iowa kid, also from Minneapolis. Patrick Jones. I think those are 4 guys in kind of that round 3, round 4 range that I wouldn't be surprised if they're in on. Osai has a super, super hot motor. He plays the run very well, and he can put his hand in the dirt. He's just better as a stand-up guy. So there are options.
Yeah, I like those names you just mentioned. I wrote a piece about Ellerson Smith recently. I actually kind of knew him a little bit growing up. He went to a rival high school of mine in the city of Minneapolis, and has a mutual friend. So I wrote about him, really rooting for him to succeed. He's just a freakish athlete with his length and his tools. But yeah, you mentioned the 2 Pitt guys, Weaver and Jones. I think both could be interesting. Deo Deingbo, the Vandy kind of inside out tweener DT edge rusher, I think could be interesting. Ronnie Perkins from Oklahoma is a name people have talked about. Cam Sample from Tulane. Like there's some depth. They're going to get Andre Patterson, an intriguing guy, at some point in this draft, whether it's tonight or early tomorrow.
Did you see that the Giants traded out of their 42 spot, gave it to Miami for their 50th and a 3rd round in 2022?
So Miami's going to have 4 picks in the top 42, and they're taking Liam Eichenberg. Wow.
Eichenberg, I love it. They needed a tackle. They're moving Robert Hunt inside to guard. That's perfect. Eichenberg, they run a man gap power scheme. Eichenberg can move vertically fantastic. He's not going to have to do much laterally. That's a win for Miami.
Miami's doing well.
Yeah.
Did I miss one at who was the pick at 41? It was Richie Grant,
Levi
40.
Levi Onwuzurike, the defensive tackle, Washington. I wanted Onwuzurike to make a fall.
To the Lions.
Yeah. Okay. He's good. He played about 40% of his positions snaps out of position at one tech, because they run this weird 3-2-6 scheme in Washington where they basically drop 8 every play. So if you put him actually at 3 tech where he's suited for and only play him there, he's got a chance to be really, really good.
Yeah, some people had him over Barmore as the best defensive tackle in a very weak defensive tackle class. So That's a good pick for Detroit. But yeah, wow, Miami getting a stud receiver in Jalen Waddle, a stud edge rusher in Jalen Phillips, like a hybrid safety in Javon Holland, and then now a tackle who's really solid in Liam Eichenberg. I think they're winning this draft so far. As much as you can win a draft without getting a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're basically setting themselves up to compete in the AFC East with Buffalo.
Absolutely, and I think Brian Flores is a great coach.
Mm-hmm.
That if Tua can take a leap in year 2, which I don't know, I want to see it happen. It's possible. There were some concerning things last year for me with him, but we'll see. And the Niners just traded 43 to the Raiders.
Okay.
So we're getting all kinds of deals here.
Maybe this could be the JOK spot. And ESPN just announced 41
for the Raiders. Yeah.
ESPN just announced the Lions
pick. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm thinking that. So Twitter is like 2 picks ahead right now. So the Raiders coming up to 43, or did they trade out of 43?
San Francisco traded the pick to the Raiders.
Yeah, so that could be the Owusu-Koramoah spot.
Mm-hmm.
I could see Mayock and Gruden going with another defender, or not another defender. They took Alex Leatherwood, but taking a defender and one with the ceiling of Owusu-Koramoah.
That would salvage anybody who was super upset about the Leatherwood pick to get JOK at 43 instead of like where they probably should have taken him at 17. Like this is a big one.
You could just basically say, hey, we took Owusu-Koramoah at 17 and Leatherwood at 43. How would you feel about it? Like,
and everybody would be happy.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, exactly. It's just in the reverse order. So
if that is,
I mean, you could still be mad and say, hey, you could have gotten somebody better at 17 and still gotten Owusu-Koramoah later, but maybe Leatherwood will turn out to be good. Who knows?
Yeah, I think it's going to be fine.
Yeah,
he's just going to be asked to move vertically instead of laterally, and that's where he succeeds the best. So he's probably in the best situation for him.
Yeah, I am. I think I'm going to hop off here as we get into the range where the Vikings could conceivably move up.
All right.
But this has been a lot of fun talking draft with you guys. Thanks for having me on.
It's been great having you on, Will. And we have Arif Hasan tomorrow, and you talked about his big chart.
His big board. Yeah.
Have you ever talked to him how he makes that?
Yeah, he just compiles a ton of draft boards. I was talking to him last night, not about the big board, but he's a really good guy. Knows, great writer.
He is.
So that'll be fun. That'll be fun to have him on. And
he could do his 25,000 word exposés that are awesome.
Oh, absolutely.
But he has literally made Microsoft cry by breaking Excel numerous times doing that composite big board. It's awesome.
Yeah.
He's a great guy. Well, cool beans. Thanks for coming on, Will. You are always welcome to come on Climbing the Pocket Network shows. We love having you. You have some great insight, and good luck establishing SI in Minnesota and growing your brand, brother.
Yeah, it's fun talking football. And before I go, I will just point out that the Raiders took Merrick, not Owusu-Koramoah. So that's
okay.
But
so they got.
I could stay here all night with you guys and talk, but I'm gonna hop off, grab something to eat real quick, and enjoy the rest of your stream tonight, guys.
Much appreciated, Will. Thank you very much.
All right.
See ya.
Talk to you later.
Take care.
And all right. We're back to just the two of us.
Yes, sir. That was fantastic, getting to chat with Will and getting some of his insight and what he thinks. Like, I love getting people from outside of our little bubble, just our network and talking, because it's really cool to hear different perspectives from people who are also passionate about this.
Jim says we're way behind. Jim, if you want to pick tips, go tip picks, go ahead. I'm looking at Twitter and I'm not seeing stuff come through quite that fast.
Yeah. Ian, Morgan, JOK, here's the thing. We genuinely don't know. There is so much that we don't know as evaluators because we don't have the access to the medicals. We don't have access to interviews. That maybe Merrick and JOK interviewed really poorly. Maybe there was a medical red flag. Maybe in a background check something popped up. We just don't know. And I think that stuff will start to come out. Could just be that the NFL teams were just down on them. I talked about JOK being a hybrid type player. Sometimes you don't value those guys. It's really interesting. I genuinely don't know what's going on, but there's a lot of really good players in this draft. So somebody's going to fall. It happens every year.
Well, next we have scheduled Vikings Hot Takes with Flip Mozzie and Luke Braun of Locked On Vikings. Those guys are supposed to come and join us. I'm wondering where they are.
Well, Luke DM'd us. Apparently, he just lost power.
Oh, no.
So he's trying to figure that out. And I will say this, Jeff Kavanaugh from 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, he is a well-plugged-in person. He does a lot of draft stuff. He says JOK is medical. That's why he's falling.
Gotcha.
So
and we don't know what exactly medical can mean anything.
No, it could really mean anything, but it's likely big enough to warrant a fall.
People to fall. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Dave, I'm going to be back in just a moment. I'm going to go grab myself a drink, and I'll be back in a minute, okay?
Then I'll go to the one window. And here we go. All right. We are presently day 2. We're in the middle of round 2. I'm showing us if I bring up the right screen, commercial on ESPN. And sorry, but we track behind because we all stream. And as you all know, streaming has its advantages, but for live sports, it sort of sucks because it lags. Jim is telling us the Raiders picks in. Who did they pick, Jim? They got Morik. That's right. No. Yes, they got Morik, which I think is a good pick for them. It's top safety on our boards. Most of our boards was Morik. This dude. Not bad. Not bad at all. Good deal. Good deal. What have you guys liked so far of our broadcast? We're going to try to improve. It's obviously different from last year when it was me with Ted and Drew on Good Morning Gallahorn. They did their own thing last night, had some technical difficulties. I wish they would have gotten it through. They got their show finally up on YouTube, but they went and broadcast live on Facebook. And I wish them well. Hope they broke a leg. But this is a little bit different. This is the whole Climb in the Pocket Network gang. We're a whole conglomerate of sports writers and fans that get together and talk Minnesota Vikings. And what we want is to interact with you guys more and more often because it's about us. It's about the fans and the team we love. So by all means, you got questions, shoot us a message here live. Shoot us a DM on Twitter. Tag us direct. Go to Facebook. We have Climbing the Pocket on Facebook. You can grab us there. Hey, and I'm going to bring on the next host extraordinaire, the one and only. Let me bring up the right screen. Let me bring him in. We have
the
great Flip Mozzie.
Let's go, boys. Day 2. I see you, David. I see you, Tyler. Here we go.
Hey, we got Nick coming on, too. All right, let's switch windows. We'll go to 4. Boom. Bring back Flip. There's Flip. And now we're going to bring back the one and only, the lawyer in the group.
Oh, man.
Oh, got two.
Yeah.
Mr. Nick Olson.
There
What's
it
up,
is.
guys?
Your
to join
love
y'all.
is my drug.
Jim, I'm glad you're having fun participating. We love when you do. Yes, pre-recorded stuff gets old after a while. Live is better. You never know what happens. Dallas, 44 picks in. I wonder who they selected.
Apparently, it's Boss Man Fat. Kelvin Joseph, cornerback out of Kentucky.
Really?
Yep.
His corners are going, man. These outside corners, they keep going.
I'm really surprised they didn't take Melifonwu. I think he's a much better player than Joseph, but they both are projected perfectly to the Dan Quinn cover 3.
Gotcha. How you doing, Nick?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Good. We missed you.
Last night was fun.
You've been working contracts and legal stuff lately. Kept you off the air.
Yeah. Well, it was a fun night last night. I thought that was Spielman's best first round since 2014. I thought so. It was good times.
Mm-hmm.
That's big, saying something. Now, what do you think his second round tonight's going to be? Since we
It's
have
a good question.
picks.
I think it'll be a lot tougher for Spielman to sort of finesse this one correctly, just because the board, they have such a glaring need at defensive end. They need a guard too, but like if I'm the Vikings, you can't have Wanham or Weatherly as your starting defensive ends. They're low end backups. They're not even
Right to it.
They're not starting caliber. They're not. So I don't know. I mean, they could sign like a Ryan Kerrigan in free agency or something, but like the problem for the Vikings is like there was like 4 or 5 edge players who went in the back half of the first round. So that puts them in a tough
all went
spot.
early.
Yeah, that was that run.
Yeah. And they have the ammo to move up for a pass rusher if they want, but there's also a lot of really good other players at other positions too. So I think if they let the board fall to them, they could end up with some really good value picks in the third round. But if they want to move up for say, I don't know, like an Osai or a Basham, then I think they gotta make a competitive offer, because otherwise all the guys who can actually help very much next year are going to be off the board. So I think that's what I'm watching for tonight.
Well, as we get into it, one thing we've got to remember is the fans in the comments. Man, we're in the 70s right now. We might hit 100 when we've got Nick Olson on the line. I want to hear y'all. I want to hear you, Jim Blodsky. I want to hear you, Mr. Woosaw. You didn't miss nothing. We're just getting started. Let's get the fans in the comments how we feel about day 2 of the draft for the Minnesota Vikings.
Jags have their pick in.
Yeah, Jags just traded down, right?
Are we spoiling on this stream?
Yeah,
I don't want to spoil if we don't want to. We are?
We are.
They
spoiling.
took
Yeah, we're spoiling.
They took Walker Little.
Walker offensive tackle.
Man, outside of that first pick, I do not like the Jaguars draft at all. Like outside of Trevor Lawrence, I think they've done a poor job.
Yeah, it's crazy. They spent so much time and energy accumulating all this draft capital, and they kind of had a layup for them, and I feel like they're not exactly nailing it. So, I mean, I don't know. Walker Little, he could be. He's like a really divisive prospect. So, he could be a really good player. But this is he was 85th. He was 85th on the consensus board. So by far the lowest ranked player to go so far.
The big thing with Walker Little is he has like 100 snaps over the past 2 years. But after his freshman season in 2018, he looked like he was on his way to being a top 10 pick. So you're betting on that projection.
Hold on now. I mean, it is his first draft. Like, what made us think that he wasn't going to do a bad job of it? Because NFL
his
GMs
general
are
manager,
so developed.
His general manager built those really, really good 49ers teams in the early 2010s that made that Super Bowl run and almost made another one. It's the same GM. Yeah. Like, Urban Meyer obviously has his footprint on this, but even so, it's It just feels like a weird process.
It's a 20-year outdated GM?
No, we're 2010s.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, but even if he's 20 years, as long as he adapts, he can still be at top of the game. Just because
it's hard to adapt. We see that with Mike Zimmer all the time. So, I mean, all I'm saying is it's going to take the Jaguars a couple years. It's the Raiders 10-year contract type move with John Gruden, where he's literally allowed to, I mean, basically Trevor Lawrence is his career right now. That kid is going to decide how we feel about Urban Meyer.
Yes. Always you pick that quarterback, and it's always going to be tied to the coach.
Yeah. Now I am
Zimmer
interested.
had his, and he blew up his knee.
I mean, we're all looking for a trade up here from Minnesota, though, right?
Yes, we are. It should be coming.
Mm-hmm. Tyler, who do you think it should be for?
Right now, I just found out Jeremiah Usu-Koromo is falling because of medical. I don't know what that medical is. I was not told. If I'm moving up, I'm pounding the table for one of two guys, and they're both wide receivers. Dwayne Eskridge, Western Michigan, member of the Freaks list. At 5'9", 193, can bench 350 and squat 515. Or Tylan Wallace, Oklahoma State, and he's just an alpha. And he's got a lot of room. He can grow as a route runner. So those are the two guys I would want. I think Joseph Osai is intriguing, especially because he provides like an Anthony Barr type versatility where he is skilled as an off-ball player, but also brushing off the edge. And with the uncertainty at both edge rusher and Anthony Barr's position, I think he could do a really good job in both of those spots. Same with Ohio State's Baron Browning. So there's a lot of guys, but I think because there's a lot of guys, you figure out which one you want and you try and get the absolute best deal by giving up the least amount of capital. And I think if you wait till past 50, maybe you just give up a 4th rounder and you make 3 third-round picks.
Okay, but like, who is that guy? Like, give me one guy. Nick, what you think? If you traded up for, is there a guy for you, or are you just okay wait until the 3rd round?
I would probably wait. If I did trade up now, I mean, JOK and Ojulari are the two guys who stand out. I'm not sure I love the Ojulari fit, but
and Ojulari's got a degenerative knee issue.
That sucks.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why he's still here.
I mean, there are a few other edge rushers left. So basically, it'd be a trade up to grab one of the few edge rushers left. Or
I mean, I'd also take a receiver.
There's
a lot of receivers I like on the board, and the tackles are starting to go. The offensive linemen, and I don't know if you want.
There's
another
one guy,
Cleveland
number 12.
type guard, then you got to go. I think you got to move up soon. So,
Jackson Carman,
depending on what they want to do.
Clemson tackle just went.
Who did?
Jackson Carman.
Jackson Carman, Clemson offensive tackle, might be better suited at guard, but I think this is early for him. I wouldn't have taken him till end of round 3, but the NFL sometimes values these guys who are like 4-year starters better than I do.
I don't. Yeah, dude.
27
some Bengals pick. I don't care. Let's talk about the trade up though. Like if they trade up for a receiver, that would be a dream draft, right? That would be a dream start to the draft.
Well, it depends who the receiver is.
Well, I'll tell you who are available for receivers on my big board.
You said the Eskridge guy.
Yeah, 6 through 9. Rondale Moore and Dwayne Eskridge are 6 and 7. They both got the same grade. Tylan Wallace and Terrace Marshall Jr. Also got the same grade at 8 and 9. Dammy Brown is my wide receiver 11. I think all 5 of those guys could be really nice fits. The one thing I worry about with Rondale Moore, I don't see him as a receiver. I see him as a gadget guy because I don't think he has a lot of receiver skill sets. And he's just a guy you're going to shoot up the seam. You're going to run a lot of crosses with. I don't see him projecting to be a fantastic receiver long term. So I would steer away from him in comparison. But
you're just saying it's not a fit. So what are you looking for in a receiver, Tyler?
Well, I think he is a fit. I just don't see him as a true receiver. I see him more as a weapon, and I don't think we would maximize him. And he is also 5'7", so he's limited as far as actually doing true receiver things.
It would be kind of fun to see Clint Kubiak just get like a random little 5'7" offensive weapon though. Like who knows what he would do with that?
Yeah, but one of the other issues with Rondale Moore, he's got injury history, long injury history.
Yeah.
So if he was able to come out after his freshman year, he would have been a top 15 pick because his game against Ohio State his freshman year, like Ohio State's great secondary with like multiple first and second round picks. He just made them look like peewee kids. It was hilarious.
Yeah. Nick, Jim Bojonski. God, I cannot say that name.
Hey, what's up, Luke?
Oh man, Luke Braun.
My power has gone out, so I'm
in the dark.
You're just living in California with no power.
Yeah, they're replacing a pole down the street, I guess. So this is going to be my debut of the draft. So I probably can't stay on.
Good to see you, Luke.
I said hi.
No, absolutely. Glad you were able to make it.
We're so happy you came in, man. I know you liked that first round pick. You know, I listened to the show today, so it's good to see you. It's good to have you on.
Yeah, I liked the trade down a lot. I could say I love the trade down and I like the pick, but I don't love the pick.
Right. Yeah. No, you summed it up well. And all the fans, if you haven't heard Luke's podcast today, I thought it was just a great summary of how we feel about the Darrisaw pick. So
thank you.
So thank you for that, Luke. And thanks for stopping in.
Yeah. You guys are going to have to help me out. If they trade up, I won't have a way to know because the only thing I have access to is my phone, which I'm on right
now. Hey,
what percent you got left on the phone?
Oh God, I don't have. It's not displayed, but it's. I'm doing okay. I'm fully charged, pretty much, and I only have to last hours, but it's going to be most of day 2.
Wyatt Davis. What do we think of Wyatt Davis?
Oh, I would have loved him.
Yeah, average player. Like I think he's not great at anything, but he's also really not bad at anything either. He's just going to be a guy you plug in there, and he's just going to give you
not
solid
bad
reps.
at anything. That's such a massive upgrade for us.
Yeah,
it is.
The only real negative to his game, I think he's not the most fleet of foot. At least when I was watching him, he ended up on the ground a lot just with overextending. But he's a really good player. The 2019 film was the reason why he was getting first round hype. 2020 kind of took a little bit of a step back, but he really has no true massive weakness to his game, which is what you're going to see with a lot of players at this range. And I think it's a guy that's just you're going to be able to plug him in if you're the Chargers, and he's just going to be able to be a solid blocker for Justin Herbert.
Chargers took Asante Samuel.
Oh, never mind. They took Asante Samuel.
Yeah. So Nick, I do, one of my favorite tweets of yours this weekend is you did a worst case scenario, realistic best case scenario, actual best case scenario, and trading down and grabbing Darrisaw was in the actual best case scenario for you. So tell me, what do you think about the pick and the trade down?
I mean, I love the value they got was like an overpay by the old Jimmy Johnson chart, which is the extremely outdated, doesn't take into account how valuable later round picks are, like greatly overestimates how valuable early first round picks, which means that the Rich Hill chart, the Fitzgerald Spielberger chart, all the other chart, like the PFF war, that means they all loved it even more. Like this would have been a tricky trade to get done in like a mock sim simulator. So the value is fantastic. I really like that. I liked any of the Pay or Jalen Phillips or Darrisaw. I thought they were all. I mean, just the value of getting a good starter at a premium position like a pass rusher or a left tackle. That's awesome. So I thought the value was great. I thought Spielman is really just another masterclass. I mean, Spielman has his faults, but like. I don't think it's really disputable. Nobody plays the board as well as Rick Spielman does in the NFL on draft night. Like he's so good at like moving around, trading down, picking up value, but still like trading up on the rare occasions when somebody like Dalvin Cook or Harrison Smith or Teddy Bridgewater falls. So he's just so good at that. And I think last night was like one of his finest first nights of the draft since 2014 is what I was saying earlier, just because, there's a little bit of luck involved too, because I kind of was a little worried that maybe Darrisaw would go one pick earlier or pay. I was worried would Pay and Phillips last, and neither of them did, but they did get the last guy. So, but it's exciting. And for everybody who's like, they cut Riley Reeve, they are ignoring the offensive line. I think it must have been very satisfying to see them get this is like, he was somebody rated 14th on the consensus board. So phenomenal value. Mm-hmm. And I got a guy who I think can not only start at left tackle, but has potential to be like a Pro Bowler down the line. I mean, Minnesota hasn't done the best job developing offensive linemen. So let's not overpromise, I guess. But like to get a starter like that at left tackle, I thought that was great.
Yeah, that's awesome. Go ahead.
The way the board is falling right now, too, there's a little sense of relief. Be stuck there at 14 and taken like Jalen Phillips or whatever edge rusher you want. Mm-hmm. They would have gotten owned on offensive line because the 30s were just this huge run of offensive line. And basically, at this point, there's nobody left on the field that I think can start day one at all. I think the only one people would argue about is Sam Cosmi, who I don't think should start day one, but some people would disagree with me.
At tackle or
otherwise,
guard?
Just got eviscerated.
Tackle.
This was an amazing draft. The balance of top tier tackles to that next tier, like the positional value debate. Just I feel every GM had to go through that this year. Do you try to get one of the top 3 offensive tackles? I mean, I would actually say probably top 4. I'd put Tevin Jenkins in that group. But really, after that, for a team that needed a left tackle as much as we did, we just have to at one point just say Rick is good at this. Rick is good at this. He can nail drafts.
He's good at this.
I do have some news on Owusu Koromoa. Matt Miller at NFL Draft Scout on Twitter reached out to some scouts, and here's what they said why he's still on the board. Scheme fit is really hard. No linebacker coaches at his pro day. He's 214 pounds, mental lapses and not fast, and tape is fun but doesn't translate. To me, that's just what kind of player he is. Like the mental lapses, I can understand maybe a little bit, but not fast. Like it feels like this is just some old school thinking. Like these individuals don't know how they would deploy him on the football field, and it feels like it's relatively easy to utilize him.
Well, that sounds like a nice toy for Mike Zimmer.
I would love Zimmer to get JOK. If he ends up available at 50, I would pound the table.
As we see from
We're 2 picks away from
fans,
that.
San Francisco chose Aaron Banks at guard.
As we are getting close.
Good player.
Wait, who did?
Try to do my line here, so I have to head out. But hey, thanks for hanging out, everybody.
Hey, thanks, Luke.
Hey, thanks a lot, Luke.
Thanks for popping in.
We'll
it was really good
seeing you,
tomorrow
morning.
Yeah,
SKOL
Vikes.
See ya.
Take care, man.
Man, Aaron Banks, I thought he would last till like the 4th round. He's a good player. I liked him. He was somebody I wanted to pick up in the 4th round, but like, man, that's especially I don't know. I guess I'm a little shocked. I mean, those Notre Dame guys are all good, but
yeah.
Y'all in the comments, I mean, pour one out for our man Luke trying to watch the draft with no power.
In a power outage.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. Pray for Luke.
Luckily, it's just changing a power pole.
So, Dave, now we do have the Viking hot takes questions.
Yes, we do.
So we could. Do you want to give Tyler one, give Nick one, and I'll alternate asking y'all the VHT questions if you don't mind.
Sure.
Yeah, let's do it.
Hold on 1 second. I just hit the bottom right-hand corner and put my screen this way.
All right. Tyler, do you want to go first or second?
I got to move him real quick. Hold on.
I can go first once Dave's ready.
I'm not ready. Hold on.
Okay.
I got to move him. I got to remember what scene I stuck him in.
You're gonna play the entire intro song?
No. No. Give me a second. Here they are. I will move them. Boom, boom, boom. Da, 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 da. We can play some music, though. Should be playing the intro song while I do this. Boom, boom, boom. All right.
Boom.
All right.
And
Cardinals are taking Rondale Moore.
ooh.
Okay.
Love that. Can't get enough.
Okay.
Can't get enough of those receivers.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Are we ready to start Vikings hot takes?
Oh,
We'll do
wow.
Flip and Dave versus Nick and Tyler.
Doing the four-way. This is brand new. This is the first time we're doing the four-way on Viking Hot Takes, the fast-moving Minnesota Vikings talk show.
Oh.
We've got Tyler Forness, our draft expert. We've got Nick Olson from Vikings territory. And hey, you got to remember the Pocket Protectors podcast. We've got Nick. Dave, our lovely producer.
Yep.
And hey, it's me, Flip Mozzie. So if y'all are ready, Dave, will you put 20 minutes?
Hold on, I got to switch screens again. Just a minute. Let me bring the timer over.
Rondale Moore, I do like him. I mean, I realize it's a high-risk pick, but I do like the player.
I would have liked him on the Vikings just because. Hey, go for it.
I was just going to say, I think it's a perfect situation for where he's walking into in Arizona, because they're not going to ask him to do a lot of the things that he's not good at, and they're going to put him in situations to win and be successful. I think he couldn't have found a better landing spot.
Well, he's got confetti at the party.
Yeah,
Let's
Kingsbury.
go. That's a draft
Kingsbury,
party.
Kingsbury really likes making use of those like short, quick hitters to the receivers, whether it's screens or whatever. So we'll be. I mean, I remember watching that from Mason Cole, how how often the ball was just so quickly out of Kyler's hands there. So I feel like a lot of scheme Diak there. Doesn't have to step in and contribute immediately. Has a guy who can scheme for him and take advantage of his speed. I would have liked him on the Vikings, but honestly, like Rondale Moore on the field, if that's your wide receiver 3, it probably tips away a little bit that you're maybe not running the ball, and that's something that like the Vikings will not want to do. So that's why they like Justin Jefferson, is he's good enough to like take on safeties and maybe even some linebackers sometimes in the run game. Dream probably would never have worked out, but I like the fit there.
All right, let's start.
Yeah. Wow. Viking Hot Takes, Episode 9.
Put the clock on. Here we go.
Dave.
3.
Oh, Tyler, here we go. So we wrote these questions before the actual draft happened. So some of them are going to be wacky. We're just going to go easy, though. On a scale of 1 to 10, how surprised are you by the Vikings draft so far?
I'm going to go 7. I'm honestly surprised that they were able to trade back, get the kind of capital that they did, and still get a player that they were probably going to get anyway at 14. Even though it's Rick Spielman and it feels like he does this every year, with how uncertain things were this year, especially with the depth of that tackle class, I was really impressed by the ability to be able to maneuver that way, make it work, make it happen. And now 4 third-round picks, I think is an ideal scenario for this team on day 2.
All right. A 7. That's pretty good. I think I'd agree. Not really surprising that they went offensive tackle. I do think, just like you think about this entire free agent period, like there was a point where Riley Reif was cut, Rashad Hill wasn't on the team. They basically had 3 offensive linemen on the entire team. And they tried to get it in free agency, couldn't do it. Tried to do it in the draft, trading up for Sewell and Slater, and couldn't do it. So the balls they must have had, knowing that Darrisaw was going to be there at 23. Just the amazing foresight he had to trade down and still get his guy. That's pretty wild, because we needed that offensive tackle.
All right, Nick, you ask Luke's first question.
Okay.
Do I think Darrisaw will start day 1?
That's the question. Ask that a Flip.
Yeah. Yep. No, ask it to Dave.
Dave, do you think Darrisaw starting day one?
Absolutely. You don't draft an offensive tackle that high and not start him. It's that simple. He's going to start.
What, you don't think Rashad Hill's going to give him a run for his money?
No, Darrisaw is your starter from day one. Rashad Hill's your swing tackle. The question is, who's going to be starting at left guard?
Yeah. Oh, he's ready to move on. He's ready to move on. Nick agrees. All right, Dave, you ask Nick this question.
Even if he's bad, he's still going to start because there are no other options.
Right, and that's a prerogative of the GM and the coach. You draft a first
Y'all don't think Rashad Hill can fight him off in training camp?
No. All right,
like he did with Brian O'Neill? No.
Here,
no faith in Rashad Hill.
Here's to you guys. PFR list Cameron Dantzler's weight is a puny little skinny 188. What do you think he weighs now that he's had an off season?
193.
He gained a whole 5 pounds. I could do that in a weekend.
I think one thing to think about, and we talked about it a lot in the draft discourse with Devontae Smith, some people have a lot of difficulty putting weight on. And considering what Cam Dantzler is, when you want to put on good weight, it can be incredibly difficult. Then you want to still keep your speed and your twitch and all your agility and stuff. So it's got to be really good weight. So I would not be surprised if it's only like 3 to 5 pounds. And we're probably going to look at a guy who's never going to be super successful over 200.
Yeah, wow. I mean, I just know I weigh $175 and I cannot put on a single pound. So I agree with Tyler there. The pain is real.
Now, when I was playing ball, my coach had me eat 5 full meals a day plus snack and drink beer. It was his prescription to try to maintain my weight. But that was back in the day. Since I hit about 35, that metabolism went, whoa. And like I said, now I can do it in a weekend if I put my mind to it.
That's Vikings hot takes right there, man. Sharing weight gain journeys
yep.
on Viking hot takes. All right.
Tyler asked a question.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Who are we rooting to fall down the board now?
Okay. I'll give you 2 names instead of I'm not just going to list out people. I'm just going to give you 2 specific names. I know nothing about these guys really, but I hear great things about Carlos Basham, and I don't think he'll be on the board much longer. He'll probably required a trade up right now. I'm talking about Rick Spielman. Come on. But just like with the bounty of picks they have, if Mike Zimmer wants to get just a high upside edge right now to complete his defense, they should do that in a heartbeat.
Giants just made their pick. It's Ojulari.
Ojulari's off. And okay, next name. We ain't about that Sean Mannion life anymore. I mean, come on. Like, we're not doing that in 2021. We're praying for all these quarterbacks to fall. And I mean, what I want is that mobility and just give me that experience with the kid down in College Station, Texas. Kellen Mond, like 1,500 dropbacks in a pro style offense. Basham and Kellen Mond. Those are my 2 guys that I'm hoping they fall.
I'm just reading where Washington took Cosme.
It's a good pick for Washington.
Yeah, a couple good picks in a row.
What y'all think about?
Yep, wrong one.
What y'all think about that take?
I mean, I like him. Super athlete. I don't know. I thought he might be a target for the Vikings around here.
Yeah, I love Cosme. I thought he was like a Brian O'Neill clone, except more athletic.
Well, so much for Washington. I'm now reading Rappaport that Washington traded 51 to the Browns.
To the Browns?
Oh, the pick is in.
I imagine this is Terrace Marshall. My goodness.
Wide receiver, LSU.
I kind of wanted him on the Vikings. I don't know. We'll see what it is.
All right, Flip, ask this question.
All right. Tyler or Nick, what's next for Rick? A trade up or a trade down?
Well, he's got 4 third-round picks. And
we wrote these questions before the draft when they only had 2 third-round picks. So now we got 4. But still, the question remains the same. What's next? Trade up or trade down?
When you can get a Daniil Hunter or a Cam Dantzler in the 3rd round, are we really sure that 4 is enough? I'm just saying.
Rappaport corrects his tweet. Washington did pick Cosme and did not trade.
Okay.
Good pick.
You know, I agree, Nick. I mean, we've seen them do that Madison thing before where they just trade down like 3 times and just.
They traded down before they picked Hunter too, which is kind of crazy to think about. Like, imagine trading down with someone as good as Hunter's on the board. But it wouldn't be a total. But yeah, they're trading up.
I kind of like how they have a bunch of these 3rd and 4th round picks instead of like the 6th and 7th round picks. I think they did that on purpose, and I really like just the way they're going to control the middle rounds of this draft right now.
Yeah.
But
Carolina
I did think they would have traded up by now.
Yes, Browns just moved up. All right. You guys Nick asked this question.
The Vikings pick 4 times in the 3rd and 3 times in the 4th. Are we happy?
We were just talking about this.
I would say I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I would be happy with that. I don't think they need to trade into the 2nd round. I like how the board is falling. I think there's a lot of good players that'll be available who will be able to make an impact next year and during their rookie contract. So I wouldn't hate it. I know everybody's expecting a trade, but
I would have disagreed with you 20 picks ago, but the fact that we're this far into the 3rd round, I can't disagree with that take. Oh no, this far in the 2nd round, I can't disagree with that take. What you think, Dave?
It's close. I would love to have Creed Humphreys, but is he going to drop? What, we're 52 right now. 12 more picks, 13, 14. That's all we got to go. So. I mean, you could swap, take a 3rd and move up, and then trade it with like a 4th at this point.
Yeah. So, let me give you the details on this trade. The Browns traded their 2nd and their 3rd to come up here for 52 and a 4th rounder, and the Browns are taking JOK.
Okay,
they're taking the gamble.
That's a massive win for the Browns if the health stays.
That is Andrew Berry doing his thing.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. Go Stefanski.
Yeah. That's a good move.
It's a little surprising. They're so like analytics heavy. They're like one of the few teams I would not expect to trade up. But when someone like JOK is on the board, you can't really blame them.
No.
Flip, I think that was the fastest 20 minutes ever.
That was fast. That was fast. I mean, I guess next time when there's 4-way, we'll just have to do a little bit more back and forth. We still have 9 minutes to ask each other random ass questions about the Vikings in the draft. So, Tyler or Nick, if you want to think of any, we would have to answer.
What would your A+ day 2 look like? That's my question.
Dave, go for it.
I would like Creed
A+ day 2.
Now, that is I think for value at where you're getting him right now. Now, my only misgivings is that you'll have 2 starting rookies on the left side, but I think value-wise, that is outstanding. Most of the edges are gone. Okay. That was the other big need. Everything else on top of this is basically gravy, even if it is a wide receiver 3 or safety 3 or a linebacker 3. It's all in that 3 range. So Creed Humphrey.
Yeah.
Creed Humphreys right now is number 1.
Well, I think the conversation has to start with how many picks do you want them to make today? What's the right number of picks? Because sure, they could like snap and get Creed Humphrey right now if you want 2 picks today. I think the right number of picks today is actually something more like, I would say 4. If they could just come in this third round and nab four third rounders and still have, the fourth and fifth and the 6th rounder that they've got, I really like that move. You can literally just let's pick some names off the board, like 4 of them, not just 2, is what I'd say. An A+ if they do that, because I trust, just the variance that 2 of those guys would hit. I would like that.
Love it.
And the higher you pick, the higher rounds, the better chance of hitting you have.
Right.
Statistically. Right, Nick?
Yeah.
It's that whole...
That's true.
Yeah. I'll say this, that if they ended up getting Creed Humphrey, he's the 12th player on my board. It'd be an absolute steal at this point.
Well, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
How would Humphrey be a guard? You trust him to hold up against 3 techs?
He's 6'5", 320. He can hold up. He's got the strength. He has elite athleticism. So he's going to provide a little bit of everything, because he's got the athleticism that they crave as far as their metrics. He's going to fit what Zimmer said yesterday in the press conference, add more size. He's got a quality anchor, and he's just going to be able to move people. So when you combine all of those things, I think it translates into a fantastic prospect on the interior. And the value as far as where he was on my big board is phenomenal. And obviously everybody knows that guards don't matter, but at this point, it's the value's right where it should be for a guard. 2nd, 3rd, 4th round, you can get top level guards at this range, and I think this would be worthy of a trade up.
Mm-hmm. And then
well, we say guards don't matter, but like right now, if we're going from Dakota Dozier, like offensive line is a weak link system. It only takes one Drew Samia to spoil the bunch. So, but if we go from Drew Samia or Dakota Dozier, Mason Cole starting to Basham just went.
No. Sorry. Basham is the number 2 player on Brugler's board, and Creed Humphrey is the number 4 player, best available. So we're talking 2 prime.
Yeah.
Prime
I would
guys.
love either of those
But
guys.
if you got Humphreys there,
but man, just imagining a line of Darrisaw, Humphrey, Bradbury, Cleveland, O'Neal, that would be going from like a big weakness to a pretty potentially very good offensive line.
right?
So that would
And
be
all
exciting.
4 of your outside, your guards and your tackles were tackles, right? And it goes to that I want to get bigger and I want more power type of scheme that Mike Zimmer alluded to, and I think that would work. And we're already talking about doing it on the defense with the double nose guard.
Wow, they're comparing this guy to Harrison Smith. Wow, Koromoa. We could also get like a Terrence Marshall right now.
I like Terrence Marshall.
What's up? What's up, man? Welcome to Viking Hot Takes. We got 4 minutes left on the clock. Matt, if you got a question, put it in the comments. Let's see. You know what? Tyler's going to take this one. If any of y'all got questions, we'll keep it going here.
Bring it on.
Titans pick is in. Do we know who it is?
I haven't got
do. It's
Dylan Radens.
It's Dylan Radens.
Radens.
It's Radens?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Radens, NDSU.
NDSU's been producing some decent players for that Division III school or whatever it is.
I would have liked him on the Vikings.
Yeah,
he's another guy who fits that kind of Brian O'Neill, Ezra Cleveland mold.
Mm-hmm.
What do we feel? What do we think about the 49ers going with Trey Lance at the number 3 pick? With that,
it was the right choice.
With that tight decision just between Lance and Fields, like, what do you think it is? What do you think it was about Lance that made him the guy?
I think the way he commands the line of scrimmage, and he's able to call out protections, and he's able to really read the defense, run through his progressions, and he only has 17 starts at the college level, and for only full season, he had 1 turnover. The first quarter of his first ever game, which was at Target Field, he had a fumble, lost. He didn't throw an interception that whole year, went 16-0, won a national championship. And the one really nice part about Lance, he has a sky-high ceiling that hasn't been reached yet. And I think Fields is more ready now, but I think Lance is a higher ceiling. And somebody I really respect, Bleacher Report's Connor Rogers, he said that if Lance had a full season, he would have been able to at least compete with Trevor Lawrence for the first overall pick. That's the kind of ceiling that he has. I don't think he would have gotten there, and neither does Connor. But he would have been in a conversation to go number 1, and it wouldn't have been so clear-cut. Like, Trey Lance is that guy, and he throws a beautiful ball. He throws very well to all 3 levels of the field. He can make every throw with confidence and with good arm strength and accuracy. I think in that wide zone scheme, it's going to help him as he develops early, and then he's going to be able to take it next level like Aaron Rodgers has in Green Bay.
That's some
pick is in.
Tyler throwing the heat down with the take. Woo! I love it.
Viking
Talk
Tom.
about hot takes.
Tom was right. The next 5 teams, actually 6, could use an O-line. So if we're going for
Tom,
Creed,
everyone's saying trade up. Everyone's saying trade up. Question for Nick. Which of these, we're talking about pure fun factor here, which of these QBs is going to be the most fun to watch in 2021?
Oh, man, if you can set your fandom aside, I think it'll be Justin Fields, just because I'm really excited to see. He's so – it's such a fun combination between him and Nagy, and Nagy does so many creative things, and I really think he'll take full advantage of the athleticism there. I think Trey Lance is really close, too, because I'm really excited to see Kyle Shanahan break out the RG3 zone read playbook, too. So that'll be really fun. I think, man, it's crazy because they're all crazy athletes. I mean, other than Mac Jones, but the 4 who went, they're all like crazy athletes. They're all a lot of fun. I just think Nagy's a really creative play caller, and he knows how to scheme things open and how to take advantage of his quarterback's athleticism. So I think if you don't want to watch the Bears succeeding, my vote is Trey Lance. And if you are fandom agnostic, I think it'll be a lot of fun to see Justin Fields what Nagy cooks up for him.
I think the worst one, I mean, the least fun one will probably be Trevor Lawrence, and he's like an 8 out of 10 on the fun scale. Like, all of these guys are going to be really fun. My personal pick is Trey Lance, just with Shanahan getting his first freaking toy, handpicked draft pick.
And there we go.
And that is it.
Viking hot takes.
Well, I hope y'all had a good time on Viking hot takes.
Yeah.
We spread it out this time, got multiple people involved. But hey, we do it for you, the fans in the comments. Honestly, I'm a little disappointed that we did not see a Vikings trade up during that show.
So am I.
I think y'all and the fans deserve that, but hey, we'll just have to do it next time.
Well, I'm seeing Pittsburgh's on the clock, but not seeing a pick yet.
I'll be honest, I'm surprised the Colts are picking.
Boom.
All right, and
if the Vikings wanted to move up, they're only like, 10, 12 picks away or something?
It's not going to cost much.
You're giving up a 4th rounder at this point instead of 2/3.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind giving up like a 4th rounder if that's what we need to get Basham or Humphrey or whoever, or even Terrace Marshall. I would love to reunite the 2 LSU boys.
It means that they love how the board is falling. That's it. That's all it means, and that's ultimately a good thing.
Yeah, very true. I mean, Spielman will only trade up when like there's only one dude left, and he's got to get him.
Yeah, and
it's like amazing.
When I look at my board, there are a lot of really good players that I have highly valued. The highest being Dwayne Eskridge at 30, and then I have 31, 33, 35, 37, 38. Like. Yeah, there's a lot of really good players here, and it might be smart to just make 4 third-round picks. Like going into today, if you would have told me that, I would probably have been disappointed. But
I
like it.
It seems like there's less consensus this year for sure. There's far less consensus. And I think that's a result of what we've been through.
Yeah.
No combine.
No combine. The short seasons. Some played, some didn't.
But it's meant for a more exciting draft. So
absolutely,
you got to hand it to them. Great product, NFL. All right, that's it for me, y'all.
You're out.
I hope you'll. Yep. It's
Can you host for the next 5 minutes?
I can host for the next 5 minutes.
Cool.
There you go.
I've got to take a break real quick.
Whoa.
And
the Colts took Deo Odeyingbo.
I feel like Nick could host.
Hold it. Here, let me bring on Nick. Switch cameras.
There's hosting entail. I don't even know what I'm getting myself into.
With I've stayed away, you gotta mention any of the remarks and talk about who's picked and talk about whatever you like. I will be back in about 5+ minutes.
Dangbo.
Okay.
Where even was Dangbo on the consensus board? He is 109.
So here's
and
the thing
they're going
big
in the first round.
he tore his Achilles a week before the Senior Bowl. Before that, he would have been a top 50 player.
Yeah, this is come on, this is Vanderbilt Commodores. We got this guy. We can wreck with Deo.
He is really good. He's fun.
Oh man, if you told me the Colts were going another edge player, my first reaction would be again, like they just took pay. My second would be, oh man, there goes Basham. But yeah, I like it.
They're transforming themselves into the Super Bowl Eagles in one off season.
Oh man, I'm actually really surprised how well the board has fallen.
Look at Mark Larson with this comment. Mark's got it. No one needs to host. Vikings aren't picking again until 2034. Classic Rick Spielman will not be bothered with a trade up.
All right, I'll be back in just a moment, guys. I'm going to grab a beer.
The analytic in him is just too strong.
All right, Flip, me and you. So who if they traded up now, who would you take? You personally?
Yeah, like I said, Carlos Basham, easy pick for me. Just gives him his last
defensive end with the name Basham. I mean, how can you not like that?
I hear great things about the kid, and just the idea of just a quarterback right now to really spice up this draft. To really spice it up, just give me that Kellen Mond kid, man. Let's give me that just an A&M experienced pro style quarterback. So
I'll say this: I'm all the way out on Kellen Mond.
I know some people are. That's the point of a third round quarterback.
Well, my big argument isn't that he doesn't have traits, that he doesn't have flashes of really good play and pro style offense. He has a 46-game sample size of massive inconsistency, and that's scary to me.
Experience always pays off. I'm not gonna say it's gonna turn him into a star, but there's a chance that he is able to pick up the pro game quicker because of that experience. And it's not a play him right away, but just see if it clicks. That's all it is. See if it clicks.
Like, if it's the last 4th round pick and we make all 4, I'll live with it, and it'll be fine in a vacuum. But I would rather go Davis Mills or Kyle Trask.
Okay, it's the point is not like a specific guy. It's not the guy. It's the idea of the player.
Oh no, I understand where you're coming from, Flip. The idea is fantastic, and we are in 100% agreement.
So tell me about Davis Mills.
Davis Mills was the number 1 rated pocket passer coming out of high school in 2018. He only has 11 starts, 14 games played. Did tear his ACL, but what he does is he's a great thrower. Has good arm strength, not great. Has excellent accuracy. He's more mobile than he's given credit for. But his big issue is he doesn't have a lot of in-game reps, and he is not the best decision maker. So he needs to work on his decision making, and honestly, that'll come with time as he continues to get reps on the field, which I really was hoping that he would stay in school one more year and take advantage of that, because I think that could have made a really big difference for him. But I think with the limited sample size you have and the flashes that he's shown, I would rather take a chance on that over a bigger sample size in Kellen Mond. But I think the argument of taking a guy here is good, and I think we should.
All right, I like that. In the comments, let us know if it were Trask, Mond, or Mills, who would you pick right now? If you wanted the next quarterback off the board, let us know.
Is none of the above an option?
You just don't think it's worth it?
I mean, I don't know. All these guys seem like backup caliber guys to me, and don't get me wrong, I like the value of a quarterback, and the Vikings need an upgrade at backup quarterback. So I wouldn't hate it, but at the same time, I don't know. They have pressing needs. There are some other guys who maybe are not immediate needs, but could fill, like Jabril Cox filling, the hole at linebacker once Barr leaves or something like that. So there are other guys who I would probably pick first. And I feel like a quarterback is, you either see him as a chance to become the guy, or you see him as a backup. So I feel like it's kind of weird to take a quarterback in this range because it's too high for a backup, and it's probably too late for somebody who you think has a real shot at developing into the guy. So I don't know.
Yeah, I understand that take. You're kind of agreeing with Tyler there, late fourth. So my question is, do you think we have a competent backup on the team right now? Because we could.
Probably not.
No. Okay.
I mean, I don't even know who it would be. Sean Mannion isn't back, right? So it's I don't even know who it is at this point.
Yeah,
the Iowa State kid we took last year, or
Nate Stanley and Jake Browning.
Yeah. Do you want to take a quarterback this year?
I mean, I would have liked one of the. I would have liked trading up for Justin Fields, but right now, I don't know.
Okay, but if we don't have a competent, where does a competent backup come from in this draft? What round?
I guess third or fourth round.
Right, and that's exactly where we're headed. So,
yeah,
we're on the same page.
I guess I'm not going to complain, especially when we got three other third rounders to work with.
Hey, I will say the Seahawks are finally on the clock, and I'm excited to see who they overdraft by 2 rounds.
This is their first pick in the draft?
Yeah, because they made the Jamal Adams trade, so they don't have a first or a third. They have a 2, a 4, and a 7, I believe.
Russell Wilson. The Steelers took a tight end. The Steelers took a running back and a tight end this draft, and nobody is surprised.
Yeah, and they need 3 offensive linemen.
Trying to go back to the Heath Miller days.
Oh, man. I just saw who the Seahawks are taking.
Tell us.
Dwayne Eskridge.
No!
Wide receiver.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to break the bad news.
So here's what I don't understand. Why would you take Eskridge when you just paid Tyler Lockett? They essentially do the same thing.
3 deep. They're going 3 deep.
Wait, isn't DK huge? And I don't know. Isn't Eskridge more of I don't know.
Eskridge is 5'9", 195. He can play on the outside. He's probably best playing in the slot. So, I love Eskridge, but
Chuck bombs all day.
It's a good pick. It's a good pick. That's what makes it sting a little bit more when the Vikings don't make it. I mean, the Vikings could have traded up there.
I mean, I can live without Eskridge, but at least he's going to go with a good quarterback.
Yeah. We will make it rain in the 3rd round.
I mean, Eskridge is my 30th ranked player, and he's going off the board at 56. So that's really good value.
Oh, there's no way that pick took 7 minutes, by the way. That pick took 15 minutes. I swear.
Who do you guys think the Vikings would take? Let's say they traded up right now. Who do you think they would take?
Would. You're saying would it take?
Yeah, because oftentimes the guy you want is not who they end up taking. Like, Steelers probably didn't think they were about to take Freiermuth, so.
Right. I just can't imagine it being anything other than an edge or a safety.
Oh, the Asker's highlights. Oh.
So tell me, like, Tyler, who are the safeties right now? Because they could make that
safeties. The top safety on my board is actually my safety one, Darius Washington out of TCU. My play style comp for him is Honey Badger. They're same size. They roam the field very similar. How they attack the field is similar as well. James Wiggins and Tyree Gillespie are also available. Andre Sisco is too. Some people really love him because he has a lot of ball production, but I think that he is more of a ball magnet than a ball hawk, and that kind of worries me as far as his projection, but he's a true center fielder. Thompson Bean out of Florida State is more of like a linebacker, strong safety hybrid type. He's like 6'3", 220, and he's a hard hitter. I think he could be in play. But honestly, with the safety position, it really depends on what their projection is for how long they want to keep Xavier Woods after this year, and Harrison Smith as well. Like, I really don't know where they want to go with the safety position. If I were making a pick right now and it was a safety, it'd be Darius Washington, and I'm going to bet that the kid who is a little smaller, he's 5'8", 185. I absolutely love his upside and what he's able to do and how he sees the field.
Yeah. Steven says Hufanga would be a fun pick.
Yeah.
I think it would be a fun pick. I also think he'll be available in round 4, so I don't want to take him.
Yeah.
I feel like you can wait on some of these safeties.
I think that safety
interesting.
No, I think that safety Washington is interesting. Right now, I mean, we have Woods on a 1-year deal. You throw him next to Harrison Smith for a couple years. I think that's worth trading up for, and I think that's something they would do. All right, y'all.
You out?
Getting close,
Dave,
getting close.
You back in the saddle?
Yeah, I'm back in the saddle. Now,
all right.
Flip, tomorrow, we still have plenty of show today, but tomorrow, our special guests are Phil Mackey.
Yes.
Arif Hasan.
Yeah.
Judd Zulgad.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And Matthew Coller.
Let's
What are you guys doing slumming it up with me? You got the All-Star
Day 3.
Hey, everybody that's joined us has been an All-Star, so we're very excited to have everyone on.
Yeah, and tomorrow we'll start at 10:30. But I'll see you online, Flip. I know you're not going anywhere except for off air. You see anything you like, you bring in. You got it?
You know it. I will say, I'm gonna leave it to the All-Stars tomorrow because I'm off. I'm going to the beach tomorrow to enjoy my birthday.
Ooh, happy birthday!
You know,
happy birthday, Flip.
I'm just gonna enjoy the rest of the draft from a beach, and I may have to pick up Luke Braun on the way because he don't have any power. We'll get it done. Climb in the pocket. Keep on tuning in. Love to see y'all in the comments. All the favorites are here in the comments. Stephen B, Jim Jablonski. He's been here all day. Okay, we're talking Ryan Sullivan, Mark Larson, a regular. I recognize, he's been throwing out the hot takes. It's great to see y'all in the comments. We're about to see something special. We're about to see Rick Spielman, one of the best drafting GMs in the draft. We're about to see him control an entire round of it.
Before you go, do you want to know who the Rams just selected?
Yeah.
Why do I care about the Rams? Are we even playing them?
Wide receiver Tutu Atwell.
Yes. I don't have to worry about the Vikings.
It's your local stadium.
Atwell.
And I'd love to see a game in that stadium, by the way.
Come on down. We're playing the Chargers.
Oh, man.
Oh, Tutu
Rick
Atwell.
Spielman is about to do some things. So enjoy it. Take it easy, y'all.
Oh, man.
See you, buddy.
Have a good night, Flip.
Love you, Flip. Happy birthday, man. Enjoy the beach.
Thanks.
Tutu Atwell. I can't believe that.
Hey, let's switch.
Would totally
screens
not have
here.
seen that. I mean, McVay is smart. He probably knows exactly what he's going to do with him, but that's just a surprise for me.
Dave, I just got Andrew Harbaugh just texted me asking if we need him for the stream tonight. I was thinking of having him come on a little later.
Sure, more the merrier. How would you like growing up with the name Tutu? Playing football.
His name is.
Tutu.
It's not actually Tutu. Tutu is a nickname. It's like Chavarius, something like that.
Okay.
Chitarius. Tutu is a little easier than Chitarius.
Yeah, Chitarius. Okay. But he's
This
so
is
small.
the dawning of the age of Chitarius.
I was thinking that, or James Tutarius Cook.
Oh yeah, that's right. Terrace Marshall's falling because he broke his leg in multiple places in high school, and it flagged at the medical combine.
As in not
in high school,
right?
Yeah, apparently it was really bad, like a multiple break of the tibia.
Ooh.
Didn't seem bad at LSU. I don't know. I guess maybe it's like one of those going forward risks things.
Yes, going forward risk.
Oh, man. I don't know. I really like Terrace Marshall, so I would not mind him at all.
The chefs are on the
Although,
board.
with Basham and Humphrey and some of these other guys still on the board, it's probably not who the Vikings would take, so I won't get my hopes up.
So Basham's interesting, Nick, and I want your thoughts because when I watched him, I wasn't super impressed. I thought he's a really good athlete. He plays more of like a 4-eye, more of an interior guy and a set the edge player than actually someone you want rushing around the edge. Feels like too much of a hybrid to really prioritize high. And when I kind of look at the board, I'd rather take like a Joseph Osai and take a risk on that guy who's going to bend around the edge. Like, I think
isn't Osai like the other? Isn't Osai like? Who would you be more comfortable at, like a 5 tech or like a, that opposite to Neil Hunter defensive end role? Would it be like Osai bulking up or Basham bulking down?
I don't want to take any weight off of Basham. I don't see him as being a true Everson Griffin-esque type where he's actually going to bend the corner. He's just going to try and beat you either inside or straight up. And I don't know if that's necessarily something you want to have on the opposite side. I think he's a fantastic player, and he's something you want to have on your roster. Fantastic on the inside on pass rush downs. But as a first and second down defensive end, I think I would rather take the risk with Osai and have him bulking up about 10 pounds.
I mean, I would love that too.
Yeah. I also think like Janarius Robinson, the Florida State guy, I know Deshaun is really big on him in round 3. He's got that height, weight, length, athleticism stuff that the Vikings crave. I wouldn't be shocked if they were really big on Rashad Weaver and Patrick Jones out of Pittsburgh because of what they provide, especially Weaver being elite level run defender. But the edge group is drying up really quick. It'll be interesting if they actually decide to go up and get one at this point or just kind of wait it out.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. They've got a few actually really good options. I mean, the only edge that's gone off the board, correct me if I'm wrong, so far tonight was Ojulari. So they still got a lot of good options if they do want to address the pass rusher position. But at the same time, so many guys went last night that right now there's going to be a little bit of figuring out how does this guy exactly fit in? How early is he going to be able to play? How are we going to be able to rotate him in? So it'll be interesting to see what they do. If they do go pass rusher, there's still a lot of other good players on the board too. So, and they could always surprise us and reach or do something crazy. So,
yeah.
As Jim says, the chefs took Bolton.
Cam Dantzler of the Vikings just tweeted out Terrace Marshall at Vikings eyes emoji.
Ooh.
So I mean, he's probably doesn't have any inside info, but
Bolton is interesting here because he's not a super athlete. He's a thumper. He's a guy that's going to win on first and second downs.
God,
I kind of like the value, though. I know a lot of people had him as a first-round type player.
Ooh. I don't know if you just saw that highlight.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Receiver coming over the middle, and Bolton just nailed him. Playing tight end, I hated linebackers for that reason. Because a lot of times I did crossers across the middle, and I could hear the one behind me, and I could see the one in front of me. And I always try to focus on catching the ball and just burying that one in front of me. But that's because I love to hit.
Oh, yeah. Steven, would Creed be a good left guard? Absolutely. I think he's probably best at left guard. He can play center, but it's kind of like the left-footed punter gimmick. He's a left-handed snapper, where if you have like a backup quarterback coming in or somebody just taking a random snap, it can be an issue. But if it's only Kirk Cousins taking those snaps, it's not an issue at all. I think I would want to play him at guard because of his size and athleticism. But you can honestly play him at all three of those interior positions and be pretty comfortable.
Stephen Power,
I can't believe he's still on the board.
Stephen Power, what part of Australia are you from? Always wanted to be stationed there. I tried. Love to go visit. Ryan says, I'm guessing you'll take Trask over Mond. We'll see in the fourth.
Oh, this is tweet of the year. Brett Coleman. If the Rams win the Super Bowl and go to Disney World, Tutu Atwell won't even be allowed to go on all the rides.
Oh, man.
Love the shade. Love the shade. That is too
We're
cool.
getting pretty close here. We are what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 picks away.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're not even really in trade-up territory.
No, it'd be...
Like, at this point, I'd be pretty surprised if they traded up. I mean, they still could
we'll
if,
give you
like...
a sixth.
We'll swap sixths. I'm sure Rick is on the phone right now offering exactly that. Port Macquarie.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Town.
So 66 is coming up. When I take a look at the board, I want Creed Humphrey. Give me Creed Humphrey. I know we want a wide receiver 3, but when you take a look at who's still available at wide receiver, the only ones that I have gone, Rondale Moore, Dwayne Eskridge, Tutu Atwell. Like, Tutu Atwell, I had completely off my board. I wanted nothing to do with him. Like, Eskridge, we all know I love Dwayne Eskridge, and I think he can really thrive in Seattle if they actually decide to throw the football ever. And Elijah Moore and Rondale Moore, Elijah was never going to make it this far. Rondale, I just don't think would be a great fit for what we want to do. I think I would pound the table right now for Creed Humphrey. Fortify that offensive line once more. Give Dave the big round belly. And then you have 78, 86, and 90 to really fortify the other positions on this team. And you can still move up with those fourth-round picks.
Looks like the Panthers will be taking Terrace Marshall. So rip that dream. But good pick for him. Reunites with Brady.
Yep. Yeah, and
Joe Brady,
I think that knowledge of Terrace Marshall and that leg injury probably came in really handy for Joe Brady and the Panthers. And they have a very diverse receiving core with Robbie Anderson, DJ Moore, and now Terrace Marshall Jr. Yeah. When you're running 4 wide a lot, like, you're sitting pretty dang good. Yeah. Adam Schefter looks like he's freezing cold.
50 degrees, wind 11 miles an hour. Oh, come on, suck it up. You're wearing a suit.
I would have liked Marshall. The one thing I'll say though about taking a receiver here is this draft is so deep that like I'm gonna be happy if they take guys. There's gonna be guys there, 4th round, 5th round, 6th round. So don't feel like they need to push it. Whereas I do not think they'll find starting guards necessarily on day 3. They definitely won't find starting pass rushers on day 3. So
no.
Yeah.
Especially at the beginning of the season. No way.
Absolutely. So I'm just going to, with the Vikings picking now in 6 picks, I'm going to run down the top of my board really quick. All of these guys are in my top 50. Darius Washington, safety, edge, Joseph Osai, cornerback, Ifeatu Melifonwu, wide receiver, Tyler Wallace, guard, Trey Smith, linebackers, Pete Werner and Baron Browning, and defensive tackles, J. Tufele and Davion Nixon. So there's some good players here still available. And then if you want to move down,
available.
Yeah, I forgot to mention Creed at 12. I accidentally deleted him. Then you have Wyatt.
Just figured you wouldn't be here.
Wyatt Davis at 56, Quinn Miners at 59. There are some really good players still available. And then if you want to go offensive tackle, like Spencer Brown is still here, and he fits the Vikings profile to an absolute T.
Just give us all the tackles. It'll be Bradbury and 4 tackles.
Mm-hmm.
Worked out for Cleveland.
Hey, it may be the direction that's needed to evolve the offensive line. Just like the idea of doing the 2 nose tackles on defensive line to stop what offenses are doing right now. And
the Saints, I wonder what the Saints do here.
And when it comes to size on the O-line, this isn't new. They've gone through this circle before. I remember back when
we see it. I wonder if Saints go quarterback here, so I don't need to cut you off, Dave.
The big offensive lineman was 250, right? And Dallas had the big hosses at like 275, and that took a step. And then people were looking for the bigger men.
Yeah.
And we may be in one of those cycles again.
Yeah. Dave, I think Matt might be in the waiting room.
Is he? Not seeing him. Tell him to try again.
Stay tuned.
We had this issue last night where they're not popping up on my end.
Huh.
So apparently it might be Pete Werner here for the Saints.
Pete Werner. Linebackers are going.
Yeah. There are still some good ones left. Baron Browning, who the Draft Network has as their 19th overall on their consensus big board. They absolutely love Baron Browning. Pete Werner was my linebacker, I think, 3. It was either 3 or 4. I like Pete Werner, but I think he doesn't have a super high ceiling. He's just going to be a guy that's in the league for like 10 years and just plays good football.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, Saints are in a weird spot right now with how their roster is constructed, how little cap space they have. I mean, I think they still got a really good roster, but with the quarterback situation, Breeze retiring, Jameis Taysom splitting snaps, it'll be interesting to see where they go from here because they kind of don't have the cap space to rebuild. So I don't know.
They look like they got a fun fan up there.
Yeah.
There we go. Let's go to 4 screen.
Matt, how are you, my friend?
Got Matt in there twice. I wonder how that is. Ba-boom. Let's go. Everybody.
Great.
Welcome.
There we go.
What's up, Matt?
There we go.
How you doing?
Oh, you know what happened?
No, we don't.
I still have the other one.
I'll kill it. Oh, now I've killed both of you. Try again.
You killed Matt. How could you?
Hey,
Wow.
It happens.
You
Matt will
bastard.
come back. There we go.
Okay. Now we're
Perfect.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had 2 tabs with this open, so it got me a little bit. Let me camera here.
Now, for those of you who don't know, because you don't see him that often, this is Matt Foo Fighter Freeze, who is one of Climbing the Pocket's analysts. He breaks down a lot of stuff, especially on the pro side. After the draft and the draft recap is over, we already have in the books a breakdown of Eric Kendricks, and he not only will he continue with his team side, the pro side of the breakdowns, but he will also do his own recap of those we drafted. Welcome to the show, Matt.
We're going to be looking at definitely some of these guys we've taken. So if you don't like what Tyler's saying, that's all right. Just come look at me.
All right, get him off the stream.
No.
All right. Well, hey, Matt, we've been talking a lot about who we want the Vikings to take at 66 and who we would want them to move up for, and kind of who at this point in the draft, who are you pounding the table for? Who's your number one target?
So for me, and this is something I was thinking last night as we got to the end of the first round, we had kind of a run on edges there, and a couple of my favorite targets that I would have liked to trade it up for went, specifically Jason Owe, right?
Mm-hmm.
But looking down the list at that point, you had guys like Azeez Ojulari, obviously, who was falling because of his injury issues. You had Joseph Osai, and I'm looking at the consensus board, just in terms of who might be there for us, right? You had, sorry, I'm blanking on somebody else who was another kind of 3-4 edge. Mm-hmm. And I really looked at it, and I saw Boogie Basham there, and I thought that might be a target for us to go trade up. He's a shorter edge, but he's about 270 pounds. He could be in that Everson Griffin mold of rusher for us, I think. He's more of a 5-tech kind of player in college, so maybe he's not a pure edge rusher per se, but we do have a speed rusher in Daniil Hunter, so I think to complement that, a more powerful rusher like Boogie Basham would make a lot of sense to me, and he's still on the board as far as I know.
He is.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, speak of the devil, Bills just took him.
Oh, really?
Sorry, guys.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Bills just took Basham.
Great.
That's a really good draft for the Bills so far. Just getting 2 guys, one to play now, one to develop.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
Chris.
and they took Epinesa last year, and they still have Jerry Hughes on the roster, so they've got time for these guys, and they've really built a stable there. I think I agree with that. Ronnie Perkins did have that one rep against Tevin Jenkins, but I'm not the world's biggest Ronnie Perkins fan. I'd be fine with it. I think the Vikings need an edge pretty clearly here. I'm also looking at this point interior offensive line. I'm just not totally sure the edge value's there. Joseph Osai from Texas, he was the other guy who I was looking at and was kind of more of a 3-4 rusher potentially for me. I'm not sure he's somebody he's interested in, but if we are interested in him and his style of rushing, he'd be a good pick here as well.
Mm-hmm. And what's interesting, we were
talking.
Creed to Green Bay.
Right.
That's pretty early. I don't know. Is that a prediction, King, or is that
Let's
news?
See.
Say it ain't so if it's news.
I don't know.
Green Bay's on the clock, so that's possible.
I'll say this, Matt. We were kind of talking about Osai. He's got 2 years of off-ball linebacker experience, and he's very comfortable dropping into zone and playing coverage. So that could be something where you could try him out at edge rusher, but he could also be a potential replacement for Anthony Barr, considering his contract's done at the end of the year. So you could do a lot of various things with both of those players early on, and then kind of figure out where you want to keep Osai moving forward.
No, I think that's a very fair point. Especially with our history of converting guys to edge rusher, not guys, specifically Anthony Barr, right? With our history of converting him from edge to an off-ball linebacker, it does make sense to me that we would at least look at that with Osai there. No, I think that kind of makes sense to me. For offensive line, Quinn Miners is still on the board. Creed Humphrey's still on the board. I don't know. Creed Did Creed test? No, yeah, Creed tested because Landon Dickerson was the one who didn't test. And Creed tested like super athletic, right? But it doesn't look like that on tape, which is confusing with him. So I guess that's another idea there. Interior offensive line. Also, Quinn Miners is still on the board. So we do need we need a second offensive lineman in this draft as well.
Packers just selected center Josh Myers.
Josh Myers from Ohio State.
Mm-hmm. They needed a center.
They absolutely
Myers is good, but Creed Humphrey's on the board still. Go get him.
Yeah.
Go get him.
Do it.
I wonder why the Packers. Why wouldn't they take Humphrey? Maybe they don't think he's a scheme fit, but I don't know. They run enough duo that maybe they wouldn't care. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know. Packers are always they're always so good with offensive line that I'm never gonna judge them on it.
No.
Because they cheat.
There you go. They hold all the time. Hey,
it's the hug. It's what our new tackle does.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. So I give them credit. Like I mean I despise the Packers as much as anybody, but I'm not gonna blame them for getting the edge on the offensive line. I don't know.
I gotta say, I'm pretty surprised that the Bills doubled up at pass rusher. I mean, they definitely had a need, but for them to go Rousseau and then Basham is a little surprising.
Yeah,
but
that's really interesting because I think they also have a pretty big need at corner, and I don't know if there's any great corners left on the board. I think you got Mel Fonwu and of course Elijah Molden.
Juice. Elijah Molden's really good. St. Juice. Gosh, if they took Elijah Molden, that would be fun in Kansas City.
Rappaport just tweeted, Packers select Josh Myers. What will Aaron Rodgers think? Perhaps he'll offer thoughts on the red carpet. I love that this is a thing. I'm just like soaking in all the Aaron Rodgers potentially retiring. Like whatever happens this draft weekend, like even like Justin Fields, like I'll take it because Rodgers might be out of the vision, might be retiring. So everything else is just sort of house money.
I absolutely lost it last night when the Packers took a corner and like Eric Stokes, who I mean, I don't know what you think about Stokes, Tyler, but you know, he was a guy who was talked about as sneaking into the first round, but he's not really a first round caliber tape guy for me. So it was just awesome that he ended up on the Packers instead of like a wide receiver, which they obviously need. How good of a fit would Elijah Moore have been for them, right? Like, and he's there on the board for them, and they just don't take him. Yeah. They need a guy who's not 6'3". That's the thing.
I know, but they won't draft one. That's the point.
Fair enough.
Now, did you hear today the theory that Rodgers has played quarterback for the Packers for 16 years? Or been with them 16 years. And do you know that is the standard for the Packers?
The exact same length of time Bart Starr and Brett Favre played for the Packers.
Played. Yep,
I did see that. I saw that earlier today as well, I think. But yeah, hey, something about 16. Let's hope it's not Jordan Love for another 16 years, right?
Ah, damn it.
I don't think he's good. I mean,
Chiefs just picked Creed Humphreys.
Well,
all right.
I mean, if he would have been there at 66, that would have been a coup anyway. So.
Chiefs. This whole offseason for the Chiefs has been like the definition of like hitting a nail with a sledgehammer. Like how much have they invested into the offensive line at this point?
Oh, well, they pulled out. They pulled out nails first, right? Because they cut both of their tackles, and now they're just hammering new ones back in, I guess. Like
at this point it's like overkill. Like they signed who is it? The Patriots guard
Tooney.
The one
Joe Tooney. Yeah.
Joe Tooney.
They signed Kyle Long. They signed Austin Blythe, I think. They traded for Orlando Brown, and now they draft Creed Humphrey. And I think there's another guy that I'm not even remembering.
And yeah, they have Duvernay Tardif coming back. Absolutely. The weird thing is, if you look at their offensive line, right now their starting right tackle is Mike Remmers. Like,
yeah, that's another
unless
guy
Austin Blythe can play right tackle.
Look at Creed Humphrey. He's just a country boy, just country strong. Like,
oh yeah,
I wanted him so bad.
So that probably means Blythe is a backup then?
I guess.
Tooney,
he's dead.
Humphrey?
I would think so. Although,
maybe they moved him to guard.
Humphrey was a 4-year guy at Oklahoma, right? Like, he had buzz for years, but he played all 4 years there.
Yeah.
Because he started as a freshman, right?
Yeah. His freshman year, like, that offensive line was loaded. It had Orlando Brown Jr. on it. Like, there were some really, really good players on that line.
It had Vikings great Drew Samia on it, you know.
He was the best one as a freshman, though. He's got 4 years of really, really good tape. He's got power. He's an athlete. Like, I thought he would have been absolutely perfect here, but he just doesn't make it to 66.
So, what do you guys think? I am totally out on Jalen Mayfield. I don't like him at all. I don't think he's a fit anyway, from just an athletic standpoint, and his tape's not good, and I don't get it. You know, I don't get why he was a highly rated player in the draft process. What do you guys think of Wyatt Davis? Because that was the buzz all year, right, for the Vikings. Wyatt Davis, wherever we pick, we want Wyatt Davis. And he got injured in the playoff, and I don't think he was great. Like, I'm not a huge Wyatt Davis guy either, personally.
I'm not either. He is just fine. By the way, this pick is apparently Kyle Trask.
The
to the Bucks?
The Bucks?
To the Bucks.
Okay.
Tom Brady going to mentor Kyle Trask?
I guess, sure.
Let's go.
Oh, that's right. You love Kyle Trask, don't you, Tyler?
Look, I wouldn't have taken him before about pick 90, just because I think the upside isn't there, but he still has enough upside because he only has about, like, going into this year, he had like 1,000 in-game snaps since his freshman year of high school, because he sat behind De'Aaron King in high school and then sat behind Felipe Franks his first couple years. Then when he got a chance, he balled out. He needs some mechanical work. That he needs to learn how to use his feet to drive the football. And if he can kind of figure that out, he's got good accuracy. He's got phenomenal touch. He understands poise in the pocket. He's not going to create outside of structure. Like, I had him ranked identically to Mac Jones.
Sure.
Like, I didn't like Mac at all. I thought he was just fine, and he was more of a product of the system and what he had around him.
I will say, I thought, from what I saw of Mac, and to be honest with you, the quarterbacks after the top 4, I didn't watch them as in depth, just because I'm not, like, I wasn't, all in on this draft process. But with Mac, I think he is a really strong decision maker, and I think he is a really accurate player. So I would have been fine taking him in the later portion of the first round. I think taking him at 15 of the Patriots is fine. It's a fine move for a team that needs a quarterback. For Trask, my exposure to Trask has mostly been through, like, Van Jefferson and Kyle Pitts, personally. And first of all, when Trask was in there instead of Felipe Franks last season, it was like a very obvious difference. Excuse me, of this guy can actually get the ball to the players who are wide open, who he's trying to throw to, right? So that's a big thing, in that he knows how to distribute the ball to his playmakers. I don't think he's on the same level as Mac Jones as a decision maker or as an accurate passer, because I think Mac Jones is actually really, really good in those areas. But I will say that I think he's a solid option if you're looking for a guy who can come in and play a few games, and potentially, if he does get there on the mental side of things, become a solid starter for me. I think it's a fine pick for the Bucks. I kind of like going more high upside quarterbacks in this area.
Jaguars
Vikings are on the clock.
Defensive back Andre Sisco.
All right.
Vikings, like Nick said,
this goes fine.
Your Minnesota Vikings are on the clock.
All right.
Cisco's very up and down. He's like the safety with the best range in this class, and then sometimes he just does things that are not great on the football field.
I love that we didn't trade up. Whatever happens here, I love that we didn't.
Now we got 4 third-rounders.
We're gonna make 8 picks in the 3rd and 4th round. It's ridiculous.
7.
We got 3 in the 4th.
We gave up our last 4th in that trade.
Oh, right. Yep. Okay.
But
All
still,
right,
I've been talking about 8 picks this whole time, but yeah. But still, 7 picks in 2 rounds. What is that?
My top 5 players right here that I would want to take. Osai probably first. Ifeatu Melifonwu, the corner out of Syracuse, second. Tylan Wallace at wide receiver, Oklahoma State, third. Trey Smith and Quinn Miners at 4 and 5. Like, I am really excited how this board fell because we're going to get a really good football player right here.
Yeah.
If
and
Rick doesn't start his whole trade down bullshit at this point. We've got enough picks. We want to keep them this high due to
what
lack
are we going to
of
get? Like
class
10 sevens? We'll own the entire 7th round.
Yeah,
Why
but
don't we just take 32 players in the 7th round?
Because the class size is so small. No, keep them high.
I know. I totally agree. I don't think we should trade back at all. It's ridiculous. We already have enough picks. It's fine, Rick. Please don't trade back. Man. I am not looking at it.
Oh, what brother. No, that
What?
can't be true.
What?
Sources tell The Athletic they just selected Kellen Mond.
Kellen Mond.
To the Vikings. Confirmed.
No.
Hey there, Jason.
Look at that.
That means I have to watch Kellen Mond tape again.
Yes, you do.
Son of a bitch. Really?
Oh, I can't believe I don't have a picture of him.
All right, so real talk, Kellen Mond is an upside selection at quarterback. He's a player where when it's on for him, he looks really good. He's got the arm talent, he's got the athletic ability that you want in a quarterback, and he shows flashes of having the mental capacity as well. The issue is he was a starter for like 4 years at Texas A&M, and he was incredibly inconsistent the entire time. So you see a guy who's got 4 years worth of tape where he's inconsistent, and it's kind of a question of it, like, if he hasn't shown consistency at this point, when is he ever going to show it? Now,
Exactly.
as we were just talking about, I think it's something the Vikings can do at this point, just because we have 6 more picks in the next, like, 50 picks or something. I don't know. So we can continue to address all our needs. Tyler, you were just talking about how many players there are on the board that you like. Our next pick is in 12 picks, right?
Yep.
So if you've got 5 guys, you know, with the way this has been going, I don't think all 5 of those guys are gone there by 78 at this point. Just because, you know, there are so many other positions that did not encompass, right? Because you had a couple offensive linemen, you had a couple wide receivers, I think, and a corner. That's like 3 positions. I don't think for the next, 12 picks or whatever, we're going to see all those positions. So we get a guy who we hope can develop under Kirk. And this is something we've talked about for a while, that we want the Vikings to take a shot at quarterback in the middle rounds and see if you hit on a guy, right? Mm-hmm. So it's an okay selection from that front. You'd like to see it after you address a couple more needs, because I think one of the problems on our team right now is we have 2 massive gaping holes where we don't have a viable starter at edge, or we don't have a viable starter at left guard, I suppose, with Darrisaw being left tackle right now. So if we're not addressing those players, I don't get it.
Yeah. I think my toughest part with this is I think they're only making the Mond pick here because Kyle Trask just went, and you only have Kellen Mond and Davis Mills, and you're worried that somebody else, like a Washington is going to pop up here and go and get him. So it feels like that they were targeting him, but where the selection happened was more of a panic move rather than wait till 78, if that makes some sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you have Osai and Melifonwu on the board, like, and Tyler Wallace, like there are just so many guys that I have graded above Mond. But I'll tell you, I applaud the process of getting in another guy who has potential to be a really good player in the NFL. I just worry that Kellen Mond won't be that guy because he has 46 games sample size of incredible inconsistency. Like that scares me, but the traits are there. He can do everything, but he's got to get mentally right as far as how he sees the field and makes decisions, because that's his biggest issue.
Sure, totally agree. Nick, any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't love it. I don't love the value. But I will say, like, you know, this is what I was just saying. Like, if you're going to take a quarterback on day 2, don't go for like the safe backup. Like, that's not worth a day 2 pick. If you're going to take a guy with like as a lotto pick with the tools to eventually become a good starter, you know, I like Mond has the arm. He's got the athleticism. He's not just like another, I don't know. There's a lot to work on there, which is why I don't love it. But like, there's still the chance. Like, you can't rule out Mond becoming like a good starter, the way you can for some of these other guys. So I don't know. I like the positional value from that perspective. Like, always, you know, taking a quarterback is never wrong. It is a shock because when was the last time Spielman did this? Took a mid-rounds quarterback like John David Moody or something. I think that was even before Spielman.
And that was 6th round, maybe. I think John David. 5th round. 5th round, yeah. So I don't even think that counts because that's to the later end. But to your point, I agree that you don't replace Kirk Cousins with somebody who's like Kirk Cousins as a player, right? You don't replace him with a Mac Jones. You don't replace him with a Kyle Trask, of a guy who's going to be a pocket passer, who's a processor. You replace him with a guy with some athleticism, with arm talent, who can do stuff on the move.
But can Kellen Mond sense the rush?
Sometimes.
No.
He's look, and this is where that inconsistency that we've been talking about all night comes into play. Sometimes he reads it great, sometimes he reads it terribly, and in that area, he's very similar to Kirk Cousins. Sometimes he makes those fantastic throws, knows when to get rid of the football. Sometimes it's just, well, I'm just going to do whatever I want, and I can't feel anything. I have 20 seconds to throw. Mine is all traits, zero consistency. If you can develop any kind of consistency with Kellen Mond, like if he would have shown any kind of consistency throughout his college career, he's a first-round pick because the traits are there and they're wow traits. Like at his pro day, he was making the same throws Zach Wilson and Justin Fields were making. The arm talent is there, the legs are there. He needs to figure it out in between the ears, and if he can do that, this is a home run pick. I just don't have the confidence he'll be able to do that.
Nope. Totally agree, Tyler. And Mond was a guy who was being mocked as a first-round pick for the 2020 draft back in the 2019 offseason, right? He was a guy that evaluators were saying, if he puts it all together, this guy is a first-round pick. And 2019 came and went, and he didn't put it all together. He had to go back to school, and then he comes back again and still isn't a first-round caliber talent because he never put it all together. Totally agree.
Now, is this similar, not quote, similar to Josh Allen? Because when Josh Allen came out of Boise State, nobody thought he would succeed. His, pass percentage was horrible. Yeah, he had a cannon for an arm, but he couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. And yet now he led Buffalo, thanks to a certain wide receiver, into the AFC Championship. Can Kellen Mond be that sort of guy that you look at and go, no, but suddenly develops with that extra year or two sitting behind Kirk Cousins?
I would say there's a couple differences with Josh Allen. The biggest difference for me is the lack of experience with Allen. He was a junior college player who then played. He might have played 2 years at Wyoming, or he only played 1 year at Wyoming, but he was very young. At that point, he was still only 21. I don't know what Mond is. I'm guessing he's 22 or 23.
Mond's a 4-year senior.
Because he's a 4-year senior. And that's a big difference because you would hope, especially, and Mond's playing in the SEC too, right? He's playing against the best competition he's going to be able to see. Josh Allen playing at Wyoming, I believe, was playing against Mountain West competition. You know, that's group of 5. So you're not seeing nearly as strong. You maybe don't have the opportunities to develop, and you don't have the supporting cast that you get out of Texas A&M. I think Texas A&M has been one of the best recruiting teams since Jimbo Fisher got there, right, as their coach. So there's a lot of talent on that roster still. So in that sort of situation, he really hasn't improved consistently. And to be honest, I thought Josh Allen was awful as a prospect. He was just completely like I would never have taken him, and I am shocked that he has ever had a single season that has been good in the NFL. Right? So I think that's an outlier in terms of development for Josh Allen, because I don't think that's a normal thing that most players do. I think there's a litany of failures other than that. I also don't think Kellen Mond has the completely rare bonkers physical tools, because Josh Allen doesn't have the best arm in the NFL because he's not accurate, but he has the strongest arm in the NFL.
Yeah, he can bomb it.
Yeah. So sorry,
now,
I'm actually watching Josh Randall yell it out right now on my screen.
What this tells me is if the Vikings, with their first pick of day 2, go for a quarterback, they wanted a quarterback on day 1. They wanted
that is what that tells me.
It
tells me that they did not want to pay the price that the Giants were asking to move up to 11 to take the guy who went to the Bears, which I'm still very upset about. I don't even want to. Justin Fields was my QB too, and I was looking forward to rooting for Justin Fields in the NFL because I thought he was kind of done dirty by this draft process. And I am so upset that he went to the Bears because I think he's a great player. And I don't want the Bears to have a good QB. So,
well, hopefully, like all the other QBs, they ruin him. But we'll find out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to have to watch some Kellen Mond tape this next week.
Yeah, so is everybody.
Yeah.
How many of us can admit we took a close look at him? Not me.
Look, my big thing with Kellen Mond is the highs are incredibly high, but the lows are incredibly low, and there's too much of both. And when you watch his tape, it's a roller coaster, man. It is a roller coaster.
That sounds like Kirk Cousins.
His bad games are like really, 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 really bad. Like we're talking 5 interception bad.
Yeah, the difference between Mond and Kirk is Kirk has like 5 plays in like a handful of games where his brain just absolutely shuts off. And like like nothing works for like 5 plays. And around that, he's pretty much fine, right? But those 5 plays cost you the game. And then in all the other games, like he's a good quarterback. The problem with Mond is like he's just bad for entire games at a time, like Tyler
Freddie
was saying.
Has an interesting stat right there.
When kept clean. Great. Do we have a guard to keep him clean?
The Vikings are excellent at doing just that. So.
Yes.
I love it. I love it, Mark.
Speaking of guards.
I mean, clearly they see a guy with tools who they think they can tweak a few things. And at the very least, this will change the dynamics of the Kirk Cousins extension negotiations if those happen. So, I mean, maybe we'll see Kirk play out his contract. Maybe we'll see Kirk get moved. Probably a little early to talk about stuff like that, but this at least gives them an option if they want to go another route.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, like, We traded back from 14. We got extra draft capital. We used that to take a quarterback. It's not like we spent an entire draft to go up and get a guy. Whoa.
Davis Mills just went to the Texans at 67.
Okay. I mean, obviously with the situation.
Second-tier quarterback run.
Yeah. Yeah, so he was not making it to 78. I don't think Mond was making it to 78. That tells you that right there.
Thanks, Freddie. I hope we do get that card. Next.
There are good ones that are going to be available, too.
Mm-hmm.
Who's there to develop? Hopefully Clint can do that.
Hopefully Clint can.
I mean, to be fair, Clint's done a good job with Kirk. Kirk's had his 2 career years, back-to-back years under Clint.
Yep.
So.
Under Clint, yep.
And who's that other guy they got who used to be the wide receivers coach?
Oh, Janoko? Or I don't know how you say his last name, but
Minnesota.
Yeah.
It's a good idea, Jim.
Yeah.
All right. I'll be back in a moment, guys.
I am 100% in on minors.
Now, talk about developed quarterbacks. There's been 2 quarterbacks that Zim got along with and helped. That was Teddy and Sam. And he seems not to like every other quarterback. Hopefully, he likes Mond. It'll be interesting to watch at the press conference tomorrow the body language, because that'll tell us.
Yep. That'll tell us if he's excited or if he's kind of on it, because he loved Teddy. And, you know, that's something, too, that we're not privy to, right? All of these guys go through extensive interview processes. You know, Mike Zimmer, I'm sure, has met Kellen Mond. Spielman has met Kellen Mond, you know, on Zoom at this point, right? Virtually, just like we're doing right now. But,
they don't have as
you know, and that, we do, but that tells people a lot about a player. You know, and we were linked to both Mond and Mills. Clearly, we liked Mond more than Mills because we took him over him. So that tells us something, too.
Chris Thomason put out, just on a tweet, Kirk Cousins sent out a tweet welcoming Christian Darrisaw to the team. We'll see what happens if he puts out a tweet to Kellen Mond.
I mean, and if we're going to be honest with ourselves, if Kirk Cousins' confidence gets shattered, like Carson Wentz's confidence got shattered by the Eagles drafting Jalen Hurts last year, why is Kirk Cousins your starting quarterback in the first place?
Bingo.
I've been asking that since before we signed him.
Fair enough.
The first time.
Yeah. It sounds like
Ask
it won't be
my
a third
ex-partners, Ted and Drew.
We can only hope it's just not for a third time. Although Nick might feel differently on that. How are we feeling about Kirk today, Nick?
Hey, if Kirk gets us to the Super Bowl, by all means.
Absolutely.
If drafting Jordan Love is what it took to make Aaron Rodgers go Super Saiyan mode, then I appreciate the logic here of pissing Kirk off enough
to make him go that.
You know what? Actually, this is a fantastic situation. Kirk wins MVP, gets us to at least the NFC Championship game, and then next year he wants out. That's like the best case scenario for like most of Vikings fans.
Oh man.
Pick 71, Denver. Denver traded with the Giants. Trade with Denver. Giants traded with Denver. Denver selects cornerback Aaron Robinson.
Robinson's a good player.
Denver trading up again?
No, okay. Denver traded down this time.
Oh, down this time. Okay. Okay.
Who'd the Bengals think? The Bengals got Osai.
Yeah.
Oh, that stinks.
Could have had him.
Kirk wants to host The Price is Right.
That's a really good landing spot for Osai, like value-wise.
Yeah, no, for sure. He was. I just have Arif's consensus board up here, and he was the highest ranked player left on the board, 42. So
he was, I believe, at 36 on my board. Let me get back quick. He was at 35.
Okay.
I had him in a three-way tie with Owe and Peyton Turner for Edge 3.
There you go. Well,
there you go.
Yeah, then that is a great value considering the first two went in the first round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Outside of Peyton Turner, Osai has the hottest motor in this class. It just doesn't stop. He's got like 2 Energizer bunnies running in his body.
There you go. Got it. And you absolutely love that from edge prospects, right? Because a lot of sacks in the NFL they won immediately and got to the quarterback. A lot of it is, you're chasing down from the backside, somebody else moves him off his spot, and you corral him for a sack. So that sort of motor just really helps your team. So, back to your board here real quick, Tyler. We obviously Osai went. I don't think anybody else has gone off, right? We still have Melifonwu. Or sorry,
Panthers just took Brady Christensen from BYU, the tackle.
Okay.
That was somebody who was heavily rumored as a Vikings target.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes, you called it flip. You take your victory lap, and I will just slouch in sadness. Anyway,
in honor of Flip calling it. He's enjoying his bourbon right now.
All right.
And the beach tomorrow. Happy birthday, Flip.
Yep. My top 5 at 33 was safety Darius Washington, TCU. 37, corner Ifeatu Melifonwu, Syracuse. 38, wide receiver Tylan Wallace, Oklahoma State. 42, guard Trey Smith, Tennessee. And 44, linebacker Baron Browning, Ohio State. That is my top 5 still remaining.
Actually, speaking of potential bar replacements, Baron Browning is really interesting from that because he is a height, weight, speed kind of guy at the linebacker position. And his tape's pretty good when he got on the field, but Ohio State liked to not put him on the field, which is very concerning to me personally, just because that it could be he's not hitting his assignments. I don't really know. Like, do you have any thoughts on why, he wasn't playing a whole lot there, Tyler?
I started doing some research because I was really curious because I really liked what I saw from Baron Browning, but apparently he couldn't stay on the field because they couldn't find a true position for him throughout his college career. And then this past year they had Pete Werner, Tuff Borland, Justin Hilliard all at linebacker. And the games I watched of him, he had long spells where he didn't play, and I didn't quite understand why. But I know they like to rotate those guys in and out. It's very interesting because it's hard for me to understand why a defense as good as Ohio State couldn't find a true position for a player that talented. So it feels like there's something missing.
To me, when you're running cover 3 and you're trying to ask, Tuff Borland to cover Devontae Smith running a vertical route, in the national championship game, like, why is Baron Browning not in that spot? At least he doesn't have a shot to run with Devontae Smith probably, but at least and Tuff Borland's probably the classic college guy who racks up a bunch of tackles, and is super smart as a linebacker, but isn't athletic enough to play in the NFL. I mean, we've seen like a million examples of those players, right? But why don't you have Baron Browning, who's what did he run, like a 4.5, a 4.4, somewhere in that range?
I think it was like a 4.47.
Yeah,
it was in that range.
If you're trying to cover Ohio State's, spread formations, why is he not on the football field? Sorry, not Ohio State. Alabama's spread formations, right? But
yeah,
I don't know.
Will Ragatz, who was on earlier today from SI, says it'll all come down to how Mond develops. Still, this is the first time since Teddy Bridgewater in 2014 that the Vikings have drafted a quarterback with this much upside. He could be the successor, Cousins' successor in the future if he pans out.
Are you trying to tell me that Nate Stanley doesn't have Hall of Fame upside?
Giants pick is in.
Aaron Robinson, corner TC or UCF. He's a good player.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I will say this about Kellen Mond, and then we can move on to guys that we really want to target with 78. Chris Sims gets made fun a lot. He gets made fun a lot for his rankings, but he had Mond as QB4 in this class, ahead of both Fields and Lance.
Who did?
Chris Sims.
Yes.
NBC Sports, former quarterback for
on
both
Pro
Texas
Football
and Tampa
Talk
Bay
a lot. Yes.
I highly disagree with him, but the talent's there.
Well, he
so
said
I'm using that to talk me off the ledge.
He said, because I've heard him on PFT, and he specifically said, Mon, I've looked at every single one of his plays, and that even though it may have been an incompletion, he was throwing the ball in the right spots. It's just that receivers weren't running correct routes or, whatever, but that he thought he was doing the right thing as a quarterback. And he was adamant about it.
Look, I think part of that is true. I think the receivers didn't help him, but I also think it's a little hyperbole. Kellen Mond was not the most accurate quarterback, and I think the stats really bear that out. And just when you watch him, I think it's a little bit of both. There were receivers didn't help him, but at the same time, it's Mond is not the most accurate guy in the world.
Harbs is joining us.
Let's see if we can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you this time.
What's up, Harbs?
Hey!
So don't screw it up now.
How's it going, man? So real quick on Mond there. In addition to Sims, right? Who I'm not a fan of Chris Sims and his quarterback evaluations personally.
Neither am I.
But JT O'Sullivan, who is somebody I really respect in terms of quarterback evaluations, I believe had Mond ranked over Mac Jones. And I think he is looking more for the upside kind of thing, which we've talked to death at this point with Mond. But I think it does make sense. I mean, he's a very high upside player, and that's kind of not what you're looking at with Kirk. Harbs, welcome to the show. Thoughts on Kellen Mond to the Vikings? What do you think?
Yeah, no, we were all. I texted Fornes right before the pick was announced that I wanted it to be Melifonwu for you guys, but I mean, I think they made the pick for Florio 100%. But I don't think it's an awful pick. I mean, he has, I think, a more live arm than Cousins does at this point. I don't think he's being drafted to save the franchise by any means, but I think it's one of those things where it's definitely a Dak to Tony Romo situation to where he's there if an injury happens, and if he has to step in, he's mobile enough, he's athletic enough, and he has a very live arm. Him and Justin Jefferson could be a lot of fun.
No, that makes sense. So let's pivot because you talked about Melifonwu here, potentially at 66. He's still on the board as far as I know. I just saw Lee McNeil went off, who is a super fun player, by the way, but probably not a Vikings target, at least at this point.
He went to the Lions.
I would have loved a Lee McNeil, but you're right.
Yep. But so besides Melifonwu, who are you thinking at 78 for us?
I said Wyatt Davis, not to be funny. I know Fornes doesn't like his guards that much, but I feel like at this point, I mean, I know you got Darrisaw in the first round, but sure up the line that way. I mean, there seems to be a couple holes every time you look at Vikings Twitter. They seem to be complaining about that. So Wyatt Davis was my initial reaction. Just looking at our consensus board, because that's what I've been going off of for rankings with everything else. It's really – you guys are in a tough spot. I mean, Elijah Molden, he's a big corner. He could play nickel too. I don't think that would be a bad pick for you guys either there.
No, I agree. Oh, go ahead. Go on.
I was just gonna say I'll preface this, Harbs. I've actually been pounding the table for Creed Humphrey, Quinn Miners, and even Trey Smith. I just want all those guys over Wyatt Davis. I actually think that the best pick right now is to be able to get one of those guys with how the board's fallen.
Oh
Yeah, it's been
Nick,
crazy.
I'm
These
sorry.
guys are still there.
Nick, I'm sorry your boy went off the board.
Who?
I saw. I know. It's so sad.
Who went off the board?
Oh, St.
He
Jude.
could have
Washington
been the next
fan.
Geno. Could have been the next Geno Atkins, but no. He goes to the Eagles, so now he'll just have to be a bust. Oh well.
Who'd Washington
Oh,
pick?
Milton Williams. They got St. Juice. The
They got
Minnesota
St.
boy
Juice.
just went to Washington.
Oh,
And
That's
Dallas-
a good pick.
And Dallas just took defensive tackle Oda Zizizizizis.
Oh,
Odigizua.
Yep.
Oh,
that guy.
Yeah, a
Digizua,
little
I
run
had
on
as
pretext.
a
I like
first-round
him.
target. I
Man,
thought he
yeah,
could have
this
been
is a run
fourth-round
on
Vikings
this
target.
is a run on interior defensive line right now.
Yeah, and so when you take a look at the class,
Williams.
Davion Nixon is probably the best guy left right now.
RJ3 on the Bleacher Report stream said he does not see Kirk Cousins being happy about the Kellen Mond pick.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I doubt Kirk Cousins would be happy about the Kellen Mond pick, but we were kind of talking about this earlier. I think for a lot of Vikings fans, and I'm not sure I'm in this category, but I might be. You know, if Kirk Cousins gets a fire lit under him, has an MVP-like season, like Aaron Rodgers, you know, when the Packers drafted Jordan Love, and then demands out next season, I don't think that's the worst situation for the Vikings in the world. You know, we get a fun year, and then we get pissed off Kirk. Luke Braun likes to the Kirk meter. Frick you, Kirk.
I love the Kirk meter.
And then we get to potentially move on. I mean, you know, it is kind of interesting because the contract's seen as an albatross. In some ways it is because it prevents us from getting other players. But yeah, no, I don't know. It's interesting. So sounds like we're not really going to get value on a 3 technique in this round. I mean, that wasn't my first choice, but it's something we certainly need because, well, at least we need an interior rusher for third downs, right? Because Dalvin Tomlinson and Michael Pierce are not strong pass rushers from the interior. But if we want to wind it back a little bit, something you said earlier, Harbs, what resonated with me in terms of taking a guard. I know Tyler was anti-guard in the first. We didn't take a guard in the first, but I think once you get to this point, after free agency, we left ourselves with 3 very clear holes. We had 2 offensive line holes, whether that was moving Ezra Cleveland. With the selection of Darrisaw, it means we put Darrisaw at left tackle, and we still have a guard hole, and then we have an edge hole. So I really think we need to fill those 2 spots here.
Yeah, and I just saw too the Saints traded up with Denver, so I don't know who they're going to be going up for, but they've been getting a lot of defensive guys too, so it'll be interesting to see there.
Do we know who the Cowboys took?
Cowboys
Not yet.
took, I said it. Osa.
Yeah.
Odigizua.
Odigizua.
That's a good
And
pick,
now
too.
I'm seeing the Saints are taking Paulson Adebo.
Okay.
Corner Stanford.
Yeah, he was a first-round pick a year and a half ago.
Yeah, seriously.
Vikings are what? Vikings are
That
what?
must
A
be
pick
a
away.
trend for Stanford players though, with Walker Little in him. So.
Yeah, we got 1 pick between us. It's the Chargers rather. Do they steal our guy again? Do they steal Tyler? Who's your top player? Melifonwu?
My top player on my board right now is Darius Washington, safety TCU. But
Actually,
if we
that'd
can
be
get one
fun.
of, I'd love him.
But for us specifically, would it be Washington or would it be Melifonwu or the lineman, or who would you have?
Based on what we're seeing, if you want a corner, you take Melifonwu now. If you're just taking, I want a guy day 1, you take Trey Smith. Because I think the Vikings are in that position where they took Darrisaw, who they're expecting to probably start day 1. They took Kellen Mond as a developmental player, and they still have so many holes on this roster that you need to fill right away. Trey Smith, to me, pencil him in at left guard. They already talked about how they're starting to prioritize size a little more, and he's a really good athlete as well. So I think you're able to get that combo like I talked about earlier with Creed Humphrey. I think that would be an ideal scenario for now and later.
Fornus, what do you think of Ronnie Perkins?
Perkins is fine. He definitely doesn't fit with the Vikings prioritize with edge rushers.
Well, I'm just trying to bring up an Oklahoma player for Ryan, so bear with me.
Wesley, you think that's Mond is the worst quarterback pick? You don't think the two rookies, or not rookies, but the two young guys we got on the roster right now are worse?
Oh, I think the two young guys we have on our roster right now are worse for sure.
Oh, I do too.
I'm not. Guys? Well, it's Nate Stanley and Jake Browning.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh dear God.
Yes.
Yeah, and we also we brought back Sean Mannion, right? We did that.
No.
No, we didn't. Okay, never mind. Never mind.
In fact, I feel like that might have even tipped away that they might have been thinking QB was the fact that they didn't just bring Sean Mannion back for like that minimum or whatever. I'm sure.
I honestly just assumed it happened. Yeah, I just assumed it happened, but it didn't. So that is very interesting.
I'm just scrolling through here. I apologize.
No, I'm trying to get updates on what the Chargers took. Hopefully they don't take, either Melifonwu or, well, I guess they already took a corner, right? Because they took Samuel Jr. That was a great pick. Chargers have had a great draft, just taking players that have fallen to them so far.
Yeah. Two really good
Fortis,
players.
I know this is
Saints took cornerback Paulson Adebo.
That's a really good developmental type pick because if he didn't keep getting hurt and the pandemic didn't happen, he probably was a first-round player.
Fortis, what do you think of our boy Trask? Not to hijack the show here and play host.
I think it's an ideal situation. He's going to have almost no pressure. He's going to play with the GOAT in an offense where even though it's a vertical offense, you don't have to have a cannon arm in order to succeed.
It's a Friday, but I feel like I'm at church because you're preaching.
Yep. Hey, I'm a big Trask guy. I also had him as a low third-round grade, so I think quarterbacks always go higher than what you have them graded.
Right.
And
I
don't have a super big issue with it.
I saw Wesley say Jabril Cox. I like that pick too here potentially.
Jabril Cox, Baron Browning. We've been talking about linebackers for a little bit just because of the uncertainty with Anthony Barr. But you got Melifonwu, Trey Smith, and Tylan Wallace on the board. These are pound the table guys for me.
Tylan Wallace is great. I think, to be honest, I think Tylan Wallace is going to fall a bit further. I know you have him ranked pretty highly there, Tyler, but it seems like we could potentially get him later with a third-round pick. And if we get him at 90, do we have 90 or something?
Yeah.
Whatever our last third-round pick is, if he's still on the board there, I think that's a take. I think that's a draft immediately. Quinn Miners also right now could be super fun. I love Quinn Miners' personality.
Me too. That'd be who I'd pick. Vikings are on the clock. Chargers took Josh Palmer, receiver.
Ooh.
Hard.
Okay. That's a little early for Palmer.
Yeah, I'm not a big Palmer guy.
He was 149th on the consensus board.
He's got some size, right?
He's got size. He's got great hands. Body control is excellent. He knows how to use his frame, but at the same time, he has no juice. It's not nearly the Harbs. Who was the Tennessee guy last year? Jennings.
Marquez Callaway.
Oh, Juwan Jennings.
Yeah, Juwan Jennings.
So he plays similar to Jennings, but he's got a lot more juice than Jennings. He's like a 4.55 guy. He's not going to be a natural separator, but he's not nearly as debilitating as what Jennings was as a separator.
Who's the Florida State guy who went to the Bengals that has made a couple contested catches? Auden Tate. Auden Tate's in a similar mode then too.
Yeah.
What if you go full Chris Sims, Mike Florio team and get De'Ami Brown here? Would you be upset?
I wouldn't be upset with De'Ami Brown in round 3, but I have Tylan Wallace graded almost 6 points higher than
I know
De'Ami Brown.
I was just curious.
but I wouldn't be upset with the value here. I think I might prefer Amari Rogers to De'Ami Brown, but I wouldn't hate it. Like I just think with Tylan Wallace's mentality and his ability to continue to grow as a receiver, actually learning a full route tree, and some of the nuance I already saw with how he's able to separate with quick feet and even some like subtle shoulder fakes with like the 4 routes he ran at Oklahoma State on one side of the field. He's a project, but he's already so good at the jump balls and winning those contested catches and having excellent body control in the air. I want to bet on that guy.
Yep. You got to love the spread offenses in the Big 12. Just putting guys on one side of the field and they run 3 routes.
What's the pick?
So, if you would like it.
What is it?
Go for it.
Linebacker out of North Carolina, Chad Surratt.
Surratt? Oh. Really?
I'm not.
That's a
I'm
surprise.
Not a fan of that.
I'm not either.
He's an athlete. So
he tested. Didn't he run a 4.7 at his pro day though?
Oh, maybe he did. We're looking it up right now.
Yeah, I was going to pull up his RAS score.
I'm about to say I don't have it.
No, he 8.52 on the RAS score. He ran a 31-inch vertical, 4.6 40, 20-yard split was 2.7, 10-yard split 1.6, and that's what you want in a linebacker is that 10-yard split. So
that explosiveness, yeah.
And then the shuttle 4.16, 3-cone 7.02.
I think I would have rather preferred Baron Browning here, but I guess those testing numbers are better than I thought. Like, I don't hate it. But do we really expect Chaz Surratt's playstyle to take over an Anthony Barr role next year? Because I feel like you could have asked that from Jabril Cox and Baron Browning, where I don't think you're asking that of Chaz Surratt.
Yeah, I think maybe Barr sticks around. Like, maybe it's a next year thing. I mean, it's hard to say.
Well, they adjusted his contract, so he's a free agent after this year. That's why it's
that's what
a
I mean.
bigger talking
if you
point.
Wait, it might be worth it. Get coached up.
Yeah, it is interesting on the size thing, although it's kind of like Anthony Barr is he is a unicorn in terms of linebackers in the NFL. Like, if you see somebody the only person with a kind of similar role is Dante Hightower for the Patriots, right? Dante Hightower does more stuff because he plays edge half the time anyway. But in terms of a similar frame to what Barr is, so it is hard to find those guys. You don't have, Baron Browning's 6'3". He's not 6'5" like Anthony Barr is. He's longer, but I doubt he's as long as Anthony Barr is as a player. So really, outside of Micah Parsons or Zaven Collins, there's not an Anthony Barr size linebacker in this draft class. So when you're replacing Anthony Barr, you might want to think immediately that you're going to take somebody who looks like Anthony Barr, but it's very hard to find those guys. So it might just be a guy who's good at the position. Now, I agree this is a bit of an overdraft for Surratt, although he was mocked around this range a lot, right? Like a lot of people had him in 3rd round, maybe 4th round contention. But at the end of the day, the Vikings draft linebackers higher than I expected them to, all the time. Like, we did it with Ben Gedeon. We did it kind of with Troy Dye last year. We do this a lot. So I guess it's, now that I'm thinking about it, it's not that big of a shock. But I really want another offensive lineman, and I really want an edge rusher. And why don't we have either of those two things yet?
Exactly.
So I didn't get a chance to really do a big watch on Surratt. So I pulled up the scouting report from the Draft Network so we can really get a full profile from Joe Marino. He apparently got a 4-game suspension his sophomore year because he sold team-issued sneakers.
Because he did what?
He sold team-issued sneakers. What a crock that is from the NCAA. He came in as a quarterback. He started 7 games as a redshirt freshman to enter 2018 as the starter. He hurt his wrist, and they moved him to the defensive side of the ball, so he's only been playing linebacker for 2 years. Scheme fit, 4-3 outside linebacker. with this ideal role being a pursuit style 4-3 outside linebacker that brings value on every down. So kind of just that general synopsis it is a good sign, and I really trust Joe Marino's work because I think he's an excellent analyst. I'm excited to actually go back and watch him because it's just hard for me to justify him over Cox and Browning.
Forno, I sent you a clip thread Ben Fennell shared. It was quote tweeted it, and he retitled it. It was Viking on Viking crime. Darrisaw completely destroyed Surratt this year. So it was just nonstop bulldozer plays. You'll have to retweet it. It's a good one.
But an offensive tackle should destroy
I'm not
saying
it's bad for Surratt. The Viking on Viking thing was, I thought, a funny way to look at it.
No, so Tyler, agree with what you're going with there from Joe. I just pulled up Dane Brugler's draft guide. He has him in his linebacker 8, notably behind Browning and Jabril Cox. So I think those are better selections at that point. But another thing that kind of screams Vikings to me is the high school quarterback. I originally committed to North Carolina as a quarterback, and then I think Sam Howell got there, and he switched to linebacker at that point.
He played as a freshman at quarterback.
Yeah, which I don't think what I've heard is he was a terrible quarterback, so it's a good thing he switched to linebacker. But
sounds like Mike
young
Zimmer.
At the position, somebody we can develop is a positive sign for us because we've done that in the past, right? So.
Yeah.
Plus, he was a 4-year basketball star.
Yes.
Which
any thoughts on Surratt, Nick?
Yeah, no, I talked to all of our guys over at Blue Chip Scouting. The basic synopsis I got: goodwill linebacker, blitzes very well, smart, can't shed blocks. Over Baron Browning, laughing my ass off. So there's that kind of to go with everything we've been talking about. Needs some time, but can be solid down the line. So
our consensus board over there, he was 94 now. So not a terrible reach.
Pick 79 was traded by the Raiders to Buffalo, and they selected outside linebacker, defensive end Malcolm Kuntz.
Out of Buffalo. Buffalo to Buffalo.
I have never heard that name before.
He's gotten a lot of steam over the past few weeks.
Guys, I got to bounce.
98 on the consensus.
Nick, have a great night. Thank you.
Enjoy the last couple picks.
For the first time.
Yeah. Take it easy, guys.
See you, Nick.
Yeah, this is a really interesting process for the Vikings. Like taking Surratt, who I expected would have been their day 3, over Browning and Cox is different. I disagree with that process, but I do like the fact that they prioritize linebacker with so much uncertainty moving forward next year. When I look at the board, not taking a receiver or a interior offensive lineman, I feel like probably should have been more of a priority there. Because even if you take, like, let's say, Trey Smith right at 78, then at 86, you're almost guaranteed to have one of Surratt, Cox, Browning. You could have waited a little bit and prioritized a different player. So I'm excited to hear what Spielman has to say, Spielman and Zimmer have to say about Surratt, because it feels like this was more of he was an absolute target for them.
It does. It does, because they're taking him at this point with other linebackers on the board. And that's a situation where you would think, okay, we've got 3 guys here. We're more limited at other positions. The thing that's frustrating for me right now is, as I've mentioned a couple times, if you look at our free agency, we addressed, defensive tackle, we addressed corner, we addressed safety. So maybe it makes sense to not pick those. We kept Anthony Barr for another year, but we had glaring holes on our roster after we cut Riley Reef at left tackle, left tackle / right guard, right? Depending on what you think of Ezra Cleveland, which now Ezra Cleveland's right guard, Darrisaw
They
left
move
tackle.
him to left.
But it's a guard spot regardless, and edge rusher, where we don't have startable players at those positions. I don't think Stephen Weatherly is a startable player. I think if we had kept Afadi Odenigbo, you would have one of Stephen Weatherly and Afadi Odenigbo, and I'd be more okay with that as a starting edge rusher. We don't have that. I'm not cool with Mason Cole starting at left guard, and I'm certainly not cool with Dakota Dozier starting at left guard again, or Drew Samia playing a snap ever. I'm sorry, Ryan. But
which is disappointing because I thought Samia could make it. He had the right attitude. He just can't.
I thought Samia was a good pick at the time, but shows what we know. So maybe we're not fans of the Chaz Surratt pick, right? And 2 years from now, it turns out he was a fantastic pick. You know, that's part of the process here. But the fact that we have really not looked to address those two positions through 3 picks and instead have been taking for the future is somewhat makes sense. But in the context of our offseason, it does not make sense to me because we could have done more to fill those holes at that point where we weren't pigeonholed into taking those positions. And now we've pigeonholed ourselves into taking those positions, but have chosen not to do so. That's the frustrating part.
This is what drives you crazy about the present regime. I'll be back in just a minute.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to withhold my real frustration about kind of what we've done with the last 2 picks because we still have 2 more to go within the next 12. There's still a lot of really good players on the board. And if, like, let's say our next 2 picks are Tylan Wallace, Quinn Miners, or any combination of the interior offensive line, corner, wide receiver, where we're prioritizing positions that we not only need in the future, but we need now, I think you can still consider it a win. I think Vegas taking Kuntz is just, I don't get it, but
did Vegas take Kuntz or did
it said
no? Vegas traded
79.
back. The Vegas traded back, didn't they?
Well, the graphic just said Vegas at 79. Yeah, Vegas, and then they're picking again at 80.
Yep.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
79
was the pick they got from. You what? 79 was the pick they got from the Cardinals, and then Divine Diablo just went to the Raiders. I thought he could be a Vikings target.
Harbs, go ahead. What were you saying?
I reached out to our Washington guy with Molden because I'm really confused why he's still there. Apparently, when he tested, he had a bad hammy, which really altered his scores, and that's the only explanation he has. Because he said interviewed well, no character issues, nothing like that. So he's just guessing that the testing's holding him back.
Yeah. So back to our next couple picks because I think we've spent a bunch of time on Surratt. We spent enough time on Mond. One thing I've seen in the chat, and this was a while back, but somebody asked about Ronnie Perkins, who has fallen. What do we think about why he's still available at this spot? And obviously, somebody you mentioned earlier, Forno is a Vikings pick. So what do we think about Ronnie Perkins in general, and why is he still on the board?
I just don't think he's a good enough athlete as an edge rusher. He's more of a motor guy. He's got a lot of power in his hands, but he doesn't have that great bend that you want from a guy that you're going to take at this spot. And I remember talking to JR, and he just didn't want to touch Ronnie Perkins a little bit later because of those issues. And I agree with him. Like he's a dog in the trenches, and he's gonna bully you, but he's not gonna beat you around the corner, and he's gonna have to win with incredible power. And I just don't think there's enough upside to warrant picking him until about late round 3, early round 4. So I think about him with 90, but there's just too many other players on the board I'd prioritize over Perkins.
And there are a couple words you said in there that tell me he's not a Vikings target, period, in that he's not a good athlete. Surly Furious
He's
IPA.
a fine athlete. He's not a great athlete.
Yep. And Vikings take great athletes at edge. I don't see us taking a non-great athlete. Speaking of great athletes at edge, who do you guys know that is a great athlete at edge right now? I'm running out of guys a little bit that I know a lot about at edge.
Yeah, I mean, this edge class to begin with is tough, but when you give a tougher homework assignment, give me a minute.
Did you guys get that the Finns took Hunter Long?
So they wanted Kyle Rudolph Jr.
I love Hunter Long.
Hunter Long's a good player. I think so. One of the only guys that left that is really going to have the athletic testing that they crave, Jonathan Cooper out of Ohio State. He's 6'4", 257, and he plays really, really hot, but he also has 30 1/4 inch arms. So that's not going to fly. But he has everything else that they look for. Rashad Weaver's not going to have the dynamic athletic testing, but he has the size, length, and he plays great in the run game. Same with Adetokunbo Ogundeji. Ellerson Smith is probably that high upside guy that they would want to target. And then Janarius Robinson out of Florida State as well.
I was just about to say Janarius Robinson.
Okay, and this is probably a bit later, but what about Shaka Toney?
Too small. I think he's more of a stand-up edge rusher in a 3-4.
Yeah, and he's one of those guys where he really fed off of the other guys along him. I feel like if he were anywhere else where he didn't have someone like a Yetur Gross-Matos or a Jason Owa opposite him, I think it would be a little bit more different. I like Shaka Toney, not here by any means. But
Sure. Yep.
But as far as Fornes talking about Janarius Robinson going off of athletic testing, if that's what your Vikings are looking for, his RAS score was 9.33 out of 10. Had a 10-yard split of 1.64, a 34-inch vertical, a broad jump of 10 feet. Shuttle was 4.46, 25 bench reps, 6'4", 266. So he's pretty athletic if that's what you're looking for as a Vikings edge.
Yeah, and they always go for athletic guys. And recently it's been more the jump scores, but previously it was literally everything. If a guy didn't have, a good 3-cone, a good short shuttle, and good jumps, he just wasn't on the board for them. It seemed like. So outside of that, I just want to pull up a couple more names here. We've mentioned Trey Smith a little bit. Northern Iowa, what about Spencer Braun? How do we feel about him? I've seen him quite a bit. Obviously, did he have the 10 RAS? Was he the guy with the 10 RAS in this draft class, or there was some other one?
9.98, so almost 10 at center.
I mean Spencer Braun, Northern Iowa.
Oh yes, Spencer Braun was the 10.
Yeah. What do we think about him?
I love Spencer Braun. I thought he would be a target from the get-go, especially if the Vikings didn't make tackle a priority early on. I actually prefer taking edge rusher early and then going Spencer Braun at this point. But obviously the board didn't fall that way, and they weren't comfortable enough with Owe, Peyton Turner, Joe Tryon at that spot. I kind of, in hindsight, I would have taken one of Owe or Peyton Turner there and then taken a tackle at this point, because I think Spencer Braun is very capable. But we did get the tackle, and I still think if you like Spencer Braun, you take him, and then that puts you in a position where, one, you have a swing tackle. You don't have to keep paying Rashad Hill. And if you can't, for some reason, re-sign Brian O'Neill, you have a guy who can step in next year and take over. So it's building depth. It's building for the future. And he's an excellent prospect.
The football team just took Diami Brown, wide receiver, UNC.
That's a fantastic fit for
My brand
Brown.
is strong with the Washington Chuckets, and you know the rest of it.
The Chuckets gets. I like it.
That's not a bad name for the team.
No, it's not. Real quick, because nobody's asked about him yet, apart from that wonderful person in the comments, it looked like. Forno, what'd you think of Cam Sample? I didn't really watch him, so I'll go to you. Out of Tulane.
He's a target for the Minnesota Vikings. He doesn't fit the length and size profile that they look for, but what he does give you is he gives you inside-outside versatility at 262 pounds, and he's built thick. And then at the Senior Bowl, he was one of those edge players that really stood out to me and played a fantastic week in Mobile. And I think that with that interest from Minnesota throughout the process, Doogie was tweeting about him. I think it's a real possibility that Cam Sample's the guy. I just wonder if they're going to take him, who's going to be a little more production, a little more of a speed rusher, or if they take the length guy in Rashad Weaver or Ade Ogundeji. So I'm really intrigued to see kind of what their process is going to be as far as edge, because how this edge class shakes up, there's not a lot of super high upside guys, which is what they love to target in this range.
Yeah, which is interesting because I feel like with the lack of a top tier talent at the top of this class, the super high upside guys got pushed up the board a little bit compared to what they normally would do. I mean, Jason Owe, obviously a physical freak. I think Daniil Hunter's success is a big part of the reason he became a first round pick ultimately, right? Just with those tools. And you had the comps to Hunter, which I don't love, but it is what it is there. But the fact that there wasn't really blue chip edge talent at this class, I think pushed those, guys with the measurables and everything up the board pretty high, which is bad for us not having a second round pick.
Panthers select tight end Tommy Tremble.
Okay, a little bit of tight ends coming off the board here.
Carolina did?
I'm very glad I'm on this
The
stream.
Panthers,
That's
yes.
all I'm going to say.
Oh, Jared is going to freak out, man.
I know. I'm just... Anyway.
Who's Jared? One of the blue chip guys?
Yeah, he's a
he's
Vikings homer. Or a Panthers homer, excuse me.
Yeah.
So
But,
we've got
yeah.
2 more picks between you guys then. Tennessee and Dallas.
The Cowgirls.
Dallas right here, I could see them doubling down on corner and taking Melifonwu. I could also see them going interior offensive line just because of some of their offensive line injury issues last year and the lack of development from Connor Williams. Tennessee's a wild card. Who did Tennessee get in round 1? They got Caleb Farley. Like, they still need a receiver. They got a tackle, I believe.
Dallas, you were wrong. Dallas just selected defensive end Chauncey Golston.
Oh, okay.
I don't recognize that name.
I don't get it. He's an edge rusher out of Iowa. I didn't think he was that impressive. The little bit I saw of him. Arms, did you get to do a full watch on him?
I did not. I know some people are really hot or cold on him. I know that's excellent analysis. But again, he's an Iowa product, so he's always going to be big and strong. Your stereotypical Hawkeye.
Corn-fed,
So.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, this is kind of interesting here. I've got the consensus board pulled up, right? And you usually see in the third round some picks that are a lot further down the board. Right now, a couple picks that have gone recently. Josh Palmer was 149. Chauncey Golston, who just went, I guess, was 180. And Kuntz, who went earlier to the Raiders, was 198. So it's kind of interesting to me that we have 2 more edge rush prospects who were way down the board, not on a lot of people's radars, who have now gone in the third round. I mean, I think that kind of speaks to what we were talking about the kind of lack of depth at the edge rush class at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So people are reaching for guys that they like who really aren't considered, all that great of prospects. But it'll be interesting to see then if the Vikings do go for an edge, what they do. And if we like DJ Wanham that much, I am a bit concerned for us. So
Hey, gotta give shout out to Andre Patterson. He's got to make it happen.
I have said I trust Andre Patterson for a very long time, and I still believe I trust Andre Patterson, but it took a while. If it works out this year, it's fantastic. If it doesn't work out this year, I might be changing my tune a little bit on Andre Patterson.
It took a while to get Everson Griffin up to that
absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So
Titans traded
some of
their
that with
pick to
Everson
Green
Griffin
Bay,
was
by the
just
way.
what?
Oh, Green Bay jumping in front of us. Great.
Yep, exactly what I was bringing it up for.
Okay.
They're going to draft their quarterback in the future, Jamie Newman. It'll be okay.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, God, if they take Jamie Newman, I'm going to laugh.
If they take a quarterback, period, I'm going to laugh
Who do
because
they
Aaron
want
Rodgers
here
is just going to blow up his house in Green Bay.
So top of the consensus board right now, you have Wyatt Davis, Melifonwu, who they already took a corner, so I can't imagine them taking Melifonwu. Jabril Cox, which they wouldn't jump us for him. Elijah Molden, Davion Nixon, Diami Brown went already. Ronnie Perkins, Quinn Miners. I hope it's not Quinn Miners. If it's Quinn Miners, I'm going to be upset.
They did just take an interior offensive lineman in Josh Myers, though.
They could.
They did take Myers, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This could be a tackle because they need a right tackle. So Spencer Brown would be in play here. Maybe Stone Forsythe.
Brown seems like a Packer.
Packers select wide receiver Amari Rogers.
Okay.
Whoa, that's a good pick for them.
And keeping
Amari
Rogers.
Rogers is a really good football player.
Rogers.
Well, they just want to make sure that there's a Rogers on the back of one jersey at least in Green Bay as well.
Give him 12. Give him 12.
I think what's really interesting about the Amari Rogers pick is he doesn't fit their type at all. He's more of a slot guy. He's really explosive in and out of cuts, and his torn ACL a couple years ago really hindered him. But I think he's a fully back now, and he really stood out this past season without Justin Ross because he was healing from that neck injury. And I think Amari Rogers is that extra piece that they really need, guy that can work inside and out and get open in the middle of the field. And I think it can make a big difference for Green Bay, which for the Minnesota Vikings freaking sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And I thought Elijah Moore would have been a great fit for them in the first round, not because of the receivers they normally take, but because it fills a need of that type of receiver that they didn't previously have on their team. So it makes sense that they're going with a similar type later. And they're obviously not the exact same player, right? Mm-hmm. But, it's more of a guy rather than these big, tall, deep vertical threat wide receivers, somebody with speed. Oh, no. What do we do?
The Vikings just traded down with the Bills.
Yeah, but the Bills are, 93?
Yeah, 93. Wow, how do you remember that?
I'm good.
Like, I do this all day, too, but good Lord.
Jeez. Okay. Well, I was going to... Okay.
I wonder what we got.
We've got
they must be happy with what's
more
on the
selections.
board.
No. Yeah, we have 4 more selections before we pick at 90 again. So what are we thinking? Give me 4 guys or 5 guys to the Vikings because the 5th guy will be there at the very least. So 5 guys for the Vikings right now.
Melifonwu, Wallace, Trey Smith, Quinn Miners, and I need to update my board. Holy crap.
Yeah, that's the problem with day 2 and 3.
It's going fast.
Goes so fast. Goes so fast.
That comment's funny.
Okay, so we got 4 guys. We got Melifonwu, we have Miners, we have Trey Smith, and we have Tylan Wallace. I think I would agree if you get any of those 4 guys, you're happy.
Yes.
I like this. Packers just drafted a wide receiver named Rogers, troll level high.
Wait, are you 100% sure that we traded 86 to the Bills? Because it says the pick is in at 86.
Yeah, I'm not 100%, but that's the tweet I saw. Hold on.
Maybe we trade.
Scroll back.
Maybe the announcements are like 2 years behind us, and we traded 90 back to the Bills.
By Will Ragatz, SI, Vikings are trading down from 86 with the Bills.
Okay.
Who was on the show?
I just saw a tweet that said the love to Rogers connection in the future in Green Bay is going to be great.
God, I love this.
Huh.
Forno, I'm glad you appreciated my Zaza Gabor comment this morning.
Oh, that was fantastic.
Jaja.
Oh, okay. I said she's
Jaja.
had 8 divorces and none are going to be as nasty as what the Packers do to Aaron Rodgers.
Darling.
I'm starting to really
any word
worry.
on what the Bills pick was?
No, that's what I'm trying to look here
ESPN
and see.
still hasn't updated it to the
neither
Bills.
is CBS. If you ever watch Green Acres, I grew up on Green Acres.
Oh, Eva Get Bored.
Petticoat Junction and Star Trek back when it was live. I was a kid, obviously.
I used to love Petticoat Junction.
Oh yeah. It was racy for its time.
Fornish, you're so old.
Yeah.
You can understand me. I'm 57. Forness is
You get a pass.
30-something.
I'm
Most.
31. I grew up watching it.
Good Lord. Jim Mackey's.
Why hasn't ESPN updated it? This is just odd.
A lot of the tips that I'm following hasn't updated squad either. They're all stuck on the Packers.
And nobody cares about them.
Exactly. Except for their angst. We love them when they're having heartburn.
I'm loving the
SKOR North playing Packers vet line today was absolutely fabulous.
Oh, that was incredible.
And that's my favorite part of during the season after they lose, as long as we win.
Here, you guys can feel old again, too, because Amari Rogers' dad is T. Martin, and T. Martin's one of the Brady Six that was picked ahead of Brady.
Yeah.
Amari Rogers' dad is T. Martin?
You didn't know that? That's cool.
No.
Yeah, that's why everyone had him like to Baltimore, because he's the receiver coach there.
Never mind, the reports of a trade were inaccurate. It does appear that the pick is in at 86. That's from Daily Norseman. They fell for the trade.
They got had.
Well, yeah, but Will is, Sports Illustrated. You figure he's plugged in.
Yeah, that's fair.
Even the best get duped.
Uh-oh. Jim's picking it. Wyatt Davis.
There you go.
And Ted
Wyatt
Glover
Davis.
goes wild.
All of the Vikings fans, like week 4, are ecstatic right now. All of the week 4 Vikings fans are ecstatic. Wyatt Davis, talk to the pick about us, guys.
All right.
Talk about the pick to us.
Wyatt Davis is fine. He's a solid player. He can run the wide zone scheme, but he's not really great at anything. And I think one of the things why I was clamoring for Trey Smith and Quinn Miners is they have this absolute nasty streak about him, and they're just powerful movers of men. And I don't think Wyatt Davis is that. I don't think he's incapable, but I also don't think he's exemplary at anything. And he's got a solid enough anchor. He's got good movement skills. He ended up on the ground a lot this year at Ohio State, like overexerting himself, lunge blocks. And I think he's a good player. I think considering where he was being projected going into the year as like a first-round caliber player to get him in round 3, you're getting 2019 Wyatt Davis. This is an absolute steal of a draft pick. So
now
overall,
you're saying he got on the ground a lot. Is that because he was off balance, or is it because somebody put him there?
More off balance, but
that's coachable.
Yeah, it is coachable, but I think with the other players on the board, I would have preferred them. But I don't hate the pick. They address the interior of the offensive line with a good player.
This is a good question by Jim. Do they now move Ezra to left guard and put Davis at right?
Davis is a right guard, so that's not necessarily the worst idea. But why wouldn't you have just put Dakota Dozier at right guard and had Ezra at left guard to begin with? Because Ezra is a left tackle, and it's a lot easier to make that transition. Which
blew my mind why they didn't do that, but hey.
Agreed. No, I don't understand why Ezra wasn't left guard the whole way. Everything, and I haven't played offensive line, so I don't know, but everything I've heard indicates that moving from guard to tackle on the same side is a lot easier than moving from left tackle to right tackle or something like that.
Left tackle to right tackle, to me, because I played all 5 positions across the line.
Sure.
It wasn't that bad. To guard, I'd rather move left to left than go from left tackle to right guard, because that is a bigger switch. I was surprised when they put Ezra at right guard, sort of. I mean, Samia was so bad, it was horrible. But I think he would be a better fit if we're going to grow him and play him as a guard. Now move him over to left guard and play Wyatt Davis at right guard.
Yep. And on Wyatt Davis, am I remembering correctly that he has injury concerns? I know he got hurt in the college football playoff this past year, and I believe he had a couple other injuries that have hindered him this past year. Am I correct on that?
I honestly don't remember. I know he had that knee injury. I think he had something lingering, and I think you're right about that, but I don't know 100% for sure. Harbs, do you remember anything? Because it rings a bell that he was dealing with something.
You know me, I am the offensive guy, but it stops at the tight end as far as where I've really got my bread and butter with. My thing is the quirks and the comedic relief, which is why if you're a fan of the movie The Program and Alvin Mack, Dwayne Davis, who played Alvin Mack, this is his kid. So back-to-back celebrity picks here.
Harbs, I saw your message in the group chat, you son of a bitch.
Athletic had Wyatt Davis as their number 5 guard.
Yep, Dane Brugler had him as his number 5 guard. He has Miners as a center. He did have him above Smith. One thing he does note, because I have his draft guide up right now, is suffered a knee injury as a junior against Michigan State, so this year against Michigan State, and re-injured it in the national championship game. So he did deal with an injury, but it sounds like it was late in the season because that game was December, so it doesn't necessarily answer for the on the ground all the time kind of thing, right? Because actually, if we want to go back a little bit, now we've added 2 offensive linemen, right? Darrisaw in the first round, Davis now. Darrisaw, something I saw about 2 days ago that was really interesting to me, because I'm sure you guys know Darrisaw with the effort concerns, right? And the finishing concerns, and it looks like he doesn't care out there for a significant number of snaps on his tape. I saw he had a core muscle surgery, and he also had a groin injury that he had. Do we think, and I haven't gone all the way in on his tape, Forno, do you think that if he had those 2 injuries, was it a pattern in certain games, like later in the season or something, where he could have had those injuries and was trying to play, but was struggling to be as effective as he could be at his top end because of those injuries? Do you think that's a chance, or is it like one game he's great and the next game he's not, and then he's great again, or whatever?
No, I think that absolutely could be a thing, Matt, and I'm really interested to dive into his tape even more now that he is a Minnesota Viking, and that do an even deeper breakdown and try to understand what happened between 2019 and 2020, and being able to utilize the beast as you are right now and understanding some of those little nuances. So when you watch from game to game, you can understand what they're going through as well as what you're seeing on film. And I think it's very possible that he just played through injuries and he was trying to play hurt. And
I can tell you,
it'll be interesting to find out.
I can tell you from experience, straining my knee, Cat 3, Cat 2, whatever, right before surgery is needed, mostly torn off, that I was out for 6 weeks, came back, and I could run just fine, except for when I cut one direction, then I'd collapse. It was no good. So if he had a strained ligament and that was his knee injury, I can see where if he went wrong or got hit wrong side, wrong leverage, he would go down. That makes sense.
Your Vikings are on the clock again.
Oh, so yeah, the picks in between have been Kendrick Green from Illinois, who's an incredibly athletic center. I thought was a Vikings target. I mean, he was a center at Illinois, but he might be a guard in the NFL. And Trey Sermon, for the Rams took him. I don't love the landing spot for Trey Sermon, but I love the player. I thought Trey Sermon was awesome.
No,
49ers got Trey
Niners
Sermon.
traded up. He's a Niner.
Oh, he's a Niner. Okay, that's fantastic. I love Trey Sermon. I just said that. This is fantastic for him. I think he's going to be great. Draft.
Yeah, I like Trey Sermon a lot. Houston got Nico Collins. They traded up.
So we're on the clock.
Oh, that's
to Carolina.
That's a good pick.
In the 89 spot, Collins.
Yes.
Sean Borman's showing Darrisaw at left tackle, Cleveland at left guard, Bradbury, Wyatt Davis at right guard, and O'Neal.
Gotcha.
That's the way it should be.
That's not a bad line.
No, on paper it looks pretty good.
On paper,
rookie experience, rookie experience.
I think going into the draft, if you tell us we have added Darrisaw and Davis on the line, I think you might have even said we had to trade up into the second round to get Davis. So I think it looks solid from here. I am in agreement that I would have preferred Miners with everybody here pretty much, I think. But I think it's a good pick. So I think we're good. Let's hope for 90. An edge here at 90. Or a wide receiver.
90.
Tyler Wallace, fingers crossed.
At pick 90.
No, I think I know who it is.
Mike Zimmer gets edge rusher Patrick Jones.
Patrick Jones.
I didn't like him at all, but I see the draw.
I know. I
He's
saw
long.
this. You hated him.
I did. I didn't get it, but he does have a speed. He does have length. He does have size. I thought Rashad Weaver was the better player, but I just thought Jones's technique was rough. Most of his production was coming from effort or just, hey, I'm just going to explode off the ball and just beat you. I didn't think there was a whole lot there, but here's the thing. I trust Andre Patterson. If Andre Patterson picked this guy, I can live with it, and I'll have to go back and dive into more of the tape.
I did watch Patrick Jones, and I agree with that reckless comment. I remember I wrote down my notes because I said, you know how in the Crocodile Hunter they would blindfold the alligator and then it would just go crazy and do the death rolls and everything? That's Patrick Jones when the ball snapped. He just tries to do everything, and he can overcommit on runs, and he could chase quarterbacks on draws and stuff like that. And there's definitely tools there. So like you said, if your guy, especially with Zimmer, he does great with defensive linemen. I think it's not the best pick now, but a year or two down the road, you can be like, okay, this was a good value.
So another rotational guy.
Do we know what happened with him? Because I tried to look up his athletic profile, and all I see listed are a 10-yard split and a 20-yard split, and there's not a 40-yard dash time, which is confusing.
I think he pulled his hammy during the 40.
Oh, he pulled his hammy during the 40. So the 10-yard split is 1.58, which is absurd. Like,
wow. Okay.
That get off is absurd. And then did he do his jumps before or after? Because he's got jump numbers and they suck. So
yeah,
that's not a great time.
Usually you run the 40 after the
31
jump
inch
numbers?
107 broad, or 811 broad, which is bad.
Ooh.
But
that is rough.
But like, if he pulled his hammy and then tried to jump,
then he would have issues.
I don't know what the order was there. So that bears looking at. I will say on the consensus board, he was 105, so we're not that far off from the consensus board. Rashad Weaver, Quincy Roche, and Ronnie Perkins, who we've talked about a bunch, were the edges that were ranked above him on the board. So, you know, from what the general consensus has been saying, it's not that far of a reach. As I've kind of ranted about a little bit here, we now have 2 offensive linemen and we have an edge, which we came into this draft absolutely needing to address. We've done that by the end of day 3. So that is a positive. Not in love with this latest edge selection, but the cupboard was kind of bare as well in terms of what was available there. So we didn't have a whole lot to pick out. You know, there's a winter storm coming or something, you're trying to go to the grocery store, get bread. You just don't have anything.
Yeah, you may end up with the pumpernickel.
Yeah. But I think that leaves us with what we need to address for wide receivers. So why don't we talk about that a little bit in terms of, I know we like Tylan Wallace. Who else do you think is a Vikings fit and a potential Vikings target at wide receiver? Add some more weapons to the team. Get Chad Beebe off the field.
Oh, let's get Chad Beebe off the field. I think there are a few guys that you could target. Obviously, I love Tylan Wallace, and I'm a little bit surprised he's still here. Trevon Grimes out of Florida. He's more of like kind of your big X receiver. He's not overly athletic, but he can kind of just do a little bit of everything, and he's going to bring excellent special teams value. Marquez Stevenson, he's kind of a burner out of Houston, could be an interesting one. Anthony Schwartz, we talked about a lot on Mock Draft Monday with Olympic caliber speed. I believe he ran a 10-1 in the 100 meters. Cade Johnson, he's more of a slot out of South Dakota State. Harbaugh loves Cade Johnson, and he can kind of dive into him more in a little bit. There are players here that you can take, but you're talking about taking a relatively decent step down in comparison to like what I believe Tylan Wallace is. But there are still good football players available.
Yeah, no, for me, it's funny that you said Cade Johnson. It's almost like you know me and talk to me about draft stuff. Cade Johnson was one I immediately thought of.
Quarters.
Cade Johnson was another one I immediately thought of. I think he contributes in the special teams game. He's one of the best returners in this class. You could put him in slot, you could put him outside. I think he was a no-star recruit to begin with, so he didn't get the recruiting out of high school. His brother's actually a 4-star recruit that's currently at Iowa. He's a good kid. I got to know him a little bit. Trained out in LA, was working really, really hard. Expected. He had a couple teams that he had ideas about, but I definitely think Minnesota would be a fun one, especially the South Dakota connection with the Jackrabbits. And then another one of mine that I like, who's also potentially a slot guy. He had the most touchdowns out of the slot the last 3 years in college. Jalen Darden out of North Texas. He tested nothing great for his size. He's listed at 5'7", 174, but he has a decent vertical, 35.5 inches for his size, 3 cones, 6.67, 10-yard split, 1.54, 40-yard dash, 4.46. He's much quicker when you watch him in game. He's one of those guys you could just – Cousins could throw a quick out to and then just let him create. His vision and his moves and skill set is very, very good. So I would say Darden or Cade Johnson are guys you could get late tomorrow with your picks and still have contributions day one.
Yep, I've caught some Darden. I like him a lot. I think he's a really good player, and I think a really good option as we head into day 3. I mean, Forno, I know you loved. Go ahead.
Anthony Schwartz, Browns.
Yeah,
okay.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the Browns.
Ours is a Browns guy.
There we go.
I wanted that.
Schwartz,
we didn't have a speedster.
Olympic sprinter. Let's go.
We had no speed.
Here's a question.
I'm pumped.
From RJ, what are the chances a kicker is drafted tomorrow?
Oh my God.
Non-zero.
Absolutely non-zero. Like
there's 2 good ones. Evan McPherson out of Florida and Jose, Borregales or something like that out of Miami. They're both good, but it's hard to draft a kicker, man.
Don't draft specialists. We've drafted 2.
Bingo.
Technically, KJ Osborne wasn't a specialist, but he was a specialist because he's a terrible wide receiver, so he's never going to see the field as a wide receiver. But I mean, it just doesn't work out. How many specialists have we drafted that have been awful? When are we going to learn the lesson? Just get undrafted free agents or get somebody who's okay. I mean, I know we're just you know what? We're just cursed. Don't even have kickers. Just go for it on 4th down all the time. How about that?
It's like that high school coach in Arkansas. No punts.
Yeah.
Always go for 2. Always go for 4th down. All right. Well, we are now at pick 92. The Vikings, in theory, are done for the day. If there's a guy that they want, I wouldn't be upset if they package those first 2 4th-rounders and go up and get somebody.
Yeah, I agree. Trading up for that, though.
Tyler Wallace, baby.
Oh, my God.
Melifonwu's still on the board.
Melifonwu I would justify.
Elijah Molden's still on the board. I don't know how you guys feel about Davian Nixon. I mean, I don't know too much about him. Yeah, we still have Wallace still up there. Those are names that interest me.
Steven asks, what picks do we have tomorrow? We have 119, 125, and 134 presently.
So
then 2 in the 5th and 1 in the 6th.
Real quick, let me run down the names of who we've taken so far. Right, so we have Darrisaw, we have, interestingly, Kellen Mond, we have, somewhat interestingly, Chaz Surratt, and then we have
Wyatt Davis.
And these guys made more sense to me, Wyatt Davis and Patrick Jones, right, just from a positional perspective. If you go into this draft without knowing that the Vikings were going to be able to trade down, because every single Vikings fan, I think, wanted them to trade down or take a quarterback, but those ones who take a quarterback, I mean, it was very, very slim chance we would take one in the first round. Without the knowledge that we're trading back, what do you think of the haul?
Not too bad.
Davis, Darrisaw.
Freddie, we don't have 143. It was traded yesterday.
Considering that, if you just look at the positions we got, I'd say it's an A, because we hit a lot of things that we need to do. Good process in trying to find a quarterback of the future. But when you talk about the actual players, I'm giving it like a B-. I'm just not thrilled with the guys on in round 3. Like Mond, I have big reservations about because of the large sample size. Surratt has been unimpressive in what little I've gotten to watch. Davis could still be good, but I'm really interested to find out if it's injury related or why his 2020 was just kind of eh. And then Patrick Jones, I didn't like him first watch. So right now I'm uninspired by the selections, but I love the fact that they're making efforts and the process seems to have improved as far as what they're doing. So I'll take that as a win.
Sure. So let's say that at 14 pre-draft, right? If I tell you 14 Christian Darrisaw, 78 Wyatt Davis, 90 Patrick Jones. How do we feel about that? Because that takes
the same.
Probably the same.
Yeah.
I think Darrisaw is. I was going to say Darrisaw. I think is the clear-cut steal. One of the ones in the first round.
Especially
I
value it where he was.
Oh yeah, and he fell a little bit because of the reports of the interviewing poorly or whatever. And our guy Mike Hernishin talked about that because he's pretty good friends with Darrisaw. Darrisaw is just a guy that when he comes home from football, he likes to de-stress, play a little bit of Madden, and just de-escalate. He's not football all the time necessarily, and some teams are. Kids are not that way anymore. I say that as a 26-year-old, and it pains me to have uttered that sentence just now. But it's just things are different, and there's ways to where you can get away with that. It's not like when Paxton Lynch was drafted by the Broncos and he played so much Fortnite, it literally ruined his career. It's nothing like that. Darrisaw is a fantastic tackle in this class. Some people had him towards the top with Sewell and Slater. So it's an absolute steal for you guys.
No, and I think that's a very good point about the passion for football thing a little bit. I think NFL teams are, a lot of them are way too focused on that sort of thing, where at the end of the day, for all of these players, football is a job. And even if they're not the most passionate football players in the universe, if they treat it like a job and they respect it like a job and go and act like professionals, I think that's a totally reasonable way to look at it.
Yeah. And like I sell phones for a living. I come home, I don't even want to help my kid with his iPad because I'm just done with technology. So it's just one of those things, and that's a great way to put it too. Football's a job, and when you clock out, you clock out, and that's for the mental reps too. I mean, you don't want your guy just constantly overthinking. I mean, and this is going to be a leap of a comparison. In Bruce Arians' book, he talked about that was the biggest thing that held Peyton Manning back as a rookie was he didn't know when to shut it off, and then he finally told him, like, look, you gotta go home and just be with your girlfriend, be with your fiance, your wife, whoever, and you just got to turn it off. And I think for somebody to fall to you guys because of that silly reason, it's one of those things where, again, Randy Moss fell to you guys because of more obvious reasons, but I think in hindsight, you guys will be like, wow, this was a crock. Lucky for us.
We got viewers watching. Dan is a little upset with thinking these are 4 bad picks. Steven's like, why so negative? Are we negative about today's picks, or are we positive, or are we neutral?
I think it's tough because when you grind as much film as we have and you see so many different players, you kind of fall in love with certain guys, and you want them to be a part of your football team for one reason or another.
Speaking of which, Spencer Brown went to Buffalo.
Yeah, that's a really good selection. Buffalo's just having a good draft to fill needs long term. But like, they're just guys I would have preferred at those spots, at those positions. And for me, that's the tough part. Is I like the process. I like that we're trying to do things and we're trying to get depth. We're trying to get good players. We're trying to think forward, not just for this year. But I would have rather had a different linebacker. I would have rather had a different guard. I would have rather had a different edge rusher. And for me, that's just where I love the process and I trust this front office. But I just feel uninspired because I had players that I valued more highly than those guys.
So, and I think that's a fair point. And I think, emotions play a big part in this, right? And if you like a guy better, like for example, you're pounding the table for Kylan Wallace right now, or we were talking about Quinn Miners, who's a guy I think we all like a lot. It gets a little disappointing when you see an offensive lineman and you have the guy selected that you really want, and it's not quite that guy, right? It's like getting a gift on Christmas and you were really excited about, like, I don't know, a certain type of bike or something, right? And your parents, that was too expensive for them, so they got you something that was a little lesser, right? That doesn't mean it's a bad draft. I think if you look at it in the totality, if you tell me going into the draft, we get Darrisaw and we get Wyatt Davis and we get, an edge rusher. I'm not huge on Patrick Jones, but without really spending any of our day 3 picks, I think that's a win for the Vikings. I think the addition of Kellen Mond on top of that has at least exciting potential, something we might be able to look forward to in the quarterback position, which is something we haven't really had since probably Teddy Bridgewater, if we're being honest. I don't know if anybody got over the moon excited about the addition of Kirk Cousins to our roster, and since then, I think it's hard to get over the moon excited about him. But if you want to work out a narrative of Kellen Mond becoming a great quarterback in the NFL, you can. Chaz Surratt, we're hoping to fill a future need at linebacker. And again, there are maybe a couple other players, but we did have that need. So I think it makes sense. I think there's very much a path for you to get excited about this draft. I really do.
We are welcoming Ed, the man, the engineer extraordinaire, Broad Markle, onto the show, who happens to be Climbing the Pocket Network's own capologist and cap expert extraordinaire. How you doing, Ed?
Doing great. How are you guys?
Doing good.
Doing fantastic.
You sound excited.
Well, I will hop off to let Ed have some time here. I had a blast here for us and guys, and I loved being able to come back on. I got to be here for 2 Vikings picks, one of my Browns picks, so absolute fun. You guys got, I've said it before, you guys have got something special here, and I absolutely love being a part of it, and thank you again.
Thanks, Harbs, and you are always
Appreciate
welcome.
it, man.
Just shoot us a message anytime,
We'll
brother.
do.
Yeah.
You want to talk football?
You. I don't want
we'll
to
do a
talk
special
to Forness
show.
any more than I have to.
All right.
No. All right, guys. I think I'm going to have to head out as well. And yeah, Steven, the last thing I'll say for you is I I think it's a good draft so far. I don't think it is the perfect draft, but I think that we've made decisions that have added to our football team and filled holes in our football team. So I think it's a win on that front. And with that, guys, it was a lot of fun being on. I'll probably be on to continue coverage tomorrow, and I'll talk to you later. Have a good one.
And Matt, I will talk to you as we pump up Fry's football for the rest of the off season until we get ready for kickoff in week 1, baby.
Yeah, let's go. It's a long way out, but we'll try to make it shorter.
All right. You have a good one. All right. That leaves 3 of us, which means I need to do a scene change. Bada boom. Bada boom. We'll bring Ed back in the middle where he belongs, in the highlight premiere spot. So talk to us, Ed. What do you think so far how this draft has gone?
I mean, I think if you're looking at it as a whole right now with the picks we have, the picks we've taken, I think you have to be happy about it if you're a Vikings fan. You got the QB, the backup QB that you're looking for, possibly a guy if he turns out to succeed, Kirk Cousins. You got a couple pieces on the O-line that you're looking for. You got that bookend left tackle, that Darrisaw. I mean, a lot of people had Darrisaw as a top tackle on the board. You get Wyatt Davis here in the 3rd round, and that should pan out to be a phenomenal pick, and you get some edge help there. So I think they're filling in their holes that they need. I think you maybe want to get a wide receiver here in day 3, but I think you have to be happy with this. They're patching all the holes that they have, and this is looking like a lot more of a complete team heading into this next season.
That it is. And update on some picks. The Raiders selected Ben Cleveland, guard. That blows our Cleveland in Cleveland. Well, the Wyatt pick blows that. The Buccaneers select O-lineman Robert Hainsey. I haven't heard that. And then,
Notre Dame, he's the tackle that'll move inside the guard.
Okay. The Pats their pick is in. No word yet that I see. And the Chargers are on the clock.
Yeah, it looks like right now we're on to the comp picks of this round. So,
yeah, we've got about 8 more picks until this round is done, and we move until tomorrow.
Yep.
Now, what do you think of, Ed, since you're our cap guy, since we wanted Darrisaw at 14, but saw the opportunity to trade down, and then we got him at 23. We saved over $2.5 million on salary. Is that a good thing?
I mean, it's a good thing, but you also ended up picking up a couple 3rd-round picks, so that kind of offsets that a little bit. Yeah, I mean, you end up saving a bit more over the life of the contracts, but it ends up being under $2 million total, so that's really inconsequential. But anything helps.
Okay. Now, since you're our cap expert, what do you see the Vikings doing? Right now, we're under the cap. We've got the June 1st money coming in. That'll pay for the rooks. Do you see any extensions coming up in the future because we are under the cap?
We're just looking right now. So we have about $7.6 million right now of cap space. I think Rudy takes care of your rookies, takes care of your practice squad guys that you need to have under contract. And I think what that allows you to do is you could potentially pick up a veteran D end, because I still think that's a need that you need to make this team complete on defense for starting week 1. But I definitely see ways that you can also increase that number if you want to go out and spend on a premier free agent that's still available. Like, you look at Harrison Smith, he would be a prime candidate to get an extension out to. If you really wanted to, you could kind of extend and adjust Eric Kendricks as well. So there's some pieces that you can move around to try to create some money if you really want to go on spending. And even if you need to create some money with Harrison Smith extension and then pay Daniel Hunter more money to make him happy, you can do that. You can just shuffle and make sure your guys are happy and taken care of.
Okay. What would you predict is going to happen? Do you think there's going to be a Harrison extension? Do you think there's going to be a Hunter extension?
I think there's definitely going to be a Harrison extension. I think it's just a matter of time, a matter of when. Typically, Spielman and company, they haven't done those until late in
training camp.
So, yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see it middle of training camp, we see Harrison Smith extension, and even before that, possibly you might see a Hunter deal worked out if it's to the point where he wants to be paid more or he's not showing up. I don't think that's where they're at, but you keep those guys happy, and I think he's been productive for us. So you protect yourself a little bit for the injury risk that he took last year, but I think he's due more money. He's definitely a bargain the last full season we had from him. So you keep him happy. You extend Harrison, have him finish his career here. I think it should be all doable at this point from where the Vikings sit.
Okay. Tyler, going into tomorrow, who do you think, or what positions do you think are needed or left on the Vikings to beef up? Say we need a safety. We haven't picked a safety yet. We know that our safety number 3 is what's his name from Michigan?
Metellus.
Yeah, Josh Metellus, which is my point. What's his name from Michigan? We need a safety. What other positions do we need to fill in that 3 spot or 4 spot for that matter?
I'd say, we have 3 fourth-round picks. I would like to see us grab one of corner, receiver, and safety, because I think those are the positions that we really need to focus on. We got the offensive lineman that we wanted to help fortify this offensive line. We have an edge rusher to bring in the building. A 3 technique could be nice, but if you don't get Davion Nixon, Jay Tufele, they're fine players, but they're not game breakers or world beaters. This interior defensive line class is just not that great. So those 2 are interesting options as well. But corner, receiver, and safety, I would love to see them package 2 picks right now and move up and get Ifeatu Melifonwu, because there aren't a lot of corners left in this class. There are a couple safeties that I really like, but Melifonwu still being on the board is astounding to me. He's a top 50 player on the consensus board.
For me
personally, he's 37. I'll be honest, I don't know. He's 6'3", 215. He's physical. He's got length. He's got good ball skills. He's able to stay in the hip pocket receivers. He runs a 4.46 40.
He sounds
the only
like
thing
a
I can really
wet dream.
Yeah, the only thing I could think of, his brother is Obi Melifonwu, who blew up the combine, was a 2nd-round pick, and busted right away. Unless there's a medical thing that we don't know about that'll come out, I genuinely don't know what's going on.
Pats picked Ronnie Perkins edge. Chargers picked Trey McKitty, tight end. UGA.
That pick should have been Carolina. Let's be fair here, just the namesake.
Mm-hmm.
Trey McKitty, on the Panthers. How perfect would that be?
It'd be awesome. Apparently the Broncos just took Quinn Miners.
Well, that's good for them.
Yeah.
So I haven't been around for this, and you guys have probably talked about this, but what are we feeling about Kellen Mond?
I'm thrilled with the decision to take a quarterback. I'm not thrilled it's Kellen Mond. Kellen Mond has a 46 sample size of beyond inconsistency. I'm just not sold on Mond being the guy, and I know there's the argument to be made that you just got to trust the process and keep making these kinds of decisions. Well, I agree to a point, but if you don't like the player, don't make the decision at all. And
right.
I wasn't a big Kellen Mond guy. He has all the traits in the world. But in between the ears, he doesn't process incredibly well. He doesn't feel pressure. He makes poor decisions. If you give him a clean pocket, he's fine. But in that essence, he reminds me of Kirk Cousins. Like, when he gets pressured, he panics and he makes poor choices and he becomes inaccurate. So I wasn't thrilled with the pick, but I love the process of taking a shot and getting at that guy.
According to PFF, with clean pocket, he's almost the 90s, 89 point something. Merlin. And you can hear my office mate. But was it Phil Sims? Not Phil. The Sims kid that works on
Chris Sims.
Chris Sims. Pro Football Talk. He had him as his number 4 quarterback and says the tape is deceiving. When you look at it, what a quarterback is supposed to be doing, Mond was actually doing that, and that his supporting class sucked, basically. So we'll see. I mean, me complain about the roller coaster that is Kirk Cousins. Mond is supposedly a similar type roller coaster, but it depends on the development. And Clint Kubiak's gotten the best 2 years out of Kirk Cousins, so maybe he can develop Mond. At least what it tells me is that the Vikings wanted a quarterback early. They were trying to get one of the top 4. They missed out, so they settled for the second tier, and they got the one with the best upside in Mond, which pushes Kirk Cousins, because I think they're going to get to next year and Kirk Cousins' salary is going to be stifling, and they're going to want to get out of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not only that, but I mean, you save yourself a couple million just on backup quarterback. And coming into this year where everything's tight, and you want to save that penny for the future upcoming years here, where
I didn't even
you might
think
need
about that.
to call in something. You know, like I said, every drop helps in that bucket. So,
yeah.
What was your opinion, Ed? What did you think?
I like the aggressiveness of it. I was hoping to come out with a quarterback in the round 3 and see that one go off the board that high of a pick. Obviously they like him enough to where they didn't think he was going to be around, handful of picks later. So I like it. It's aggressive. It's something we haven't seen from the Vikings in a good while. I mean, I think the highest quarterback we've taken since Ponder was like around 6 or something like that. Yeah. So
Marlon,
actually putting some capital into that pick again, and then also hearing that they were actively trying to move out for Justin Fields, clearly shows that they're turning around in that conversation where they see Cousins is not the long-term piece, and they're trying to set up for the future of that.
Well, speaking of turning around the conversation, I like that they're going after bigger, stronger linemen as well, thinking that the current setup isn't necessarily the correct one.
Well, just looking the other day at Darrisaw, I think he put up 30 bench reps in his pro day. I can't remember the last time we drafted a O-line that put up more than 20. It's been sad, and then you see some of our guys just get absolutely destroyed by the bull rush, and this guy should be able to handle it with no problem. Just has that bulk strength right now.
Yep, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing it. I'm looking forward to camp, to organized activities, so we can get a better look at these guys, even in shorts, what they're going to be doing and what it looks like. Because I think now the Vikings have addressed some needs, obviously, and it gives us hope. If the defense improves, which it will improve just by the guys that are coming back, and by the help in the free agency, and now the offense looks to improve. We've got a left tackle. I would bet that Ezra moves to left guard. We got Bradbury, and then we got Wyatt Davis at right guard, and then O'Neal stays at right tackle. There's another possible extension, by the way. I think that offensive line is better already, even on paper, than last year's, and that should help. because last year's offense was decent. Hopefully this bumps it into that top 10, top 5 range, and we're competing deep into the playoffs.
Well, as long as you're not rolling out Dozier at any guard spot, I think we're immediately improved. I mean, you look at the starting guards from last year, Elfline and I believe it was Elfline and Dozier, was it not?
Dozier,
and,
not Elf. It was Dozier and Samia. Elf was traded, or
he was traded middle of the season, I thought, wasn't he? Or no, he was cut middle of the season, wasn't he?
Right. Yeah, it could have been, but they were bad. Samia was bad, and he was horrible. Ezra was stuck in his place, and then Dozier was second to horrible. I mean, Dozier and Samia were the last two in PFF's grade system for minimum snaps. They were bad.
So I think honestly, as long as you get minimal production out of one of these guys, I think you're way happy with that. And I just don't see how it can get worse. And I say that with a grain of salt because we've seen how bad
it's the Vikings.
Favorite last words. It can't get worse. Just watch.
Yeah, but
now
and you said with the offense, we're looking to improve. Honestly, we don't even really need to improve. We need to just stay as good as we were last year, and the defense improves, and immediately this team should be a couple more wins ahead of where we were last year.
Now, I do want to warn viewers that offensive linemen usually take a few years to get fully up to speed and reach their potentials. So if we're relying on 2 rookies and Ezra in his second year, you're going to see improvement, but you're also going to see rookie mistakes, especially early. Expect that. But I still think that's going to be better than what we saw last season.
And isn't it like the biggest jump is year 3?
Year 3 for an offensive lineman.
Year 3 is usually when they settle in and they start to click. So, and that's honestly, that's just timing with the unit, communication with the whole unit. It just takes time to develop that. You can't do that overnight.
Adjusting to the NFL speed, what defenses are doing. Yep.
Yeah, there's going to be the growing pains in the first several weeks, but you let your left tackle go in free agency. You're bringing in a rookie there. You're probably starting another rookie at a guard spot. It's not going to be pretty the first couple weeks, but I guarantee you, end of the season, you're going to look at this unit and be like, this is much improved over 2020.
Exactly. Yes. Yes. And Tennessee's pick is in, I believe. Do we have an answer?
I believe it's Elijah Molden. Cornerback was Washington.
Okay.
That's a steal.
Took my boy Reduns from North Dakota.
Yeah, he already went.
Yeah, sad about that, but
the Kitties took your cornerback, Tyler. Efetu Melon.
Efiatu Melifonwu?
Yes.
Oh. Why are the Lions having the draft I wanted? They have made such fantastic selections.
Yeah, they've had a pretty good meat and potatoes draft for sure.
Like Onwuzurike, Lee McNeil, Penei Sewell, Efiatu Melifonwu. I love all of those players. But good for them.
King says Mond is mobile. I don't know about that. I got to watch tape. Sorry.
Mond is mobile.
Okay.
He absolutely is.
Why do we think Mond is going to start when Cousins is gone? And ever be more than just a backup quarterback? We don't know.
We don't know, but the projection is that he's going to be that guy. That's why you make the selection.
Mm-hmm.
Right, especially so high. I mean, second pick of the third round. That's high capital to put in quarterback. So it's.
Relatively.
I don't think anyone's going to say at this point, having never seen him in the down, never seen him in our system, in our new system from Clint. It's hard to project that, but putting that kind of capital in there means that you think he at least has a chance to develop the skills that he needs to be starting quarterback. I don't think you make that pick that high in the third round without having, some kind of decent percentage chance that you think is going to be there.
And he could develop, and it just takes. And we know in the history of the NFL, if you've got a rookie that sits at least for a year, he tends to do better than one that's thrown in the fire immediately.
Yep. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. Is there anything you want to bring up, Ed? Tell us about your show. You don't pop on video with the rest of us often. Talk to us.
Yeah. Usually in the off season, we kind of go to sleep for a bit because we're usually more of a in season kind of flow. But draft season is always one of the funnest for me. And just managing the capital of free agency, that's a huge thing I look forward to every year. To me, there is no off season, right?
Right.
But yeah, we had some good fun watching with my podcast partner Mike Anderson last night, watching the first round. He's a big fields guy, so he was just losing his mind as all this drama was unfolding before pick 11 when he was taken. Yeah, this has been a wild draft. There's been a lot of surprise in this draft for sure.
But what is your show for those that don't know? What's your
podcast?
Scolders.
Yeah, we like I said, we like to talk and take a broad stroke of where the Vikings fit in the rest of the league. Yeah, it's super fun, and we should have you guys on more often on our show as guests on our show. We love talking to you guys.
It's a great listen when you guys plop down your podcasts during the week. It's always one of my must listens. And for those that don't know, the Scolders logo is this. It's one of the best logos really nice in the business.
Yeah, one of my coworkers, his wife is graphic design, and she put that together for us. So it's a real fun one. I got that also in a Yeti cup. I got that engraved in a Yeti cup. So
cool.
You gotta rep the merch,
Got the merch.
So the Niners just took a corner here, and
yep.
In the Blue Chip Scouting group chat, Dante Collinelli, who's one of my favorite analysts, 4 straight defensive backs, and the Cowboys got the worst one.
Yeah.
And I'm just laughing, and I feel for Cowboys fans.
Well, the Niners picked Ambry Thomas.
Here's one for you that I wanted to bring up to you guys. Okay, so what are the chances that this was essentially the conversation around that pick number 10 to 12 swap? What are the chances the Eagles approach the Cowboys and say, listen, this is what we can offer you. Who do you hate more? Do you hate the Giants more or us? Because we want to take the same player. So you want to screw the Giants?
Or do you want to screw us?
Or do you hate us more?
Well, are the Giants giving me a third-round pick? That's the question I'm asking.
Honestly, though, Jerry Jones, I wouldn't put it past him to be that petty.
No, I wouldn't either. It could very well be, front office to front office, owner to owner, type, screw him, let's do this. It could very well be. That's the history of football. Football is emotional.
Yes.
It was definitely odd for the rest of us, though, to see, the trading of the interdivision supposedly rivals that didn't like each other. But they jumped the Giants, which did it.
Well, and here's the other thought. We're one day removed from it, but what happens if that trade doesn't happen? And Dallas takes Micah Parsons at 10. Devonta Smith goes at 11. What happens at 12? Right? Do the Eagles take a wide receiver, take a wide receiver there? Or do they trade down with the Bears like the Giants did?
That's a good question.
I mean, it's.
I think the Eagles might go
it's completely
corner at that
useless
point.
extra, but yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
they go corner, and that left the
They
Chargers.
go corner, and you got to imagine the Chargers would have stayed put. So then, does that mean Fields is sitting there for Vikings at 14 if that trade doesn't happen?
And then we draft Fields. Mm-hmm. Possible.
Just interesting to think about the alternate universe in some of these.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Rams have selected. Vikings only have 2 more slots that they could trade up in today. If not, we're waiting till tomorrow. Rams have selected linebacker Ernest Jones.
Ernest Jones is a guy I heard a lot of people talking about as a sleeper. Did not get to watch him. But I'm just surprised Baron Browning's on the board.
I'm surprised the Vikes honestly didn't trade up in the second round. Thought for sure there'd be someone they would go up and grab.
Round 3 isn't too high for a backup quarterback. Who said it was? Steven?
No, not at all.
Best wide receiver left, Tyler?
Best wide receiver, it's a guy I've been pounding the table for all night, Tylan Wallace. I love Tylan Wallace. There's a few good ones. Seth Williams, Auburn, is a good player.
Tell us about Wallace. What's his specs?
He's 6 foot, 185 pounds. He plays like he's 6'4", 215. He plays like he's a jump ball X receiver. And he's got some twitch to his game. He has a lot of nuance and stuff that he needs to learn as a route runner. And that's because he played at Oklahoma State in the air raid, where he basically only played the right side of the formation, and he ran 5 routes. So he's a lot of growth opportunity there, and I think that's one of the reasons why he might still be here. Plus, his testing was average. He's an average athlete, but he plays like an alpha, and he's got excellent body control. He knows how to win in 50-50 ball situations. He can separate well utilizing his body, and he's just a fantastic football player.
Well, the Athletics draft guide had him 2nd or 3rd round. 5'11", 1'3". I don't know how to read that. If that's okay, 5'11" and a third, something like that. 194.
So it was 5'11", 3. So it's 5'11" and 3/8. So the way it works is the
1'3". 5'11", 3.
So
5'11", 3.
So yep. So the first is always the feet. The next 2 are the inches. The third one is 1/8 of an inch.
All right. He ran a 4.49 40. He's got 30-inch arms, 30 and 3/8, short. 9 and 3/8 hands. Wingspan is 72. And he's
average size,
22 years old.
Average size, average athlete, but he plays like an alpha, and that's why I thought he would be a really good get in round 3.
Okay.
I do want to share this tweet that was just shared in the chat. Ben Gessling, Vikings scouting director Jamal Stevenson said there was a directive from Mike Zimmer for the team to get bigger along the offensive line. Finding bigger guys who can run is a difficult combo, Stevenson said. That's why the Vikings were so excited to get Darrisaw and Davis. Oh my gosh. Like, that's what we've wanted for what, like
years.
4 years?
Yes.
Yeah.
Since Zimmer took over. Zimmer, when he took over, we had a good line. One that was big, one that was massive, one that was road grading. And then it started to fall apart. We had Achilles, and then Khalil didn't like football, and it just started to fall apart. So that's great. Finally. Yes. And he's willing to change. Most people think Zimmer. He won't change unless it's on defense. He's obviously starting to say, no, we need to get better on offense. This is how. I love it.
Yeah.
And just to circle back on the Darrisaw, I mean, you're sitting there at 14. He's there. I think at that point you have to be comfortable with several options at that pick to trade back as far back as they did. He had to be one of the top guys on the board at that point. To trade back capital you got, trade back 9 spots, and still get him. I mean, that's just a home run.
Yes.
I mean, it's been put out there before. Darrisaw at 14, you don't love that. Darrisaw at 23, you just robbed someone. So
yeah, but a lot of people thought Darrisaw would go at 14. That seemed normal. A lot of people
yeah,
had him
or
like
sooner.
15th.
There were several
Yeah.
knocks of that had him going sooner. So I think how the board fell to the Vikings in the first round was phenomenal, and I just love that pick. Love the pick. Love the trade.
All right, the Rams got Ernest Jones. Like we said, the Ravens selected Brandon Stevens, cornerback of SMU, and Denver's going to close out the night. Browning gone?
If this is Baron Browning, oh my gosh, the Broncos just hitting home run after home run.
Yeah, I would say the Broncos slightly questionable with their first round pick, but everything I've seen since has been solid. And
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense because you got George Patton. He's been trained by Rick Spielman, and he's making good value picks.
That's confirmed. Tom Pelissero. Broncos are taking Ohio State linebacker Baron Browning with the 105th overall, and that ends day 2 of your NFL draft. Cool. Now, with day 2 in the books, quick review.
Mm-hmm.
Day 1, the Vikings selected, as Ed was talking about, great value, especially with that trade, Christian Darrisaw, our new left tackle. Today, we open up selecting Kellen Mond, our backup quarterback and possible quarterback of the future. Yes, he had some ups and downs, but he seems to have a lively arm and plenty of potential if it could be harnessed and promoted in the right direction. He will be a good quarterback and a possible replacement for Kirk Cousins. Then we pick a linebacker, and it is so weird for me to see low numbers on big guys, and I consider a linebacker a big guy. Linebacker Chaz Surratt out of North Carolina, followed by guard and Ted Glover's favorite, Wyatt Davis. He's not great at everything at guard, but he is good at everything at guard. And then the last pick, defensive end out of Pitt, Patrick Jones. We're jonesing for some defensive end action. And now we have another one for Andre Patterson to work with. So far, if you took it blind and said, hey, these are the guys we got, I'm pretty happy so far.
I think overall it's good. It's not flashy. It's not necessarily the direction that I would have wanted to go with a few of these picks, but kind of the more time goes on, I'm starting to come around on some of these guys. Like, I'm going to give a real full rewatch, and I'm going to dive in and try and get like 6-7 games of each of these guys and really try to understand what the Vikings are thinking, how they're going to project them moving forward, and what overall that they want to do here. And I think right now you got to look at this at the very worst, like a C+, depending on how you feel about some of these players, and at the very best, it's an A+, because of how they utilize the board. They didn't trade up when they didn't have to, because it feels like that these guys were the targets. So like, overall, I think you got to be happy with the fact that we have 5 players on the Minnesota Vikings, and we're going to get more tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow we have 6 more picks on the books as of right now.
But you know that's got to change because Rick doesn't have any 7th rounders on the board right now. So
but
there's going to be a trade back.
The
to get
class
more
is so shallow, I'd rather take them high than low. Any last words there, Ed, before we go off the air?
No, I think Taylor nailed it. I mean, this is not a flashy draft, but it's a solid draft. it's shoring up the places where you were thin. It's shoring up the places where clearly there were weaknesses in last year, and it's looking towards the future. It's looking towards getting a quarterback, a linebacker in the future when Barr leaves, when Cousins leaves. We don't know if Mond is going to be the guy, but you know what? You got to take a swing at it. You can't hit a home run unless you swing. So same with the edge. You need to fill in the gaps there. Who we have opposite Hunter is just not good enough, and you give any talent to Patterson, he can turn it into gold. So, yeah, like I said, I like the draft. We got a ton of ammo tomorrow. 3 picks in the 4th round. That's a lot.
2
of
in the 5th and
do.
1 in the 6th.
Yeah, you could even take one of those picks and trade back to next year, pick up a 3rd next year. So there's a lot of options here, especially taking 15 players last year. You don't need to end up with 10 players in this draft. You can stash some of that capital for next year.
Yep. And next year will be a stronger class. Now, Jim asked, what time are we rolling tomorrow? Well, Jim, tomorrow's schedule starts at 10:30 a.m. Central Time. We'll have all had a good night's sleep, had a good breakfast.
Yep.
I don't know if I'll have the beer out again, but we'll find out. And we have a list of special guests that we want you to join us in viewing and talking with. First one on the docket will be the SKOR North's own and friend of the show, Phil Mackey. Then, after Phil Mackey, we have Matt, Foo Fries and Foo Fries Football, followed by special guest Arif Hasan, who started out originally with Daily Norseman, now works with The Athletic, and is notorious for his composite big board that is the standard across the NFL. Follow that, we'll have some more of your local Climbing the Pocket hosts. And then comes Judd Zulgad for the first time joining us. I haven't talked to Judd in years, and he'll be here, followed by 2 old bloggers, which is me and Darren Campbell, both of us blogging from almost 2 decades ago, over a decade ago for Darren. We're going to be talking with Matthew Coller. And then we'll wind up the show, hopefully, if Tanishka from Climbing the Pocket has got her computer back, we'll wind up with her. If not, it'll just be a bunch of us, Tyler joining again, and whoever else from the Climbing the Pocket crew will come here to talk football with you. And we love that you participate, and we want to give a big shout out to absolutely everybody that joined us tonight. Thank you. As always, stay safe, stay healthy, and SKOL Vikings! Thank you for watching or listening. As always, if you like, subscribe, and ring the bell for notifications. And if you're listening to the podcast, please rate us on your favorite aggregator. SKOL, everybody.